Fucking hell. Ugh. Ugh. Gross. Ugh. Oh. 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 Oh yeah. I know what you mean. Put it on there. There you go. Oh, indeed. Good morning. A couple of Burks. I'm scared. Is that you, Lewis? I'm scared. So much. Scared. Oh, fucking hell. Hang on. Oi. No, it's gone. Yeah. Oh, right. Boom. That's not so good. Oh. What? Oh, it's scheduled for 1 o'clock. Right. So a couple hours. Right. Same here. Same here. Go.
What other ones should we be watching? Here's David.
Good morning, Martin Geisler.
Well, Martin, this was how the constituencies looked in Scotland in 2021. Obviously, a lot of SNP yellow on that map. And here's what this translated into. A comfortable SNP win, but just shy of a majority at Holyrood, which requires the magic number 65 seats. The SNP, during this campaign, have talked up the idea of them getting there. So we're going to look at some key battle constituencies. And remember, there have been boundary changes in Scotland. We're starting in the capital itself, that seat Lindsay was just talking about, Edinburgh Central, which takes in not only the castle but the Scottish Parliament too. And from fourth place last time, the Scottish Greens, as we've heard, they fancied their chances. Former party co-leader Lorna Slater taking on SNP Cabinet Minister incumbent Angus Robertson. There have been boundary changes, shifting several strong Labour areas into this seat. So local councillor James Dalgleish makes it an interesting contest. This could mark the Scottish Greens' first ever constituency win, though they're talking up a couple of seats in Glasgow too. Right, we're going to head west now to Rutherglen and
Go on,
Cambuslang,
Iris.
situated to the southeast of Glasgow. This is probably a Labour must-win if they're to have any chance of a revival at this election. The SNP incumbent Claire Hawkey and Labour's Monica Lennon are the two probably to watch here. Now,
thought
we're going to
Monica
head
was
north and
stepping
go to
down.
Scotland's largest
I was wrong.
constituency, to Caithness, Sutherland and Ross, 13,000 square kilometres. This seat is almost
Barry.
as big as Northern Ireland. So the next MSP is going to rack up some mileage over the next 5 years. And that will probably be either Marie Todd for the SNP or David Green for the Lib Dems. This seat's currently
Marie.
SNP, but it's the sort of area where the Lib Dems, who we know can be strong in the Highlands, think that they're in with a shot. Now, what about Reform UK? Well, let me take you to fishing country, to Bamshire and Bucking Coast, because this could be the scene of a three-way fight. It was once represented by Alex Salmond. It's been solidly SNP since 1999, until last time when Karen Adam held on to it for the SNP by fewer than 800 votes. It's the Tories' number 2 target seat, but their candidate, James Adams, will have to see off Reform UK, who think they have a shot here. They think this is their best hope for a constituency, and their candidate is Conrad Ritchie on the right there. Now, further south is another SNP Conservative battleground. It's Aberdeenshire West, taking in Braemar, Royal Deeside. This is where the King takes his summer holidays. Now, it's number 3 on the SNP's target list. They want to unseat the Tory incumbent, Alexander Burnett, who is a 4th great-grandson of Tsar Nicholas I of Russia, believe it or not. Therefore, he's a fairly distant relation of King Charles, and he'll be hoping to see off Fatima Joji from the SNP. Now, this is a bit of a must-win seat if the SNP are to secure that outright majority they've talked about. So there's just a handful of seats, Martin, that we'll be keeping an eye out for, but there are plenty more that could get really interesting. Martin.
I'm cursing you, David Wallace. Look at that stat about being the 4th great-grandson of Alexander Burnett, being the 4th great-grandson of Tsar Nicholas I is my favourite fact, and I was looking forward to sounding clever and deploying that myself. You've beaten me to it. Well done. Fair enough. Look, we were in Shetland.
Oh, poor Martin.
Angus Mackay about the race up there and the fact that it is looking tight. Douglas Ross, you have been on the phone. You've got some info.
God, Dougie Ross.
Lib Dem sources are now worried about holding on to that seat. I would say they've changed during the campaign. So a couple of weeks ago,
He's
they were very
mostly
worried.
ridiculed
Just last
up
week,
here.
they thought their vote was stronger. Now they're worried again. This is a seat they have held since devolution in 1999. But let's go back to the Westminster seat of Orkney and Shetland. It has been Lib Dem orange for a very long time. Hannah Mary Goodlad for the SNP has run a very proactive social media campaign. I've been getting lots of her videos in Murray, so I can only imagine what the people in Shetland have been getting. And the Liberal Democrat candidate is the council leader. She's made difficult decisions, closing swimming pools. I think that's one to watch, and the Liberal Democrats don't sound confident.
Yeah, and just to be clear, you're hearing from them right now.
Yes.
The immediate information from
Yes.
Lerwick, from that count centre is they're worried.
They're worried.
Right, OK. It's interesting, Bernard, isn't it? Kind of curse of incumbency. She's the council leader and she's going to make tough decisions.
Wasn't he?
You're well known, but not necessarily for the right reasons.
I mean, these always come with health warnings because you can get fed bits of intelligence at a different stage in the count.
Ones to watch out for. Easter House in Springburn. That's here. Then the neighbouring constituency, which used to be part of the one I'm in, but they lopped it in half. The fight there is going to be interesting for me because my previous MSP, Bob Doris, is running against one of my colleagues, Iris Drain, Scottish Greens. So I suppose I could look at it this way: whoever wins that race, I'm going to be good with it. I want Iris to win. She is fucking awesome. She's been doing a fuck ton of canvassing and campaigning. She's probably knackered. She'll currently be at the count, which is at the bottom end of the city centre. But yeah, one of my friends who lives here, just a short journey away from where I am currently sitting, she wants our previous one, Bob Doris, to win. He's SNP, by the way. I've said to her, Said, you want your friend to win, don't you? I said, yeah, I want Iris to win. Sorry, my dear. That friend I'm talking about might appear if she's feeling alright. But yeah. Going Iris. But either way, I suppose I'll be happy. Bob Doris done quite well for us. Eastern end of this, my new constituency, is going to be the problematic area because Easter House votes more Labour. Here in Springburn, semi-SNP stronghold because we can't be arsed with unionists. And I think the general level of anger and disgust towards the Labour Party might work in our favour. So the one running in my constituency is Ivan McKee, who was in John Swinney's previous cabinet. They got rid of his old seat, Glasgow Provan. So part of his constituency is now in mine. I think Ivan should win. I think we're seeing Ivan getting back into Holyrood. Oh my God, where's that count going anyway? They've only got 2 councils. Labour's kept 10. Oh God, they're down 8 councils. Fucking hell. Tories are down 1 council. Oh, Lib Dems have gained. Oh, Elsa.
So pro-union voters swinging their vote behind the party they think is best placed to defeat the SNP. This is a remarkable seat for a number of reasons. It had the highest winning vote share of any constituency in Scotland in 2 elections. It has had the highest winning vote share for the Lib Dems in 4 of the 6 devolved elections we've had. But it has also had the 2 lowest vote shares for the SNP in 2 elections as well. So it's been a highly polarised election, but one where historically the SNP has done the worst of all of the constituency performances that they've had. So to take it would suggest that the arrival of a new party has disrupted some of that pro-union tactical voting and allowed the SNP to come in. I've been getting those videos.
I thought that as well. So the pro-Indy, SNP, Scottish Greens. Unionists, Labour, Tory, Reform, Lib Dem, and a couple other ones. So there we go. Labour, Tory, Lib Dem, Reform. So yeah, there's four parties on the other side of the independence question. I'm hoping for a lot of vote splitting.
Still a way to go. The majority of local authorities started their counting this morning too. Well, there is speculation about what these results across England, as well as the imminent results in Scotland and Wales, might mean for the future of the Prime Minister. Within the last hour, his Foreign Secretary, Yvette Cooper, has said the whole government must share responsibility.
This is a collective issue for us, for the Prime Minister, for the Cabinet, for the whole government, and we have to share that sense of responsibility and the things that we need to do differently going forward, listening to the things that people are saying to us and have been saying to us in the way that they have cast their votes.
Meanwhile, Reform UK's deputy leader, Richard Tice, has attended a count in the West Midlands. He's told BBC News that he's confident of early success in England being replicated elsewhere.
Absolutely delighted. One of the earliest sort of results being concluded, and it's brilliant for those 9 councillors elected here in Tamworth, and it's just the trend all over the West Midlands. We're hearing similar good news, and just onwards and upwards, and likewise across the whole of England, Scotland and Wales.
And next to the leader of the Conservative Party, Kemi Badenoch, she insists her party is making a comeback.
the Conservatives are coming back. I promised to renew this party. I said that we were going to rebuild after our worst defeat ever, and we can see those signs of renewal everywhere that we are standing. But I do want to say to those candidates and councillors who stood and who did not win, I am sorry. I wish you were celebrating with us this morning, but I want you to know that this is the beginning. This is not the end.
Well, back to matters here, and officials in Glasgow say there were 4 suspected cases of impersonation over the course of yesterday's voting. Police investigations will follow to see if any crimes have been committed. But it means that senior officials will extract the relevant ballot papers to be given to police as potential evidence. 2 of the suspected cases were in the Glasgow South Side constituency. Cases of voter impersonation have, we are told, happened at previous elections. Officials say they usually turn out to be genuine mistakes where someone has forgotten to register for a proxy vote, for instance. But they added that all cases have to be investigated. Now, there wasn't any exit polling in this year's election, but we can bring you an overview of what recent polls have suggested about the state of the race. These polls were carried out by a range of companies with slightly different methodologies, and the picture is far from consistent. One trend that is clear, though, is that the SNP has been steadily in front in terms of regional voting intention. The polls don't agree over whether they will win an overall majority. Second place in the regional vote has gone back and
You
forward.
sent me that story that they just talked about.
What you can't see
Exactly.
is Labour's slump after their landslide win in the 2024 general election, when the party was neck and neck with the SNP. Now, the Scottish Greens, Conservatives and Lib Dems appear to be fighting it out for 4th place. But if you look here on the graph, one poll in late April did have the Greens in 2nd place. They'll be looking to maximise the regional vote as they're only standing in a handful of constituencies. But as they say,
6.
there is only one poll that matters. The results are being counted right now. Now, we have been giving you a look at some of the seats to look out for later on. Here is one. Dumbarton has been represented by Scottish Labour's Deputy Leader Jackie Baillie since 1999. She's one of just 3 candidates standing in seats they've represented since the start of the Scottish Parliament. But it's been a close-run thing over the last couple of elections, with the SNP snapping at her heels. In 2016, her majority was just 109 votes. Whether she can hang on and what sort of impact reform has on the Labour Party will help us to get an idea of what kind of day Labour will have. Now, with this being a day count, one thing that's different is that normal life is continuing alongside and sometimes colliding with the counts, which are often in leisure centres and sports halls, meaning people who might expect a morning exercise class.
You got me barley sugars.
Our correspondents have been enjoying updating us on what normally would be happening where they are. In East Kilbride, the John Wright Sports Centre has been used to count 4 constituencies, taking up the bowling club.
What, you think I'm going to morning? You can buy me Stella?
Meanwhile, in Fife, at the Michael Wood Centre,
so the one that I'm most interested
Pilates and Body Pump are giving way to democracy today, and it's been a thought for everyone who's at the Renfrewshire
the Unfiltered
Arena, including our very own correspondent on the ground, Lucy White. She says it's absolutely freezing there because it's usually the ice rink.
Wimbledon?
We should think ourselves lucky, Martin, in such balmy surroundings.
Well, there was only 2 it could be.
Yeah, true.
Either the Unfiltered or Wimbledon. It's May.
Right.
Wimbledon isn't for another couple of months.
Glenn Campbell's very excited. He and Douglas Ross. I'm in the crossfire between him and Douglas Ross. All very good natured. Look, we were in Shetland earlier on talking about how.
I'm assuming it's the final.
Now, David Dilday's there for us. It's described in my list here as being a comically safe seat in the past. Back in '99, the Lib Dem majority there was more than 50%. Liam MacArthur, the sitting MSP there for the Lib Dems just now. David, how's it looking where you are?
Oh dear.
Yeah, hi Martin. Well, of course, Orkney, the smallest constituency in Scotland in terms of voter numbers, also the highest percentage
I'll see what
of
temperature
postal
on the
votes. So I think we can expect the declaration here in Kirkwall relatively early today, and what I think it's fair to say has been a fairly low-key campaign. Orkney, of course, a Liberal stronghold. They've won every national election here since 1950, and I'm not predicting that is likely to change today. The sitting MSP, Liam MacArthur, for the Lib Dems.
They just mentioned that before I went and checked my messages.
Of course, assisted dying legislation at the end of the last Parliament. He's somebody that's being tipped as perhaps somebody that could even be.
Plus, they were passing out. They were too close to one of the posts. I can't remember who it was now.
Perhaps because there are 3 locally based candidates.
One of my comrades gave me the story,
Jimmy Halker-Johnston,
and I was just sitting there.
Conservatives and Robert Leslie for the SNP. They've got a fairly decent chance of getting in on that list.
It's
mean for
the one the former targeting.
2 MSPs based in the country, even more. One other thing that people are keeping an eye on here today, Martin, is to see if the cat, which made an appearance at this count 5 years ago and had to be ushered out by security, makes any kind of reappearance.
Yeah, lots to look out for there. I did say we're going to be all across the country. We're going to get some news from Andrew Keir.
What one did you get?
A really interesting story to bring us in just a minute. But let's first go from Kirkwall to Kelso. Jenny Davidson.
Hi, Martin. I'm here at the Borders Events Centre here in Kelso, where there are 2 constituencies counted, Midlothian, South Tweeddale and Lauderdale, and Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire. Now, both are expected to remain in the current party hands, but of course with these things you never know. In the case of Midlothian, South Tweeddale and Lauderdale, that has been represented by the veteran SNP MSP Christine Green for the last 15 years. She's now into her 80s, taking some well-earned retirement, and hoping to take over from her is Callum Keir. He was the MP here for a couple of years, from 2015 to 2017. He's a local boy, widely expected to win. He's apparently already had potential constituents coming up to him and trying to give him constituency business. He's had to say he hasn't actually been elected
yet,
but when I spoke to him this morning, he seemed not 100% confident, but actually just a wee while ago he was more buoyant, more positive. The SNP feels that the opposition to them in that constituency has been split between the Conservatives and Reform, so the SNP are expecting to hold that one. The other constituency here, Ettrick, Roxburgh and Berwickshire, that has been held by the Scottish Conservatives Deputy Leader Hamilton since 2017, and before that by the Conservative MP for the area, John Lamont. It's the southeastern seat in the country, part of that blue band of Conservative seats along the border. A very safe Conservative seat. They took 51% of the vote at the last election, and they've been very good at the poor communities, the farmers, the small businesses. Now, I think they were worried for a while about the reform, and here they think that the reform was strong earlier on. People have not, in fact, gone over to reform in this area. The Conservatives are still feeling quite good about it, although I did hear from the SNP earlier that they think it's going to be quite close in that constituency. However, it would be a very, very bad day for the Conservatives if they were to lose this one.
Jenny, thanks very much indeed for that. It's the time of day this where people are starting to pick up a bit of chatter on their phones, hearing from different people who are looking over shoulders at counts, all that kind of stuff. Andrew Keir is in Aberdeen for us, and a suggestion up there, perhaps a bit of a story emerging there, Andrew.
Yes, potentially, Martin. We're awaiting Stephen Flynn, the SNP's Westminster leader, who's making his Holyrood bid here at the Aberdeen count. He's not expected for another couple of hours, but from the sampling, the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats are suggesting it might be a tighter fight than could be expected, with perhaps a stronger challenge from the Conservatives' Liam Keir. Now, it's interesting, of course, because the seat is Aberdeen Deeside and North Kincardine. In old money, it was Aberdeen South. That was much more of a city seat, but this redrawn seat now dips down near the coast, more into the heartlands of the Conservatives and the Liberal Democrats. So that's perhaps why Mr Flynn might be facing a bit of a challenge. I'm not saying that he is in danger at this point at all, and he is also number one for the SNP on the North East list. But I do wonder if there has been a bit of dissatisfaction with people in the constituency, a constituency that depends so much on the oil and gas industry. People are a bit frustrated at the SNP's stance on oil and gas, equally frustrated with the UK Labour government. There was a question time from Aberdeen during the election campaign, a BBC question time, and that frustration was all too evident. So we will keep you updated on that, but it is maybe looking just a little bit more tighter, but not saying that Stephen Flynn is in danger yet. But when he arrives through the doors of the hall, we will bring you those pictures.
I'm sure you will, and we'll be back to you for more on that as that story develops. Douglas Ross, you know that part of the world, you know Liam Kerr, and you're telling me you'd be surprised if there was an upset there.
Well, I also know Andrew Keir, who predicted as I walked into that hall in 2024 I was going to win the seat, and I lost by almost 1,000. So I don't want to dampen the Tory enthusiasm too much, but it would be very tight. Liam's put in a good campaign. We've obviously been focusing on the North East list. Something I am picking up in the seats where we hold the seat, or we are the main challenger to the SNP, we are outperforming Reform. But some of our...
Christ. I don't know what's up with that. Right. So yeah, he ran. He wants to keep both. So when he was running for that, he wanted to stay up here in the devolved administration, in the devolved parliament, and go down to Westminster. I wasn't aware you could be in two places at once. Highly disrespectful to his voters, but Tory.
And down 10 percentage points. So, I mean, Kilmarnock was quite an average seat last time around. It had about 61%, Scottish average was 63%. So it could be an indication that we are indeed heading for that low to mid-50s turnout we were expecting. And there have been some other bigger factors that have pointed to that as well. We have had a record 4.3 million people registered to vote in this election, but postal vote registrations are actually down quite a bit this year, down from about 1 in 4 voters having a postal vote to more like 1 in 5. And because postal voters always tend to turn out to vote, 9 times out of 10, if you've got a postal ballot, you send it back. That means a fall in the number of those does suggest we're going to have lower turnout. And one other thing maybe to watch for, I had a look back through the
Who does postal voting? Chat. I don't know, right, a little bit grim. It's mostly people on the older side that vote postal ballots. If you can get what I'm pointing at. Obviously, people passing. Upsetting. Can't contribute to society anymore, unfortunately. But people who do postal ballots are older. So there's one reason why postal ballot registrations have went down. Take your last for instance. I'll more than likely probably need to do a postal ballot at some point, even though I'm quite close to the... You know what? Wouldn't even be me going out to post it. It'll be him. Oh, hi Jeff. So maybe that's why postal registrations went down. Don't get me wrong, there's plenty of people who registered to vote for the postal ballot who are in the same position as me. disabled polling station a bit too far to get to. And friends or family members kind of get them to the polling station. As it currently stands, I'm closer to a polling station than I am to a pillar box. So it's just as well as going to vote in the polling station, primary school.
Actually eating into the Tory vote there, and the SNP might just sneak through the middle. Now, it's early days yet, we'll wait and see if that happens as well. So it's quite clear that the Reform and Green parties are going to have a big impact on this election.
And there was a lot of talk about that very scenario that you just mentioned there. What do you make of that, Ramsey?
We all woke up this morning with this fog of uncertainty about what lay ahead, and complicated by the fact we'd actually had a night's sleep, which is rather unusual for these situations. But then this morning, the news starts to filter through. I am alarmed and can't quite work out the impact of what might be a really low turnout in some areas. I mean, personally, I think that it's shocking how low the turnout is for what are important elections. But so who's got their vote out? We're not quite sure yet. Secondly, is there a transfer of votes from a constituency and people voting for a different party on the Peach regional list as well? We're not yet certain about that. Douglas Ross suggesting that maybe some Conservatives are backing the Tories in the constituency list, but then going to Reform on the regional list. That will have an impact too throughout the country. And then, of course, the biggest factor for me in this election is that there are two ponds still in Scottish politics. We still divide our votes on constitutional grounds. And on the pro-independence side of that pond, there's one big fish and a growing fish perhaps in the Greens, but it is the SNP and the Greens who are hoovering up all the votes pretty much on that side. And then we have a much more crowded field on the UK anti-independence side of the pond with the emergence of Reform as well. You put all that into the mix, the fog's clearing a little bit, but there's still a lot to get out of the way before we see where
we've got plenty of time and plenty of things to get into, which we will, but for now, thank you so much, Ramsey and Jeff. It's back to Martin in Glasgow.
Rebecca, thanks very much indeed. We are hearing a lot about the Greens, aren't we? I told you just before we went to Rebecca that we're hearing they're looking very confident in two Glasgow constituencies. We're just hearing from Jeff Aberdeen there that they're supremely confident now in Edinburgh Central, which would be the end of Angus Robertson as an MSP. Let's go to Glasgow, shall we? Paris Gurtsianis is at the Count Centre there. Paris, what are you hearing?
Martin, I'm hearing from the Greens here that they are confident of winning at least one constituency in Glasgow, potentially two. They are standing in Glasgow Southside and Glasgow Kelvin and Maryhill. Glasgow, obviously sometimes called the Dear Green Place. The Greens don't have any constituency MSPs or have never had any constituency MSPs.
Yet.
So they could finish the day potentially with two right here in Glasgow. We're expecting Patrick Harvey, the former party leader, to arrive any minute now with those two candidates, Holly Bruce in Southside and Iris Duane in Kelvin and Maryhill. Of course, and you know, we await the results, but if both constituency candidates did win, Patrick Harvey, who tops the list for the Greens, might find it a bit more difficult to get back into Holyrood under the proportional system. But of course, those regional ballots still being counted. I've seen the SNP candidate in Glasgow Southside, Cowcab Stewart, arrive. The SNP being very tight-lipped about their performance here in Glasgow. Some people I have spoken to are from Scottish Labour, and they say the performance here in Glasgow has been terrible. I spoke to one party figure who talked with real disgust about what he said he saw from tallies outside polling stations in Glasgow Southside, an area with lots of students, a high immigrant population, a very diverse area, saying that Labour was tallying as many votes as Reform in those areas and obviously letting the Greens through the middle. So we could be seeing some very cheerful Green candidates arriving here in Glasgow very soon.
Paris, thanks very much indeed for that. I mentioned that Douglas Ross has left our set for the time being. He has been replaced by Shona Craven, who is a journalist from The National and commentator on politics in many different areas. Shona, what are you making of what Paris is saying and what we're hearing about the Greens' performance generally?
Well, it's very, very interesting, especially in light of some of the criticisms that have been made of the SNP's both votes SNP policy. people can talk a lot about wasted votes on the list, but they're not wasted till they're wasted, and it obviously depends a lot entirely on the constituency outcome. So 2 wins, two stealings of seats by the Greens from the SNP would have huge implications for the devisers and implications for Patrick Hart.
We're not stealing. If the people of Maryhill and Kelvin and Maryhill and Glasgow Southside want to vote for the Greens because Iris Duane and Holly Bruce are fucking awesome, good. Sorry, Bob, I do apologise. You've represented us well. But yeah. Oh God, Iris in Holyrood. Oh. The canvassing, the campaigning in Kelvin and Maryhill. Ooh, gonna be good. Gonna be good.
Some optimism in Shetland, pessimism potentially in Edinburgh and Glasgow. How nervous will senior SNP figures be about all of this?
I think what the SNP have expected today is that at a constituency level, there'll be a bit of a bumpy day. Some seats will change hands. The SNP will not necessarily hold the same set of seats at the end of today that it held going into it. It may still hold a similar number of seats, perhaps slightly more, perhaps, but the makeup of that will change slightly. The SNP will be very pleased if they manage to take Shetland. That has been very much a grassroots campaign by an outstanding candidate, Hannah Mary Goodlad.
And John Swinney has gone there as well.
John Swinney has gone there, and if she has managed to do that, she's really pulled something off. And I think, we've had the Lib Dems this campaign saying they were targeting, 10 seats and they were going to pick up SNP seats across the Highlands, which they may well do. It seems like they might have sort of taken their eye off the ball in Shetland while they've been doing that. The Green ones, again, it's not a huge surprise. There's a bit of a Green surge UK-wide. We're seeing it in some of the UK results. And these are urban seats. The Edinburgh Central seat is a redesigned seat. It's new boundaries. If you were going to draw boundaries for a Green Party constituency, you would draw those boundaries. It was designed.
Were some of the issues that we saw at play down south, as far as the Greens are concerned, international issues, for instance, Israel and Gaza, were they at play here too?
I think they're a little bit at play here, but not so much, because the SNP is in a very similar position to the Green Party there. I think there is a little bit of perhaps young urban Scots looking for something different, basically, who feel that, the system's letting them down, they're struggling, cost of living, can't get on the housing ladder, and they're perhaps sort of asking if the SNP is the party for them right now. So the SNP perhaps has a job after this election in working out how it's going to win back that youth constituency. I think a lot of these voters who are voting Green, they will have voted yes, they will have voted SNP. They're having a go with the Greens this time to see if it makes a difference, and they may well come back.
Well, that's the interesting point, I suppose, for the traditional parties, the bigger beasts in all of this, Lynn Davidson, the Tories and Labour, is whether, if we do see a bad result for both of those parties, is it a blip, or are we seeing a complete shift in politics, potentially?
I think you're right. I think, look, we've had a duopoly. We've had, for most of history in Britain, it's been about 2 parties. Of course, in more recent years, the Scottish National Party in Scotland has changed that dynamic. But really, it is a tectonic moment for us today to see that breakup. And it's really a day for the challenger parties, particularly Reform, of course, and the Greens.
And what do the Conservatives do in response, particularly to Reform?
Well, I think, look, that voter volatility is here to stay as well. I just don't think you have that followers of that tribal way of Labour and Tory. That's gone, I think, for certain. But if you are, I mean, this election probably has come too early, certainly for Russell Finlay, the leader of the Scottish Conservatives, who hasn't been a politician for very long, never mind leading the Scottish Conservatives. And I think you have to be strong and steady, because really Reform are an untried force in politics yet. We'll see what they have to say for themselves and what they have to do when they pick up the mantle of power.
With any luck, they won't win constituencies.
The volatility of voters and the ability of people to change their minds days before. We can see from the MRP polls, they're not really able to pick up what people are saying in Scotland, or we're not really been able to get that.
I mean, obviously we'll be able to digest the results once we get into the weeds of all of that. But how should Alan Roden, the main parties or the bigger parties, respond to what we're seeing here, particularly Labour, because the polls are suggesting that actually if they are losing votes, they're losing them to Reform and also to the Greens.
Yes, it looks like it's going to be a really challenging day for Scottish Labour.
as it is for the Labour Party across country. And as Lynn says, that the binary choice is disappearing, and with a much more polarised Scottish Parliament likely ahead of us. For the UK Labour Party, there's lots of talk of a reset and a reshuffle to try and get that back, but it's going to be very challenging, I think, in the build-up to the next general election. And for the Scottish Parliament, Labour's challenge has been in this election is, while Anna Sauer has tried to separate out the Scottish Labour campaign from what's going on with the UK Labour Party in Westminster, and the distrust and the disappointment that voters have.
Prime Minister to resign.
Absolutely, and so that has given him some space he needed to talk about devolved issues. But the reality is, for most voters, they associate Scottish Labour and the Labour as one entity.
Well, do they need to perhaps have a conversation, and maybe it's the same for the Conservatives as well? It's been suggested within Conservative circles previously about that relationship with the UK party and whether it's damaging.
This does come up quite often within Labour circles, and different views on that. The challenge is, as with one party, resources are shared UK-wide. We know the Labour Party has a lot of money going into this election. A lot of the staff work for the UK party. It had a very good digital campaign, and previous leaders have tried to have that differential, both from the left of the Labour Party and actually from the centre-left. But it hasn't always worked.
Is it a particularly difficult proposition for the Conservative and Unionist Party to carve out that separate Scottish identity?
Well, yes, and historically it's been there too, but I just think there's cycles. We're just in a particular moment now, in a particular cycle, and we're turning into more of a European, perhaps more European coalition-type model now, and we'll see what happens, of course, just the way the Scottish Parliament is designed that way too. Certainly, but in the UK, it's a seismic moment. What we're going to see happening probably in Wales, as you say, we're still yet to see most of the results, but it's just going to be fascinating to watch it all unfold.
Yeah, well, the results hopefully coming soon. Just quite wordless.
I was just going to say, I think there's something about the Labour position in that it's a long time at Holyrood since Labour were the party of the centre-left. That position's been filled by the SNP for the last 3-4 elections. It's likely the same is about to happen in Wales. So when I think we talk about polarisation, I think we need to be cautious about the size of what will be the Reform Conservative position at the end versus a centre-left of Labour, the SNP, the Greens, that perhaps actually we're not as disparate, we're not as far apart as we are. We've just split the party vote more ways.
Yeah, well, the vote share, again, very interesting to see at the end of this. For the moment, we'll hear more from you later, but thank you very much indeed. Let's get back to Martin.
Gary, thanks very much indeed. When Liz Lloyd at the start of that conversation said if you were going to draw the boundaries to suit the Greens, you would do it like they did in Edinburgh Central, I wondered what the chair of the Boundary Commission might make of that. So I looked 4 feet to my left, where Ailsa Henderson is sitting, who does that job, and you were sitting bolt upright, Ailsa. Right to reply. Let's be clear, you didn't do that to suit the Greens.
No, and we couldn't do that, in addition to not wanting to draw boundaries that would suit a political party. Look, the Boundaries Scotland has to conduct reviews every 8 to 12 years to make sure that the constituencies are more or less the same size, so that the value of a vote in one part of the country is not worth twice the value of a vote somewhere else. And because the population in Scotland has been moving south and has been moving east, when we were making the changes, there are great many parts of Scotland where there has been minimal change to constituency boundaries, but there is significant change in the 2 largest cities, in Glasgow and Edinburgh. And when we do those reviews, we look at...
Rejoice, comrades. Can you handle it? Good morning, my dear. Counting. Oh, hello, that's Cacao. This one here. Hi, Cacao. Glasgow South Side, by the way. And yes, SNP. I like Cacao, but we need Holly Bruce in Holyrood. Go on, Holly. Yes. This is Ailsa Henderson, basically the Scottish female version of Professor Curtis.
Because these boundary changes may very well have had an impact on how the seats land. Let's get back out there then, shall we, to the counts. Graham Stewart's in East Kilbride for us. What are you hearing there, Graham?
Yeah, Martin, 4 seats being counted here. They are all SNP seats. Interestingly, speaking to the SNP's candidate, Colette Stevenson in East Kilbride, despite the fact that she's defending a majority of almost 9,000, she says she's feeling jittery. Now, that might just be typical election day nerves, because certainly speaking to Labour in this seat, who came second.
Like that SNP candidate, jittery. There's ones that I really like. Reform are targeting mostly up in the Aberdeenshire area, so oil and gas essentially. So Aberdeenshire and stuff. They've also been targeting a couple here. So they were canvassing in the eastern end of the constituency I live in, Easterhouse, if you're curious, and they've been basically going for Glasgow South Side. By the way, that's the one Nicola Sturgeon used to hold. So I don't know why. See it as a scalp, I guess. I don't know. But yeah. So feeling jittery.
All right, Graham, thanks very much indeed for that. Look, I hope everybody in that car crash was okay. We may well find out. We were hearing earlier on about people who have been pushed out of what they would normally do because the counters have moved in to the leisure centre or whatever. Furious, indignant body pumpers and whatever else, basketball players and bowlers. Well, Lucy White's in an ice rink in Renfrew. You chilly? Lucy, can you hear me? I'm not.
Oh, I can hear you now. Apologies about that. Yeah, maybe it's the cold here that's affecting our communications because, as you say, it is totally freezing. Normally, it's the home of the Glasgow clan. The ice isn't here, but it's still super, super, super cold. But listen, it's not just...
They can get rid of the ice. It's easy getting rid of frozen water, oddly enough. But to get the ice back for the ice hockey and stuff and curling and whatever other ice-related sports there is, so they still need to keep the place fucking freezing. I don't know. Like my home city of Perth, we've got a curling rink. So they're up in Perth. It's next to our leisure centre, basically a swimming pool. So yeah, they have to keep the place fucking cold. Oh, hang on, I can't see. Yeah. I'm fine. Just fingers crossed we don't get any fucking reform any constituencies going to Mad Frog and his band of merry fucking lunatics. But obviously, out of my control, voters do exist, and we are human. So SNP are on target to get over 60 anyway, 60 constituencies, which is good. Oh, itchy face. So, the more the counts come in, high turnout in Newcastle. Well done, Newcastle. I usually take that as a good sign, but I'm taking that as a bad sign. Oh, good morning, Reza Lindsay. Rejoice, comrades. Reza. I'm kind of jittery.
It was like a lifetime ago now. 5 years ago, we were still in the grip of COVID. It seems an age ago, but there have been plenty of other things happened since then. David Lockhart's been having a look back at some of the big political events over the past half-decade.
You're right, Martin. This is the first Scottish election since 2021. And to give you an idea of how long ago that really was, you were probably wearing a face mask when you went to vote because it was a legal requirement. Those COVID restrictions did ease, but what else happened in that parliament? Well, Nicola Sturgeon was re-elected First Minister and she decided
away
to
the
bring
Greens
into government. The Butte House Agreement was born. More on that later.
One area these parties were in agreement was on the need to make it easier for someone to change their legally recognised sex, and this led to one of the biggest internal fights in the SNP's history, and it spilled out into other parties in Scottish public life too. The Gender Recognition Scotland Bill was born, but that wasn't the end of the story. The UK government chose the nuclear option. They blocked that legislation, a decision that was later upheld in the courts. And that wasn't the only court case that didn't go Nicola Sturgeon's way. In November 2022, the Supreme Court ruled that the UK government had to agree to any future independence referendum. Her options to lead Scotland to independence seemed to be running out. So around 6 months later, shortly after saying she had plenty left in the tank, Scotland's longest-serving First Minister announced that she was calling it a day. That announcement was surprising, but still didn't prepare us for what came next. Nicola Sturgeon was arrested shortly afterwards as part of an investigation into SNP finances. She was released without charge. Her husband, Peter Murrow, from who she's now separated, has been charged with embezzlement. The SNP had a leadership contest which saw Humza Yousaf narrowly defeat Kate Forbes. His time as First Minister was relatively short. Yousaf kicked the Greens out of government, but they got payback when a vote of no confidence loomed and it was clear he couldn't win. Humza Yousaf resigned after a little over a year in the job. Support for the SNP dropped. The party turned to someone seen as a safe pair of hands. Enter John Swinney. He steadied the SNP ship, but he couldn't avert a drubbing at the 2024 general election, where his party lost 39 MPs, while Scottish Labour gained 37. A few months after that, Scottish politics was rocked by the death of Alex Salmond, who passed away when he was on a visit to North Macedonia. There was one by-election in this parliament. It was in Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse. It came after the sad death of the SNP MSP Christina McKelvey. This was a big test for Scottish Labour amid dropping poll numbers and poor ratings for Keir Starmer. And now Nigel Farage's Reform UK seemed to have truly arrived on the Scottish political scene. The SNP made it a three-horse race. Despite their woes and to the surprise of many pundits, Labour managed to take it. But Labour fortunes at a UK level didn't get better, not helped by the scandal surrounding Peter Mandelson's appointment as US ambassador. And Anas Sarwar decided to call for his Prime Minister to resign. Keir Starmer ignored that. This Parliament probably won't be remembered for much legislative action, but there were a few key moments. Just a matter of weeks ago, Liam MacArthur's plans for assisted dying were narrowly defeated. Other bits of legislation that hit the buffers include plans for a national care service and plans to introduce a recycling return scheme for bottles. There were important bills that did make it through, including new laws around hate crime, buffer zones at abortion clinics, and the scrapping of the not proven verdict in Scottish court. They were all laws that did
don't worry.
The laws to lawmakers, some of them hit the headlines too. Michael Matheson resigned as Health Secretary after eventually admitting to racking up an £11,000 roaming bill on his iPad. And Colin Smith had his pass revoked after being charged with possessing indecent images and of hiding a camera in a Hollywood toilet. That case is still ongoing. Pam Duncan-Glancy lost the Labour whip due to her friendship with a convicted sex offender. And there's been plenty of party fallout.
She was one of my list
MSPs.
MSPs.
Left the SNP for Alapa before deciding then to become an independent. Fergus Ewing also went from the SNP to independent. Jamie Green, Graham Simpson and Jeremy Balfour all left the Tories for various new political homes. So the past 5 years have been loud. But
Jamie Green went to the Lib Dems.
For anyone. Today's result will give us the first indication of what the next 5 years is likely to bring. Martin.
David, thanks very much indeed. Yeah, it's been a long 5 years, an eventful 5 years, hasn't it? But let's get right back up to date with what today's results might bring, because we were talking to Andrew Keir in Aberdeen a short while ago. He was saying that the Tories up there were feeling a little bit edgy and that
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
feeling slightly quite confident. And Stephen Flynn might have faced a fairly significant challenge for his Aberdeen Don side seat, Aberdeen D side rather, seat Aberdeen D side North Kincardine, isn't it, to give it its Sunday name? But Glenn, you've been in touch with some Tories up there who are reining it in a bit.
Yeah, Conservative source saying they think that Stephen Flynn is fine. In other words, not likely to be defeated by them. They think that the SNP should be okay in their Aberdeen seats, but they, the Conservatives, would hold the West Aberdeenshire seat. What they are also saying is that in Banffshire and Buchan, it is really close between the SNP and Reform. Not that the Tories are out of the game there, but that the key battle is between the SNP and Reform, which should be a really interesting one to watch.
Yeah, indeed. And talking of Reform, Bernard, you've been hearing from Central Scotland, right?
Yeah, I mean, everybody has their own contacts, and of course they always come with health warnings. It's at this stage in the count, but I'm told that Reform are doing very well in Stirling and may well be in second place. I'm also being told that in Edinburgh Central constituency, that's the one that's been defended by the former Cabinet Secretary Angus Robertson, that SNP people at the count are worried that they might be in third place. Now, even talking about the Greens winning this constituency is truly remarkable, because last time around they were in fourth place. They were nowhere near the top of the league. And the fact that we're also in the Glasgow context talking about the Greens perhaps making a breakthrough in the constituency section would be very significant indeed, because they've never won a constituency. So much of the chat in the election about the breakthrough has been the narrative around Reform. But even this early, with this anecdotal evidence, it does suggest that the Greens will be on course to have their best ever election of the devolved era. I mean, if we went back to 1999, one seat, Robin Harper, in the Lothians, 4% of the vote. That Rainbow Parliament in 2003, they went up to 7 seats and 7% of the vote. Back down to 2 seats in 2007, 2 seats in 2011, up to 6 seats in 2016, 8 seats in 2021, but an 8% of the vote. The Greens have never hit double digits in terms of the vote share in a Scottish election. As I say, even with all of the qualifications, it would appear to me that even this early, the Greens are going to have their best ever performance in Scotland. And of course, some of the opinion polls were even suggesting that Labour could actually come fourth if the Greens have a very good day.
Well, what you're describing there with both the Greens and Reform in Stirling is just a shift away from the centre of Scottish politics, right? In both directions.
It's a shift away from the centre of Scottish politics. In a sense, it's a recasting of our politics. In a sense, it's particularly with Labour and the Conservatives, it's a plague on both of your houses. And we heard Nigel Farage right at the beginning of the programme talk about what was happening down south was a historical breakthrough. It's not a historical breakthrough. That's hyperbole. Local government election results are the least best indicator of what will happen at a general election situation. But what it absolutely does demonstrate is that out there, the voters have absolutely little confidence in the established order. The question is that where all of this goes. Will this in any sense be seen as a fundamental breaking of the mould of politics, or is all of this transitory? Is it people letting off steam in the short term, but it doesn't actually lead to any fundamental realignment in the long term? Time will tell on that, but I think that, and it seems churlish to say it, and I congratulations to people who win their seats, congratulations to Reform if they get the votes. With 3 years from a general election, there's a lot that can change. In politics, you don't want to peak too early.
Well, indeed. And look, we're not peaking early. We're waiting for the first result to come in, and they're going to start cascading in mid-afternoon, and we're going to be able to talk about all these things.
Don't promise people election results in half an hour.
Well, we should have... No, not in that. Well, we should have something. They will start cascading in, one would hope, because we're in terrible trouble if they don't start tumbling in by about 3 o'clock.
No, we just keep chuntering.
Well, what will we be talking about by then? But all we've got to go on at the moment is hypotheticals, and Shona Bernard was talking about the potential for the SNP to come third in Edinburgh Central. Their candidate, Angus Robertson, a really substantial figure in SNP politics, a really substantial figure in the SNP cabinet for many years. That would be an absolute kicking if he were to come third, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it would be a very big disappointment for them to come second, but third would certainly be quite the result. But it just shows how open the election is and how many upsets there could be. And then, of course, you've got the impact on the lists as well. And of course, when you're talking about the established order and appetite for change, the backdrop of this is always the 50% of people who support independence or say they would support independence, that potentially growing with the growing threat of reform at a UK level. And so the Greens can expect to do well on the regional list because a lot of people have encouraged people to vote Greens as a pro-independence alternative. Of course, as I said, that might backfire slightly if the SNP then need those regional votes. But if they're doing this well in the constituencies, yes, that impacts the regional list, but I think a lot of people will be giving them a pro-independence vote, even if they perhaps are having to hold their nose to do that. And I think the Greens can kind of benefit both ways on both ballots.
Yeah, it's interesting, all of this. It's all ifs and buts, though, at this stage. It's all ifs and buts, and I've been warned by Bernard not to promise you results by half 12, but we're all hoping they will start to emerge in the not-too-distant future. But ifs and buts for, what does it say? If ifs and buts were chips and putts, we'd all be brilliant golfers, or whatever it is. Listen, Rebecca, help me out. I'm waffling. Rebecca in Holyrood.
Thank you very much for that, Martin. You've got a laugh out of us all here. I am still delighted to say I'm joined by Ramsey Jones, a former Conservative advisor, and Jeff Aberdeen from Holyrood Sources podcast. Jeff, I'm going to come straight to you and ask the very clear question. Are the SNP going to get a majority?
Well, I thought, and great to see Bernard Ponsonby on your show there. I think his analysis is excellent. And I think for the reasons he outlines, if the Greens are going to win these constituencies in Edinburgh and Glasgow, these are ones that the SNP really need to be winning on the constituency for them to have an outright majority. So I don't think it's likely. I've never really thought it was likely. And I would just reflect that in 1999, the first Parliament, devolved Parliament, Donald Dewar had 56 seats. And I've always thought anything with a 5 in front of it, given the turmoil the SNP have had to endure over the last 5 years, self-inflicted, much of it, it has to be said, that for John Swinney to come in 2 years ago with Kate Forbes as his deputy and establish a bit of competence and a bit of freshness, and to win this election would be quite an achievement, I have to say, in its own right.
Yeah, but he did set the bar himself, though, didn't he? You know, so if people are potentially seeing that as a bit of a failure, is that not
Absolutely, but that's clearly a strategy to motivate the pro.
Sorry about that. Hello. Here we go. I was putting my heating on, so it's snacking and more snacking, and guess what? More snacking. So I'm heating up my oven to put in mini sausage rolls, mini cocktail sausages, and chicken satay skewers, like the mini ones. No, little. So the oven is heating up. They're on the baking tray. Yes, nom. So that is the savoury element, or part of the savoury element. And going into and going in this one, sugary stuff. Hang on. Nah. Whole shrimp and banana, because obviously, and the sugar. Oh dear God, you must be knackered, my dear. Thank you for dropping by anyway, thanks. Ooh! Open your basket. Oh, barley sugars.
The underlying fact, I think, is reform will only be seen in a true light when they have succeeded somewhere and been seen to be a success or a failure. early evidence from councils in England where they promised to cut taxes, instead they put them up. Let's see what happens in Wales. Might there be an administration there? It's a bit like the Emperor's New Clothes. At some point, we may find out they're naked, and then things will drift back.
But I think Bernard's point about peaking too soon is well made. You were talking about local authorities here across England. Once you're in the hot seat in government, that's when you're truly tested and truly judged. So I think there is an element of him being quite right and spot on. You know, this is relatively speaking, given the difficulty the Labour Party finds itself in Westminster, you know, quite an easy one to win, so to speak. But once you're in the hot seat, in these local authorities, but also in national governments, that's when you're really judged.
But it is hard, and I think the other factor, just picking up on the Conservative Party here, there is no doubt, most commentators would say this, the last few months, Kimmy Baindoch
Careful, darling.
finding her stride, finding her voice, and coming across very well. Maybe just not soon enough
can be
for
quite bad.
that to filter through to the team up here in Scotland.
Yeah. How closely are you going to be watching how Reform perform today, Jeff? And
How Reform perform?
Yes.
Well, you know, there's. I was looking at Mark Diffley, a Diffley partnership, you know, psephologist, and his analysis, and he thinks, you know, that they could get at least 2 seats in all regions, maybe not in Edinburgh and Lothians, but 3 in some as well. Now, if you do the arithmetic, that's obviously by definition putting you at least at 16, 17, 18 seats. So they're going to have a big say in this, and we'll see if they can nick a constituency or 2 as well. So they're going to be influential. How they put themselves together. I mean, we've all been trying to contact them on the doorsteps, but nobody knows who to contact. And the ones that you do know, they've never really campaigned before. So you don't know what their intelligence is. They don't know how where their identified support is. And so we're kind of fighting a little bit blind here. So it'll be really fascinating to see, you know, the level of support and where that support is, crucially. If it is in places in Glasgow, there's a theory that they appeal to more, you know, CDE, that's kind of more working class areas, then they may be biting into the Labour vote there. If that happens and the SNP go through the middle, then the SNP probably have a decent night. If it doesn't and they don't perform, perhaps Labour have an ability to contest SNP in these seats. So we'll have to wait and see, I'm afraid. More chuntering.
Yeah, they're taking the time to make sure that it goes off well. Like, they've been kind of plagued in the past with the counts for Holyrood. Yeah. We should be getting the first one soon. Airdrie was penciled in to actually get announced about now, actually. So we should be getting. Oh, hang on. Right, 12 p.m. Airdrie. That is it. Then 1 p.m. we've got Ayr, Coatbridge and Christon, which is northeast of me, so up that way. And Nahil and Shah, Western Isles. They're all due to be announced between 1 and 1:30. Then between half 1 and like 3 o'clock, Amon Valley, Bathgate, Cumbernauld and Kilsyth, Cunningham in the north and Cunningham south, that's Ayrshire. Annie's Land, where my dad was from and my gran and granddad lived. Baillieston and Shettleston, which is the East End. Here, 2 p.m. or 2:30, roughly. I thought we were 3 actually. Moray, up north. Orkney. Perthshire North, which is Swinney's seat, and where I'm from. Perthshire South and Kinrossshire, so that's Perth and Kinross, like Perth and south of it. Shetland, Strathkelvin and Bearsden, which is up that way, north and west. So all the ones basically in the north and the northeast and the northwest, they're all due between 2 and 3 o'clock. All the ones for like Aberdeenshire, the ones that Reform have been targeting, they're not until like 3 or 4.
It's Ramsey Jones and Jeff Aberdeen for now. It is back to Gary with his panel of politicians.
Yeah, we're going to pick up on some of the things you've been talking about there, Rebecca. I fear for donkeys and hind legs, given all the talking that we're going to have to do. It's still with me, Lynn Davidson, and also Ernest Lloyd. We're talking about turnout here. We've had some figures, but not all of them. This is going to be an important factor in this election, Lynn. In terms of why we might see a low turnout, what do you think is behind that? Have the politicians failed to influence the electorates?
I think enthuse is the word. There's been a real distinct lack of enthusiasm, certainly from voters across the different campaigns, but it is a hard operating environment for everyone with cost of living, economic pressures, and what's happening internationally. And so, but there hasn't really been any inspiring clarion calls from any of the leaders. And so we've got younger people in Scotland voting, which we don't have elsewhere, of course. But I think from the high of 2021 and the pandemic, where we had a much greater turnout, we're going to see a bit of a drop now. But historically in England, of course, it's about 30–40%. You're talking for local elections there. But it's interesting to hear from Ramsay and Jeff earlier there, just talking about how, really about being a lucky general or not. The timing of this election hasn't fallen well for people, and it's probably fallen particularly badly, as I said previously, for the Scottish Conservatives.
Yeah, when we look at the manifestos, were there any standout policies, Alan, for you? Do you think that maybe that's part of the reason why people maybe weren't so enthused?
Yeah, I think in most situations the manifestos were largely sort of steady as she goes. The SNP maybe had the eye-catching policies around supermarket prices and the school bags.
Got big question marks over how
exactly what actually delivered. Labour and Lib Dems were very much, this fix the basics. But to Lynn's point, is that going to enthuse voters to get out to vote? And I'm not sure it has. If we are hearing of a low turnout in a lot of areas, the Scottish Greens look like they're going to have a good day, and I can see why they might be, because they've got their vote out, it would appear, in terms of they're enthused to get out and vote for something. The problem that the other parties have got is there isn't enthusiasm for Scottish Labour because of the performance of the UK Labour government, and this isn't 2021 when turnout was 63% and people were enthused to vote for Nicola Sturgeon in the midst of the pandemic. This that huge appetite for the SNP isn't there that I'm picking up, but the dissatisfaction with the UK Labour government is strong.
It's a worry, I guess, for political parties. They have their base, a certain level that they can always rely on for support, Liz Lloyd. But I suppose if people decide that they're not enthused, that they're going to stay at home, then that's a difficulty.
It is a difficulty, and I think one of the reasons I think we saw the SNP with policies like the food price cap or the bus price cap, things which would actually resonate with people as something they wanted. Now, right, there might be deliverability questions down the line, but when voters would see that and they cut through in the news, actually think, oh, this relates to my life. I think the challenge with parties who've come out and said vote against another party, so that's been the Stop the SNP or to a degree actually the Stop Reform vote, and the kind of fix the basics, is the public's view of fix the basics is you should be doing that anyway. What I'm asking you is what more are you going to do for me? How are you going to make my life better? Politicians should not expect rewards for just getting the basics right. And I think a failure of some of the parties to say, well, actually, we want to be elected because we want to do something different and we have a different vision, that's not been there. Whereas I think with the SNP, there is always the independence vision. So there is always that bigger picture. Reform have obviously had a more disruptive vision, and the Greens have an approach which is about, we don't like the way society is run and we have a vision of something better. Those are the things which have captured the voters' imagination. Now, they haven't captured them in the numbers which I think will give us 60% turnout, except perhaps where there are seats where people think there's something really at play. So the Shetland turnout may well have been high because there's been this grassroots campaign by the SNP candidate that's caught people's attention. I think we may see in some Edinburgh seats where there are very fine margins on a number of seats and a number of different party contests taking place across the city.
There, of course.
High student numbers who might be motivated by this green surge that's going on UK-wide, that they might get out to vote. And where people think there's something in their constituency where it's a battle, we might see that they have got out to vote. But I think we also have to take a bit of responsibility. I've sat on many a sofa over the course of this campaign talking with pundits and journalists like yourselves, Gary, about is this a bit of a meh or a bit of a loveless election?
On discussing this, yeah.
What's actually happening, and maybe there's a broader responsibility to try and energise the electorate.
Yeah, and that's an interesting point, isn't it, about the makeup of some of these constituencies, because it's hard when we're trying to extrapolate across the board because they are very, very different depending on which part of Scotland you're in, Lynn.
And that tactical voting piece as well, which really vote in Scotland around about because of independence. Who do we vote to keep the SNP out? What do we do here? And that's quite depressing, really, that people are voting not for what they want, but for what they don't want. And perhaps that adds to the negativity of it all too.
Yeah. The other challenge has been the national polls haven't really changed throughout the course of this campaign. It's had that consistent lead for the SNP. So a lot of people just think, well, it's a done deal. So why bother going out to vote? It didn't narrow in the way that the opposition parties were hoping it would do in those final few weeks.
Yeah, I mean, that's an interesting point, isn't it? Because it does feel so for the main parties. There's not a lot of love around.
Yeah, there's not, there's not a lot of love. There's not a lot of excitement in this election. It doesn't mean that people aren't comfortable with the vote that they're casting for different parties. And, we look at the top sort of headline vote figures. I think if you look at some of the polling about what did people think of different leaders, what did they think of different policies, who were they willing to trust, you get more into why people are maybe sticking with the SNP in some cases, or why they were not prepared to switch their vote to other parties, because those parties didn't grab them with the idea that that leader was the person that they wanted to be First Minister, or that they were more trustworthy on the NHS or the economy. And that was all there for the opposition parties to dive into.
OK, well, look, for the moment, thank you all three. We'll talk again a little later. But let's find out what's been happening on the news with Laura Miller.
Thank you, Gary. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, says he's not going to walk away after early results. English council elections show Reform picking up seats in former Labour heartlands. Reform have so far gained around 400 councillors. There we are, over that number now, and Labour have lost over 250. But there is still a long way to go. Most local authorities started counting this morning too. Now, the main beneficiary of Labour's misery in the council seats counted so far says that the political map of the UK is being redrawn.
I think overall what's happened is a truly historic shift in British politics. We've been so used to thinking about politics in terms of left and right, and yet what Reform are able to do is to win in areas that have always been conservative, but equally, we're proving in a big way we can win in areas that Labour have dominated, frankly, since the end of World War I.
Let me be clear, these are really tough results. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. And we have lost brilliant Labour representatives, people who put so much into their communities, so much into our party and our movement. And the voters have sent a message about the pace of change, how they want their lives improved. May was elected to meet those challenges, and I'm not going to walk away from those challenges.
Well, in those English council elections, the Liberal Democrats haven't yet been able to capitalise on the drop in support for Labour and Conservatives to the extent of Reform and the Greens. But their leader, Sir Ed Davey, says he's confident of stronger gains north of the border.
I've been in touch with Alex Cole-Hamilton, our leader of the Scottish Liberal Democrats. He's fought a fantastic campaign under the slogan, change with fairness at his heart. And I'm travelling to Scotland tonight because I think we will have results to celebrate in Scotland.
Well, to that Scottish Parliament election here, a word on turnout. We've had figures in from some constituencies now, and they are showing turnout as being down. Our political correspondent and all-round stato, Phil Sim, says we're heading for a turnout in the low to mid. OK, let's look at another seat you should watch out for later in the day. Eastwood and its equivalent seat at Westminster have bounced between Labour, Conservative and the SNP. Currently, it's held by former Scottish Conservative leader Jackson Carlaw, but it's a target seat for the SNP. And it says something that a party which has been in power for almost 20 years is looking not just to hold on to the seats they have.
Correct, Reza.
They need a swing of around 3% to take it. The SNP candidate
is
Kirsten Oswald, who was the MP here until 2024. Now, one quirk of the voting system. Some polls have suggested that if Jackson Carlaw holds on, it might mean the party won't win a regional list seat in the area, which would knock the current Conservative leader, Russell Findlay, out of Parliament. That would be quite the quirk indeed. Right, we like to end with something a little uplifting here on the news desk. And what is more uplifting than love and marriage? The Arbroath count is a family affair for the Lib Dems. Isabel Knight is standing in Angus South and her husband Martin is standing in Angus North. Depending on how they both get on, it could be an interesting conversation at the dinner table this evening. And finally, perhaps not the most significant election news you'll read all day, but as you may have heard earlier on the programme, the colour of former Scottish Lib Dem leader Willie Rennie's suit has been a heated topic of discussion on the media balcony. Our reporter, Stephen Godden in Fife, now has a definitive answer from the man himself. Drum roll, it is plum. I'm not sure you can tell from that photograph, it kind of looks grey, but we are glad to be of service, Martin.
Yeah, I think...
Plum? Plum. Why is what Willie Rennie's wearing important? Oh, fuck.
In Orkney right now, let's go there.
Constituency declared that the total number of votes cast across Orkney Islands constituency at the Scottish parliamentary election on 7th of May 2026 was 10,315. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 32. The total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Copeland, John, William, Reform UK, 844. Halcrow Johnston, Jamie, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 358. Leslie Robert Fraser, Scottish National Party, 1,661. MacLeod Mike, Scottish Labour Party, 199. MacArthur Liam Scott, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 7,221. Therefore,
Lib Dems kept Orkney.
that Liam Scott MacArthur is duly elected as the member of the Scottish Parliament for the Orkney Islands constituency. I would like to congratulate Liam MacArthur on their election and invite him and other candidates to have the opportunity to say a few words.
What a surprise! Lib Dems keep Orkney.
Thank you very much, Oliver, and to your team, not just today and through the polling yesterday, but in the weeks leading up to the vote. The support they've provided to all of us as candidates and agents has been fantastic. I'd also like to thank the police for their help in the smooth running of the election. Could I also thank my fellow candidates who have demonstrated that you can have a political contest without knocking 12 bells out of each other. But I also would wish to acknowledge that standing for election is no small nothing. Putting your name forward for election is a hell of a way to go about a job interview. I think that should go acknowledged.
Well done, Liam.
Could I thank my superb campaign team for their support and encouragement and all the hard work that's gone in over the last 6 weeks of the campaign.
Right, there is Liam MacArthur, the returning MSP for the Orkney Islands. No surprise, really. Look at those numbers. I mean, it was the safest seat in Scotland already, but if you add up everybody else's votes combined, they don't even come to half of Liam MacArthur's vote. Majority of 5,560. By the way, if you recognise the name Liam MacArthur, he is the MSP who brought the assisted dying bill through Parliament, ultimately unsuccessfully, but he got an enormous amount of respect for the way that was conducted, and the debate was considered, I think, to be Holyrood.
The Tories and Labour lost their deposit.
Of the votes. The SNP on 16%, Reform
they get 8% Orkney, that's fucking mental.
You look at the Reform votes, remember they didn't stand last time, so that is all of their votes. We're going to come to that in vote change, rather.
Right.
3% for the Tories,
Things
2% for
going
Labour.
in
Let's
oven.
look at that vote change statistic now. Liam MacArthur already popular, putting on 8% onto his vote. The SNP
It's
down
Orkney, they always
13%
vote
in
Lib
Orkney.
Dem.
Here's
You
the
know
point I was
that,
making.
Martin.
Reform got 8% of the vote, so their vote is up 8%. Ailsa, no surprise, but blimey, what a stonking win for Liam MacArthur.
Yeah, I mean, his vote share's gone up, but actually, if you look at the number of votes cast, he's actually got fewer votes in this election than last time round. What's happened in this election is that the Lib Dem vote has turned out, but others have stayed at home, and that's reflected in the fact that turnout has gone down by almost 8 points. If we're also looking at the possible impact that the appearance of reform would have on, in particular, the Conservative Party, yes, the Conservatives are down by 2 points. But it's also true that if you look at the total number of votes, their votes have halved since the 2021 election.
Glenn, get your vote out is the message, isn't it? And there's a perfect illustration in the first declaration.
Yeah, and obviously the outcome in that particular constituency is the one that we would have expected, and perhaps worth mentioning that Liam MacArthur is a potential candidate to be presiding officer in the next Parliament, to chair proceedings there.
This is not Liam MacArthur we're looking at, it is Stephen Flynn. That does not look like a man who's about to be unsuccessful in his efforts to get a seat in Aberdeen Deeside. We were saying earlier on, the Tories up there thought they might have run him close. Well, I tell you what, if that guy's coming in like that and doesn't win his seat, then he's been given some duff information. I think, sorry, Glenn, let's go back to what you were saying.
Yeah, and he would obviously be a big beast, as we see in the next Scottish Parliament.
I can bring it, Stephen in Holyrood.
When that next comes around. Just also some information coming in from different sources in Lothian, East Lothian Coast and Lammermuir. Now, that's a seat that Labour ought to win, must win, if it is to make progress at this election. I think the #1 target, and Labour themselves saying it's really going to be close there. Others saying at this stage they think the SNP's ahead. So that's obviously one to watch and a real indicator for Labour's performance, about which we've not had much to say so far.
Yeah. Bernard, what are you thinking? You look lost in thought.
There's no surprise there, and you know, it's a very, very good result for the Liberal Democrats. Just have been pointed out that the SNP vote in that constituency is well down, but let's put an immediate health warning. I think as we go through the results this afternoon, we're going to see perhaps big falls for one party in constituencies where they're not really challengers, but where it really, really counts, you're going to find a different...
Well, it's the Northern Isles. Of course they were going to return Liam. And Martin Geisler was right. Those are some of the safest. Those two are the safest seats in the whole of the UK. Now there's an actual good challenger, and Nahila Nashar. Where's Miles? Oh, yeah, wait, darling. You look after yourself. Yeah, go and get some sleep. I'll be going for a while. Don't worry. So if you want to come back later. Stephen Flynn and fucking Holyrood. Fucking bring it. Oh my God, the rolled R's in Holyrood. They are going to reverberate off those walls. Yeah. Stay hydrated. Self-care is good care. Take your meds. Stay based. Free Palestine. And roll your R's.
Basically, the media's favourite economist in Scotland, the number cruncher general. Mary, what are you looking out for today?
I mean, the turnout being down is in line with, you know, what we've been hearing about people not being sort of set alight by this election campaign. It's felt pretty flat. We've been doing lots of manifesto analysis over the campaign. And I guess I would say that the extent to which the content of the manifestos and the policy prospectuses that parties have put forward, you know, the extent to which that's actually influencing how people vote.
Well, low to mid-50s as a turnout wouldn't be that bad. I mean, we've been relentlessly told for the last couple of months. There's some happy Greens in Glasgow. Patrick Harvey, who was sitting down here in the floor below.
Iris. There's Iris. There's Holly in the middle, and Patrick. Anthony's a councillor. Hi, Anthony. Oh God.
Now we've been conditioned that this is a useless election that nobody's paying any attention to. If Phil's right, if you're right, and it's low to mid-50s, that's average. That's what we normally get in a Scottish election.
Yeah, I suppose so. But the extent to which it's been fought or electorate and has in their minds the perspectives that the parties have put forward in the manifestos, I would say it is probably not what people have been generally thinking about when they go to the polls. They're maybe thinking about international issues or issues at Westminster, which is perhaps why we're going to see a huge fall for what they may have expected.
My God, it looks like I'm the only one not there. Fuck.
I'm not sure that the policy debate has really caught fire as part of this election campaign.
Bernard, name me a significant new policy you've heard in this in this election campaign. Go.
Well, free bus passes for youngsters like yourself.
That's
free bus pass for the political editor of BBC Scotland. I think I'm probably the only one in this panel who actually has a bus pass. But
so
of
what
course,
do you care?
It's Mary's job to say, well, here are the policies and here is what they're going to cost. I mean, the last time I looked at the figure for giving 22-year-olds and under free bus passes, it was touching £200 million. And of course, what we've had in the election campaign is a whole load of stuff about what they would like to do in policy terms, but they're rather less forthcoming on where they're going to find the money to pay for this, given that if the trajectory of spending as it currently is goes all the way to 29-30, every economist is saying you're going to be looking at a deficit of £5 billion.
That should have
been the fault line of the entire campaign. How are you going to make sure that financial Armageddon doesn't take place? What tax to spend policies are you going to have in the next Parliament to ensure that you don't get to that? But that would involve politicians being honest with the public.
Get rid of the council tax and bring in the land value tax.
Being honest about the limits about what they can promise, and they never do that in elections.
Pressure them for energy policy so we can create our own Scottish grid.
Very, very happy green activists and politicians in Glasgow, haven't we? Let's go to Gary Robertson now, who's got, I think, their campaign manager with them. Have you, Gary?
Yes, we've got a Green councillor with us, Shona McIntosh, an East Lothian councillor, and also Gordon McKee, Labour MP. Shona, you had a big smile on your face when you were watching those colleagues of yours at the various counts. How are you feeling at the moment?
I'm feeling really hopeful, yeah. There's a really great mood across the Greens, across Scotland. I think we know that we've put on a really positive campaign. We've shown voters around Scotland that we can offer different policies, that we can offer hope, and that they can vote for that to reject the divisive kind of policy.
Sweet. Rejoice, comrades. It is the Jack Mellor. Hi. Good afternoon. How are you? They get 3 councillors in Biker. Nice one. I will hold off from making any PJ and Duncan fucking references.
In Fife, I'm hearing really positive things. So.
Well, you're talking about the policies there.
Yeah.
Let's just pick up on what Bernard was mentioning, the fact that it's all very well having this wish list of policies, but have you really been clear?
Fucking hell, Labour are down 282 councillors.
We've got a lot of
down in England
in our manifesto, actually, and that's been singled out, as a strength of our manifesto. We've got a lot of ideas of different ways that
Is West Sussex being called Jet Jack? I'm no liking those results from south of the border. There's a reason I call him Man Frog in his band of merry fucking lunatics.
What balance of those things we might be able to put forward. We're really focused on our big priorities, which are expanding the free childcare to children.
So that's top of the list.
Yeah, that one, and the free bus travel for everybody, and big investments in climate change mitigation measures that will also help with the cost of living.
You must be hoping that John Swinney doesn't achieve his aim of getting a majority, because if he does, he won't need to listen to you.
Well, I think whether
Back in 2 minutes, I'm going to get my food.
We're supporting a government in whatever format that would take, we will be really clear and focused on trying to deliver as many
Fallowfield and Burnage
as possible. And I think a lot of SNP voters and politicians realise that a lot of those policies are really exciting ones that we should be pursuing. So I hope that we can get as many of those great ideas from the manifesto delivered in the next Parliament.
Oh God, the drip on that man.
Is it the opposite end of the emotional scale for Labour activists, Gordon?
Well, we don't have any results yet apart from in Orkney, and that's obviously not a constituency.
We'll see what's happened in England, of course, as well, which is not big.
Who is this child?
We're not expecting ever to win in Orkney, so we'll see what happens throughout the day in Scotland. But yes, overnight the results in England are disappointing, and there are a lot of councillor colleagues in England who work very hard for their communities who have not been re-elected or candidates who've not been elected.
Oh, that would have been dangerous.
And that is disappointing. There's no question about that. And for me, let's see what happens throughout the day. But it's important that we hear the electorate and we listen to them. The electorate are never wrong in politics in a democracy. And so we've got to reflect on the results overnight, and then we'll see what happens today.
Yeah, well, indeed. We've got more listening to do because still a lot of results to come. So for the moment, thank you very much. We'll talk again a little later. Let's head back to Martin.
Gary, thank you very much indeed. I think we can go to Kirkwall, can we? Where Liam MacArthur is waiting to speak to us. Liam MacArthur, congratulations, your first home. We know now who at least one of the new MSPs will be at Holyrood. I wonder if you can hear. Can you hear me, Liam MacArthur? No, he can't. We will be back with him as soon as he can hear us. One line struck me from our colleagues downstairs. The electorate are never wrong, Bernard. That is the ultimate truth here, isn't it?
Yes, I think it was one American senator who said, the voters have spoken. And I can't say it, but there was an SNP candidate, Oliver Brown, a big individual in Scottish nationalism, who got a derisory vote. And he said, at the beginning of this election campaign, I had as my objective getting the votes of every intelligent member of the electorate, and I'm happy to report I've had a 100% success rate. So they're never wrong, no.
Mary, let me just come back to what Bernard was talking about earlier on. This kind of black hole, this economic black hole that whoever forms the next government is going to have to face. £5 billion is the gap between what the SNP say they want to do and the money available to do all of that stuff. And you were saying you've been trawling through the manifestos and analysing all of them. Nobody's really addressing that, are they?
Nobody's taking it head on at all. And while even the parties who say they have a fully costed manifesto and have published costings alongside it, the Lib Dems, for example, have done that, are saying we want to do all of these extra things and this is how we'll pay for them. But nobody's addressing the fact that the current spending is not sustainable. And we need to significantly change maybe the size and shape of the public sector to allow us to, to be within the envelope that we have available to us in Scotland.
Yeah. Glenn, should we be surprised that manifestos have changed, haven't they? The Reform were first out the blocks in this campaign, and they were talking about, they had about a 20-page manifesto and it wasn't costing. It's manifesto, schmanifesto. I mean, it's a kind of vibes exercise, this. This is broadly what we would do if we got the chance. Who cares about costing? Things change anyway, and your plans all get ripped up, so what's the point? This is not where politics was 20 years ago, is it?
No, and I think it's fair to say that Reform UK...
I've always said so. It's like he's of the same position as me. Manifestos are the greatest work of fiction ever written. A close second behind bus timetables. Feel free to read a manifesto if you want to. I read all of them again for my sins. Do I believe half of that? No, I don't believe any of Reform's. A little bit of Labour's, like 5% of Labour's manifesto. I don't believe any of the Reform's. Their economic plan has already been rubbished by nearly every major economic institution here in the UK. Especially the Scottish one. So yeah, believe a manifesto if you wish. I don't.
Money, £2 bus passes, expansion of free childcare was not affordable in the way that Mary Spouge and others have suggested. But, his response to that is, well, we'll keep balancing the budget and we will trim by reducing the number of public service workers in Scotland and also, more vaguely, more fuzzily, by trying to pursue more preventative measures in public services to try and reduce the cost further down the line of problems in health and other areas.
Yeah, and let's be fair, it would be a surprise if public sector cuts was a big headline at the front of a manifesto, wouldn't it? Right, let's go back to Kirkwall, because I think Liam MacArthur is there and can hear us. Liam MacArthur, many congratulations, you are first home.
Thank you very much indeed. There's an added satisfaction to that last part.
Yeah, well, listen, it's a heck of a result as well. I mean, you're first home with 70% of the vote. The analysis here in the studio is you got your vote out and the others didn't. Would that be fair?
That would seem to be what the figures suggest. I mean, I've been very active over the last 6 weeks as part of the campaign, but I think as an incumbent, you win or lose elections by and large between what you do between elections, not just in the election campaign itself. So, yeah, I've enjoyed the last 6 weeks. It's been tiring, but I've had an opportunity to visit all parts of a constituency that doesn't always make it easy to reach all parts. Met a lot of people, and the feedback was pretty positive from the get-go.
Well, it's been tiring and it's been fruitful. We spoke to your UK party leader, Sir Ed Davey, earlier on. He was very upbeat about the performance south of the border.
I love Lady Solid.
And so optimistic about the Lib Dems' performance north of the border. He's already booked himself on a flight to come up here this afternoon. What is your sense of how the Lib Dems might do across Scotland as a whole? What are you hearing?
Well, I think one of the disbenefits of being the first constituencies to declare is that there's not much of a picture that's built up at this point, but certainly the feedback I've had from my fellow Lib Dem candidates across the country over the last few weeks has been very positive in individual constituencies, but also on the regional list ballot. So I think there's every possibility we're going to see Scottish Liberal Democrat MSPs the length and breadth of this country. That is, I think, very welcome. They will be, I think, an influential voice within the next Parliament, which, as we know, with so many MSPs standing down, is going to be very different in its personnel and its political makeup.
And to what level of influence do you think? I mean, it depends how the numbers shake down, but if the SNP come home as the largest party, but without a majority, if they're able to look to you to form a majority in the Scottish Parliament rather than the Greens, do you think your party should be on hand and willing to help John Swinney?
Well, I think I'd have reservations about any form of coalition. I think Alex Cole-Hamilton has made clear his reservations about such an arrangement. But I think what we have demonstrated
you can still
in recent
help
times
them get budgets passed, though, can't you?
Yeah, and I think that's what we've sought to do, where there's common ground, where there's a willingness on the part of the government to acknowledge and prioritise some of the issues that Scottish Liberal Democrats wish to prioritise, then we're willing to engage constructively and see where that agreement can take us. I've certainly seen the benefit of that at a local level in terms of securing funding to allow for the procurement of much needed new vessels for the internal ferry fleet. But in a sense, I think what
yes, go on Manchester.
It looks set to be very different from that.
So this is Liam MacArthur. Well done, Liam. Not really surprised you won. Gordon and Abby Hay. Asfrin Trust. We'll need to ask Asfrin Trust. Because I'm sure... Oh.
Sources podcast sat next to Jeff Aberdeen. Thanks very much, gentlemen. Paul, I want to come to you first. We know that Labour have had a really, really tough night in England. The Prime Minister saying he's not going to walk away. But what are you hearing about the party's fortunes north of the border?
Well, to be fair to Anna...
Not going to... That's not within your control, Keir. Someone might call a vote of no confidence in you. Just saying. And at that point, it's entirely within the parliamentary process. Hanu Candlett is Norwich. We could ask her. Oh! Bring it.
For each candidate is as follows. Heather Anderson, Scottish National Party, 12,722. Abby Brooks, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 881. Daniel Coleman, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,980. Arthur Keith, Reform UK, 3,315. Michael Mara, Scottish Labour Party, 6,365.
Yes, we've got Heather back.
Jim McFarlane, Scottish Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 649.
Oh.
Rejected ballot papers, want of an official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 11. Writing on mark by which voter can be identified, 1. Unmarked or void for uncertainty, 98. That gives a total rejected ballots of 110. The electorate turnout was 46.4%. The valid votes was 25,912. Rejected votes 110, which gives a total
S&P hold Dundee City West. No surprise. S&P strong.
110 spoilt papers. I therefore declare that Heather Anderson, Scottish National Party, is duly elected to serve as the constituency member of the Scottish Parliament for Dundee City West.
Heather Anderson there, the SNP's first MSP home. She's been a politician before, Heather Anderson, for 4 days. She was elected as an MEP back in 2020. Well, she's got 5 years at Holyrood ahead of her now, and she's got a majority of 6,357 to take her there, on a turnout, though, of just 46%. The notional majority in Dundee City West for the SNP was more than 40%. Let's have a look at the share of the vote, and we'll see what that's looking like now. 49% of the votes went to Heather Anderson of the SNP, 25% to Labour, 13% of the votes in Dundee City West to Reform, 8% to the Lib Dems and 3 each.
Oh, the Tories lost their deposit again. I don't know why they keep on running in Dundee at all.
How that changes.
Dundee doesn't vote for Tories.
Coming home with a significant, a massive majority, the SNP have lost 13% of their vote. Labour have put on 3%. Reform, remember these...
Yeah, this is the first time running, blah, blah, blah. Right, Lib Dems gained 4%, what the fuck? I don't like that. There's so 13%, that's a straight, I'm just doing that as a straight swap. What are former SNP voters doing voting for Reform? Dundee, what the fuck is happening up there? Yeah, the Dundee's a SNP stronghold. Just like the Northern Isles and the Highland of Shires are Lib Dem stronghold. There's places that none of the parties will ever fucking penetrate. Yeah, I'm not liking it. I get why they're doing it. Yeah, the first time they ran, blah, blah, blah. I'm more worried about the percentage that vote for them. I don't like the fact that 13%, I'm just doing it as a straight swap. So former SNP are voting for Reform. That seems
like Glasgow,
problematic to say the least.
In that contest. So the SNP remaining strong here, a new member of the Scottish Parliament in Heather Anderson, although she's had that brief experience in Brussels and as a councillor as well in the Scottish borders. But a big opportunity for her now at Holyrood.
Right, listen, Rebecca was in full flow with Paul Sinclair when we rudely interrupted her to get to that declaration. Rebecca, pick it up.
Thanks very much, Martin. Yes, you were cruelly interrupted, Paul. You were busy telling us about Labour potentially getting pumped, is that right?
I believe that's great.
Please continue.
It looks like in some seats, like in Glasgow, that used to be sort of a Labour stronghold. Even become not just behind the SNP, but behind Reform, which is a bit of a disaster from what we thought. But we've had a campaign, to be perfectly honest, where we haven't done the intellectual heavy lifting. We haven't had policy. We haven't been able to try to persuade Scotland of what a Labour Scotland would look like. We've instead gone down the personality route, And we've basically had Anas Sabar flirting with the country in the hope that we fall in love with him. And it would appear that what we're seeing today is a hell of a knockback.
So do you think his strategy's been wrong? I mean, obviously he tried to distance himself from the Prime Minister, calling for him to resign. Was he right to do that? I mean,
I don't think so. I don't think one Labour leader calls for another Labour leader to go. And from what I hear from Labour focus groups and what I heard on the doorstep when I was there, people saw it as too tricksy, too disloyal.
Come on, Paul, you know that.
Because only, for 18 months before that, he'd been saying vote for him because he was so close to Starmer, because it would make it a seamless relationship. In fact, there are even pictures of him with his arms around Peter Mandelson in Washington. He's distanced himself from that. I think it was what they needed to do, and I think from way out, is have a different Scottish Labour offer.
Tom!
I mean, if you look at, for example,
I'll do my start. Rejoice comrades, Edward Sexby and Tom Isaacs are in the chat. Hello, you pair of fucking legends. So, no surprise, Lib Dems held Orkney. Dundee held, SNP held Dundee. So, yeah. Anna Sarwar is hopefully going to be crying at some point. And people, former Tory voters, I'm more worried about what happened in Dundee City West. So the SNP vote went down by 13%, and it looks like it got hoovered up by fucking Reform. Dundee, what the actual fuck? Who in Dundee are voting for Reform? I said he has no intentions of going. Motherfucker, you don't get to decide who calls a leadership challenge, a vote of no confidence in you. That is totally out with your own hands. It's essentially in the hands of your fucking cabinet and your backbench. Now, some of them get scared if their areas up here in Scotland either go Reform or SNP take them, or God forbid, the Greens. They might just say, shit, we have to get rid of them for their own self-interest, just like Anna's done, calling for him to resign. It is pretty concerning, isn't it, Edward? Fuck. What kind of voters in Dundee vote for Reform? That's terrifying to me. I can see parts of Glasgow voting Reform, don't get me wrong, there's parts of Glasgow that vote Tory. Posh parts, and they've been targeting lots of working class areas, and like deprived, deeply deprived, underfunded for decades at this point areas. Held it yesterday evening on the phone to the Electoral Commission. Oh, fuck that, Tom. That is bollocks. Oh, fucking, what's that? 1 o'clock. Good God, Bri, it's like 6 in the morning for you. You're right. Oh, I don't know why you might be up this early. Rejoice, comrades. Bri, your guy, in the chat. Lovely bass streamer who plays the Lies of P. Talks about disability. Bri is awesome. You have work. Don't knock yourself. I'm glad you're managing to steal back some of your time to see this mad Scottish woman. And clearly Dundee's been invaded by some English people. Apparently. It's mad. Don't get me wrong, there's the main home for the STV, their studios are in Dundee, so there is actually English people who work in Dundee, so it probably might be them. Lies of Pete is a ranger.
To get almost half the
this
vote
can't handle
in
it
any
though.
democratic contest people would recognise that's a major achievement. So congratulations to her, also congratulations to Liam MacArthur. All these candidates have been put through their paces, so we need to recognise them. I know you've had hours of punditry, but remember, it's those that put their neck on the block and who stand for election that we should give credit for, and congratulations to our first 2 MSPs.
Well, Christine Jordan, I presume you want to do the same for Liam MacArthur in Orkney from a Liberal Democrat perspective.
Absolutely.
Oh,
as Fiona said,
God, is she up here?
Knows what it's like, and to come through it and win, it's a huge.
Oh, fuck me. Oh, she's back up. The studios where you're seeing here with Gary MacArthur, Gary Robertson, and Martin Geisler. Technically, he keeps on saying to me, so Super Hubby keeps on saying to me, this building is walking distance from me. Is it fucking bollocks? So this is BBC Scotland, where they're based, literally right on the River Clyde. So back down that way, it's about 4 miles away from where I currently sit. What the fuck? Did they get the mayoralty in Hackney? Fucking awesome. Sweet. Oh yeah, I can see that happening, Fraser. You think because they went trot hunting and got rid of that faction? No, they're all backstabbing, duplicitous bastards, so yeah, it's going to be fun, isn't it? And Coates and Basic. Green Gain from oh, fucking bring it. Keep updating. Keep updating, would you, Jack? Thank you. On you go, Anne Coates and Basic. Well done.
Bring in Angela Ross here from Reform. That vote from Dundee showed, coming from nowhere, that you were polling reasonably well. Are you optimistic at this stage, especially given what we've seen down south overnight?
I mean, yes. I mean, down south overnight, we've seen an incredible turquoise wave sweeping through the councils, and that's very positive to see. I think we're early days so far in the count, so we're just hoping, keeping everything crossed for some of those key constituencies where we were polling kind of in second during all of those polls. So looking at those, maybe some Bamfordshire, up in the northeast Bamfordshire.
Right, 1 p.m. Air. So this is the BBC Scotland on their news app on my phone. It's in there. They published guideline times for when the counts might be announced. So according to the BBC, 1 p.m. Air. Coatbridge and Christon, which is northeast of here, just up a little bit, and the Heel and the Shire. We weren't meant to get the Orkney ones until 3 o'clock. Interesting. So they were basically 2.5 hours early. Well done, Orkney, for counting quickly. So the one that was meant to be getting announced at 12 p.m. was Airdrie, and they seem to be behind a bit.
Coming into this, because I'm fed up, as are many people.
So the big block is basically between 2 and 3 o'clock.
Squeezed, Gordon McKee, by not just Reform, but also the Greens. Have you been driving?
Rejoice, comrades, Fuzzmas, in the chat. It's looking quite good. Guess what, Fuzzmas? Orkney voted for a Lib Dem. Liam MacArthur has been returned, which is no fucking surprise. Dundee City West got held by the SNP because SNP stronghold. So yeah, we're doing well. The 2 main ones, well, technically 3, my own seat, but I don't think we need to worry about Ivan McKee. He should be fine. So the neighbouring constituency to the west of me, that way, which used to be part of my constituency, weird, it's a straight up fight between my colleague, my comrade, Iris Dwayne, and my former MSP, Bob Doris. Then the other big one is Glasgow South Side, where Holly Bruce is running for the Greens, and the SNP contingent there's Cacao Stewart. And obviously, I don't think I need to worry about the home city of Perth because their MSP is John Swinney. I'm sure John will get returned. I'm more curious to see how Murdo Fraser does because every fucking time he runs against John, Murdo, gear the fuck up. You're not going. Are you Ammon Valley, Fuzzbuzz? Yeah, you shouldn't have a problem. It should be SNP. Should be okay. For sake of security of Fuzzbuzz, I will not say they'll say what it is when Ammon Valley's count comes up, which isn't meant to be in the next hour, essentially.
The world is facing, that reform we're putting up, will actually lend itself to bringing about a better quality of life for the people in this country. I think they're going to be found wanting when they get to Holyrood in the numbers that it looks like they might be, as they've been found wanting in Kent and in other places where they've actually had administration. Okay, we'll have to wait to see what actually happens at the end of today, but I think people will be disappointed by the reform representatives that are about to get in Holyrood, and I very much hope that we're able to then make the case for a return to Conservatism.
Well, Angela's shaking her head. We'll come back to you and get some reaction a little later. We'll come back to all of you a little later, but in the meantime, let's head back to Martin.
Gary, thanks very much indeed. And you look to our panel up here on the 4th floor in Pacific Quay. We've subbed Glenn Campbell out and subbed Tom Hunter, Sir Tom Hunter, in his place. You've had plenty to say about this campaign as it's gone through this electoral process. You know, is it fair to say you've not been wholly impressed?
Rejoice, comrades. Redrust 308. I will say good afternoon from Scotland, but it's not afternoon for you, is it? It's the morning. Good morning, Redrust. That's from my fellow nerd. You know him. You love him. It's the morn. Yes, Labour is getting a bit slapped. Because obviously I'm more worried that Reform are taking, just hoovering up the Labour vote, especially down in England. They've been trying to get in here. Hopefully they will not get any constituencies. Fingers crossed. They'll get in on the list. Inverclyde to be a good one. So that's the. They always get Hunter. They always get them on. Yeah, no business bell end and stuff. Down in England, not up here, because we don't vote for fascists up in Scotland. And Manfrog and his band of merry fucking lunatics can stay the fuck away from my country, please.
They're words that you'd expect to see on a horror movie poster, not campaign literature. It's extraordinary. Dread, anxiety, fear, all of that. Here's John Swinney arriving with his wife Elizabeth at the Count in Perth. He is being applauded in. One wonders what he will be thinking, what he will have been hearing. The First Minister, very strong chance his party will come out of this, according to the polls, as the largest party in Scotland at the end of this. But the numbers are all important here. And that number 65 that he imposed upon himself and his own party is the threshold that it would take. 65 seats, a majority of the Scottish Parliament is what it would take to claim a mandate for an independence referendum. Let me turn to you quickly, Bernard, as we're looking at pictures of John Swinney. I mean, it's been made, the point's been made more than once today. He's engaged in 5 elections in Scotland as leader of the SNP. He hasn't won any yet.
Yeah, it's disgusting, isn't it, Tom? He's more diplomatic than that Fuzzmas, unfortunately. He probably says it in private. Oh, it's the ice rink! I was wondering where they were going to do it. So this is, I know where, well, obviously I know intimately where this fucking building is. It used to be in the Carnegie Sports Centre. Norwich, Greens versus Reform, albeit with some Labour holdouts. He should be fine, Fuzzmas. Should be. Yeah, I'll see if I can, did I hear another independence referendum with any fucking luck, but yeah. Oh, what's Tom Hunter saying?
I fully expect John Swinney to be the next First Minister of Scotland and form a minority government. I don't think that's any great shock to anybody in the panel or watching. What do I want? Well, I think what John Swinney and I agree with is we want Scotland to flourish. But then our views begin to diverse how we actually...
Lindsay Bewes can bring us whatever information she has. What have you got, Lindsay?
Martin, we've just been outside talking to Alex Cole-Hamilton, the leader of the Scottish Liberal Democrats, who was greeted by cheers from his supporters.
I don't know where the Edinburgh count's happening, so this will be like 8 or 9 different constituencies. It'll be mad in that place. Looks like it's in a sports centre. So the count here is happening at the Dona, or the Hydro, basically the main concert area. It's where they've done the COVID vaccination shots. It's where I went to get my shots and my boosters. Oh God, I've paused it again. Fuck.
He says that he thinks the party are doing very well across the country. They were targeting 10 people there, and it sounds like they may lose out there too.
There's definitely a fight between the Reform and Greens and South Shields. Fucking hell. Right, that one up in Perth, the skating that is basically used for curling mostly. Don't get me wrong, there's people you still get in to do skating and ice hockey and stuff that happens. There's not really up until about a week ago. I got really bad flu. Nice one, Edward. Nice one. I'm upset that you got the cold. Not good. Drink plenty of fluids. Take lockets. Take cough syrup. I don't know. I don't know if it's horrible or if it's like a head cold or a chesty cold. Use Neosporin, Benylin for chesty cough.
Story in Edinburgh Central. We'll keep a very close eye on that. But as discussed,
take pyretics, take paracetamol, take everything out. Yeah, eat a curry
from both the Greens
sweat it
and
out. Yeah.
Labour. Well, crikey, what a bad result that would be for Angus Robertson and the SNP. Look, we've got a handful of declarations in now. Let's hand to Laura Miller, who can bring us up to date with the latest news.
Thank you, Martin. Yes, we have had our first results in the Scottish Parliament election. In Dundee West, the SNP's Heather Anderson held the seat for the SNP. The Liberal Democrats, Liam MacArthur, held on to Orkney with a massive 60%.
5 in the morning.
And he believes his success can be replicated elsewhere.
Certainly the feedback I've had from my fellow
candidates
across the country over the last few weeks has been very positive in individual constituencies, but also on the regional list ballot. So I think there's every possibility we're going to see Scottish Liberal Democrat MSPs the length and breadth of this country. That is, I think, very welcome.
Well, elsewhere, the former Scottish Conservative leader Douglas Ross has conceded that his party is not going to hold on to second place at Holyrood. The Tories achieved 31 seats in 2021 to become the main opposition to the SNP, but Mr Ross is not expecting a repeat.
We're not going to remain the second biggest party. I think we've just got to see how the constituencies build up. And what I do think will be interesting is, did people support us on the constituency and felt freer to then vote for a different party on the list, or did the constituency votes, if they hold up, go across the peach ballot paper?
And coming up,
we are expecting
results from Shetland, the Western Isles and...
Calm down, boomers. What the fuck?
Now, let's have a look at how the council elections are unfolding in England. Counting began overnight south of the border.
God.
Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer says he's not going to walk away after early results show Reform picking up.
Bitch, it's not up to you.
Labour heartlands. Reform have so far gained 460 councillors, and Labour have lost almost more than 300, but there still is a way to go. Now, in Wales, many eyes are on the election to the Senedd, where a seismic day could be in store. The soon-to-be ex-Deputy First Minister has conceded defeat there, saying that Labour will not form the next administration for the first time since the start of devolution.
Bye, Baroness.
I think a lot of people have,
oh, no.
It seems to us,
Sir
to rally behind Plaid Cymru, who've very much pitched it as Plaid Cymru to stop reform. We've tried to put forward a very positive manifesto. I think it's been a good manifesto, it really has. And we've tried to argue policies and also the next chapter for Wales. But if it hasn't cut through to the people of Wales, we're not going to be in that position then to actually form the next government.
Right, we have been bringing you seats to watch here in Scotland. Here is another interesting one. Inverness and Nairn is just one of 3 constituencies being contested at this election, which has been held by the same MSP since the Scottish Parliament returned in 1999. In this case, Fergus Ewing. Previously, he was elected for the SNP. Indeed, he's part of a political dynasty, with his mother, wife and sister all being elected as SNP parliamentarians. However, he left the SNP last year after he announced he'd stand as an independent.
Please be Winnie. You've also got Annabelle. I can't remember the fucking order. Give me a minute. Yes, Fergus Ewing needs to fuck off. I like Emma. I really do. Go, be gone, Fergus. You've just spat on the face of your mother, as far as I'm concerned. Excuse me. Ah. 10th of July, 1920. What the fucking... She's only a day older than my fucking granny. Well, she's dead. So that's my dad's mum. Oh, Winnie, Winnie, Winnie. Yep. Oh God, she lost Stuart in 2003. So yeah. Yeah. Winnie was his mother. Oh God, account. Give me a minute.
The election in the Aberdeen Central constituency hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate in the election was as follows. Chu Turvey EP, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,563. Ling Jenny, Scottish Labour Party, 5,002. Middleton Jack, Scottish National Party, 11,907. 11,974. White Stewart, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 3,688. Wiley James, Reform UK, 3,936. Total valid votes, 27,163. The total number of rejected votes was 165. The reason for rejection was as follows. Lack of official mark, 0. Voting for more than one candidate, 16. Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, 0. And unmarked or void for uncertainty, 149, giving a total rejected votes of 165. The following candidate is duly elected to serve as a member of the Scottish Parliament for the Aberdeen Central constituency, Middleton Jack, Scottish National Party.
Right, that was Aberdeen Central. Lerwick, is there
Wales and Gateshead, what the fuck? It's happening in the northeast.
So, for the Scottish Parliament election
Shetland
2026, I, Jan Risa, constituency returning officer for Shetland Islands constituency, declare that the total number of votes cast across the constituency was 11,535. The percentage turnout was 64.16%. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 51. The total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Alex Armitage, Scottish Green Party, 949 votes.
No.
Douglas Barnett, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 137 votes. Vic Curry, Reform UK, 725 votes. John Erskine, Scottish Labour Party, 169 votes. Hannah Mary Goodlad, Scottish National Party, SNP, 5,453 votes.
Yes!
Emma MacDonald, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 3,936 votes. Brian Nugent, Alliance to Liberate Scotland and Sovereignty, 65 votes. And Peter Tate, Independent, 50 votes. And so I declare that Hannah Mary Goodlad has been duly elected as member of the Scottish Parliament for the Shetland Islands constituency.
Well, we said Shetland might be tight. It wasn't. It wasn't. Hannah Goodlad of the SNP has romped home with a majority of 1,500 there and taken the seat from the Liberal Democrats. That Shetland was considered a safe seat down through the years for the Lib Dems. They have just lost it. Let's have a quick look at the vote share there.
Happy days indeed. Happy days.
Yes, we can. 47% to 34%. 47% of the votes cast for the SNP, 34% to the Lib Dems, the Greens on 8, Reform on 6, and Labour and the Tories each on 1. But let's have a look at the change from 5 years ago. The change from 2021. There's the story. The SNP up 6%, and the Liberal Democrats have lost 14% of their vote. The Greens up 8, Reform up 6 because they got 6% of the vote and they didn't stand last time, and the Labour and the Tories both down. I think we can have a look at swing because the boundaries have changed. So actually there is purpose in looking at swing. There we go, a 10% swing from the Liberal Democrats away from the Liberal Democrats.
Jack was going to be fine.
That is what has returned Hannah Mary Goodlad to Holyrood as the SNP MSP for Shetland. We haven't been able to say that before. Ailsa.
Yeah, I mean, Shetland was one of 7 that have been held by the same party all the way through. So this election, there will be no more than 6. I mean, I think it's worth looking at the total number of votes. The number of votes that the SNP won in this election would not have been enough for them to take the seat last time round. But also, if you look at the Lib Dem share, which has obviously been badly damaged, if you take the Lib Dem share and add to that the total number of votes earned by Labour and Reform and Conservatives, you still would not have touched the SNP total there. So seeing sizable swings and things that are wildly out of kilter with what we're seeing in the national polls. But obviously we know that the 3 protected constituencies are usually atypical in terms of national.
Yeah. Yeah, you're going to get some sleep. What the fuck? And it's a majority of 9,000? Nice one, Zoe. I thought I assumed you meant Zoe Gunn, but fucking get in there.
Now, this all assumes that you take the trend and you apply it to all of the constituencies. Already in the first 4 results, we can see wild
Bernard, I'm going to interrupt. Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley declaring now.
Here we go.
Hereby declare the total number of votes cast for each candidate in the said election was as follows. James Adams, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 2780. Alan Brown, Scottish National Party, SNP, 11919. Michael Gregory, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1169. Ewan McPhee, Scottish Labour Party, 7458. Gary Campbell-MacLeay, Alliance to Liberate Scotland for Independence 407. Anne Miller, Reform UK 5441. There were 106 rejected votes. And the said Alan Brown has been duly elected to serve as a member of the Scottish Parliament for the Kilmarnock and
Alan Brown, Alan Brown was safe. Don't worry about
I would
that.
now invite Alan to come up and say a few words.
Hello, Alan.
So there we are. Alan Brown was an MP, the SNP MP for Kilmarnock and Loudoun from 2015 until 2024. He is now the SNP MSP for Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley. And he has a majority, the numbers aren't up there to help me, but of what, 4,500, something like that, yeah. So, yeah, convincing win.
Yeah, about 4,500.
The SNP in Kilmarnock and Loudoun Valley there, the figures. An SNP hold 4,461 is Alan Brown's
50% turnout,
majority, 50% turnout. Let's have a look at the vote share, shall we? I wonder if we can see that. Yeah, we can. 41% of the votes cast for the SNP, 26% for Labour, 19% of the votes in Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley went to Reform, and 10% went to the Tories. But often the story is in how that vote has changed since 2021. Cool. The SNP holding that constituency despite dropping 13% of their vote. Labour marginally up. That 19% for Reform, of course, is their whole vote because they didn't stand last time, and the Tories are down 11%. So Reform clearly taking votes from the Conservatives. But the SNP, despite a double-digit drop, have held Kilmarnock and Irvine Valley. Ailsa.
Yeah, I mean, not a surprise that they held the seat. It was the sixth safest seat for the SNP in 2021. I think what's interesting looking at these is the scale of the change. You know, thousands of voters departing from the Conservatives and the SNP. But also, if you look at the swings in this, they actually are fairly similar to what the national polls have been telling us. This is the best showing for Reform we've had so far, with 18.7%. So it
nearly an
could be
8% swing to Labour from the
national
SNP.
Trend of SNP support
That's
being down
Kilmarnock.
consistently in the 12, 13 point mark. We're going to see wild swings and variations in terms of Reform's performance, doing significantly better in some areas, but not as well in others.
Yeah,
I mean, I think that point is really worth emphasising. I mean, last time around, the SNP were on 48% of the popular vote. The polls were all saying mid-30s. Orkney, SNP vote down 13%. Dundee West, SNP vote down 13%. Kilmarnock, SNP vote down 13%. Aberdeen Central just 1%. And actually, they put on 5.6% in Sheffield.
Are you liking some of the shift from Labour to Green, like the percentages, the swing going from Labour to the Greens? Coming in third and taking it, that's quite good. Well done, whoever the Green is in Graves Park in Sheffield. I knew that parts of Yorkshire were target for Reform. Well, well done. Well done. It is kind of terrifying, just a little bit, Riza. I knew certain areas. Oh God, Dougie. Piss off, dross. Yeah, we didn't need to hear what Douglas is saying. No. You're irrelevant. Fuck off. Yeah, it's kind of concerning, isn't it?
We saw the First Minister John Swinney arrive at the count in Perth. He was applauded in by his supporters. David Henderson is at the count centre. David, any sense of the mood there?
Oh.
We are having a problem with getting to some of these count centres. I think we're going to try and get that line re-established. But Phil Sim, as promised, has been looking at turnout. Phil, what have you been thinking?
I mean, it's interesting. So if you look across the board at turnout, we are seeing broadly down 9 or 10 points across the country. But it's not uniform. In some places, it's been far healthier. And if you think about some of the reasons why people don't turn out to vote, sometimes it's...
Yeah, anyone who supports independence then goes and votes for an English imperialist party. There's something going on in their heads. Kind of worried. I don't know the level of dissatisfaction that people have been going through. You know, like with the whole crisis within the party, within the SNP itself is. So what I'm hoping to happen if people are pissed off with the SNP, either because of the scandals and stuff within the party and shit like that. The record actually being in power, mostly decent, don't get me wrong. There are lots of good things happened under the SNP over the last 5 years. People might be saying, oh, they're all just the fucking same. What I'm hoping is a lot of who are pro-indie, and where they can, shift over to the Greens. Like Iris, Holly, do the list. Oh, they're back up in Perth.
Last people here know that there's an end in sight. The victory line is in sight. John Swinney was looking pretty cheery when he arrived. He was cheered by supporters. And no doubt in the next hour or so we'll find out how he's got on in his constituency. Perthshire North, fascinating contest, that one, because for all these years, John Swinney has represented that area in its various forms. All these times, the last 6 times in a row, he has contested that seat with Murdo Fraser of the Conservatives. Every time John Swinney has won it. It was a rather nice scene because the two of them did greet each other very warmly. They know each other, of course, very well from the Scottish Parliament over all these years, but it was nice to see that almost camaraderie between the two of them, despite the fact that they are on opposite sides in this debate. Murdo Fraser would love to make this 7th time lucky. The difficulty, of course, for him, as elsewhere, is the present.
For the sake of your own fucking dignity, Murdo, get the fuck up. Every time, without fucking fail, he tries to unseat John. Right, fair enough, they might be colleagues and stuff, and he's still a Tory. Murdo, be gone. Just give up, man. Just put me at the top of the fucking list. The people of Perth are not going to fucking vote for you. Get up.
To the Scottish Parliament on the list, but John Swinney, if things go as they appear to be, will be back as the Perthshire North MSP confirmed within the next hour or so.
All right, David, we'll be back to you as and when that happens. That phenomenon, exactly what you were pointing out earlier on, Bernard, isn't it? Just reform, add the reform vote to the next nearest pro-union party, and you see how they might have done had reform not been there.
Yeah, yes, I mean, we'll wait and see where we are by the end of the night. I mean, it's interesting what Douglas is saying about Banffshire and Buchan Coast. If they were going to get one constituency, it was probably that constituency. But of course, if you do well in the constituency but not well enough to win, and that share is replicated on the list, you are compensated. And one of the interesting things about the intelligence that we're getting from the Glasgow count, and that this may well be the case with the Edinburgh count as well, we were just assuming that the SNP would have a clean sweep of constituencies in Glasgow. If they lose one or if they lose two, they may well be compensated on the list, just the way the system works. It's almost as if there are two results programmes. We sit through the first past the post element, where we seem to be here for hours and hours and hours, and not a lot's happening.
It's not my fault.
Then all these list result comes in, and all of a sudden, like the Eurovision Song Contest. I don't know if you're a fan of Eurovision, but you sit there for 2 hours of results, and then all the other jury votes comes in, and then you think, why were we?
Apparently, Fuzmas.
Well, yeah, but that's the drama, Douglas, isn't it?
It is, and well, I hope people are sitting through this, or we're all wasting our time. Just on John Swinney's count, numbers are really important in the Swinney household today because John Swinney invited all the retiring MSPs to Butte House, and I was having a discussion about family, and his son Matthew has got his National 5 maths exam today, so he'll be thinking about his dad's count in Perth and his own counting. Look, it's going to be very interesting as we see, as Bernard says, the constituencies are a bit more predictable, but there will be some anomalies in there. Actually, the lists will be predictable to an extent. Those final couple of seats on each list, though, will be to the very last moment unpredictable. It could come into 100 votes here or there.
John Swinney's not shy of telling people that his son Matthew is a fierce critic of what he does, or certainly gives him an unvarnished analysis of his performance. He came in to record a podcast, one of the Scottcast podcasts, with me, one of the big leader interviews, and Matthew and Liz, his wife, came in with him, and we took a little break, and Matthew's head popped through the curtains that we got in the podcast studio halfway through. He just said, "Dad, I need a word. He said, "What is it?" He just said, "Keep your answers shorter." so young Matthew Swinney, who's sitting in that 5 maths, is it's not the last you've heard of that name, I suspect.
Who'd have thunk it? A millennial? No, it won't be a millennial. It'll be a Zoomer, won't it? His son will be a Zoomer. A lot of the older Gen Xers, my super hubby included, he keeps his answers short when he's sober, but when he gets drunk, don't get it wrong, what he mostly says, decent. God, the man's a fucking contrarian. He says decent things, he says downright dog shit things, but we are fallible, we are human after all. When can a politician ever keep their answer short?
Out with Reform in second and Labour in third, so that would be quite a significant result. And I think we're now starting to see, as Bernard was talking about before, the variances of the Reform vote in different parts of the country. But that could have big impact when we come to the list vote, as he was discussing earlier on as well.
Yeah, I'll bring you in there, Andy. How important is the list vote going to be?
Well, I think there are things that we are starting to know. It's quite good to get Orkney and Shetland out of the way because they're outliers in a sense of telling us what's going to happen. And the Shetland result is a massive result for Hannah Mary Goodlad. It's a huge result for the SNP, and John Swinney spent a lot of time there in the campaign. But actually, it's a very localised result. It doesn't really tell us anything about what's going on in the rest of the country. But these seats that are now starting to come in on the mainland are telling us quite a lot. So I think we know already that Reform are doing what pretty much we thought they were going to do, which is making it easier for the SNP to win constituencies. So in seats where the SNP might have been...
I'm going to have to interrupt you. We're going to declaration in Dundee
East. Dundee City East constituency give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate is Tanveer Ahmad, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,086. Peter Ashby, Workers' Party of Britain, 209.
What did they run in the
Cruikshank, Scottish Labour Party and Cooperative Party, 4,792. Jack Cruikshank's Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 1,999.
I can see why, but...
Stephen Gethin's Scottish National Party, 12,969.
Yes!
Donald MacLeod, Scottish Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 361.
Holy fuck, that's an 8,000 majority!
4,135. The total rejected ballots were 138. These were made up of want of an official mark, 0, voting for more than one candidate, 13, writing or mark by which the voter can be identified, 0, unmarked or void for
That's
uncertainty,
mad! An 8,000 majority, fucking hell!
The electorate turnout was 46.7%. The valid votes were 26,551, rejected 138, which gives a total verified votes of 26,686. 689. I therefore declare that Stephen Gethin's Scottish National Party is duly elected to serve as the constituency member of the Scottish Parliament for Dundee City East.
So, the return of Stephen Gethins as the SNP hold Dundee.
Okay, right. The reason for the reform were in parts of that. So Dundee City East, the boundaries for this one. Hope work goes well, Bri. Stay hydrated. Self-care is good care. No work. Don't know. Take your meds if you need to take any. Stay based. Steal back some of your time from the capitalist class. Hope things go well at work, Bri. I will catch you later. Say goodbye to the lovely otter. That's a stonking majority, and that's only on 47% turnout. What the actual fuck? Well done, Stephen. Well done.
Who's a friend and has been an outstanding parliamentarian for this city. I truly have big shoes to fill. But so delighted I'll be joining with Heather as well, Heather Anderson, my fantastic friend and colleague. Colleagues, my family came to this city as immigrants over 100 years ago. This city, like this country, are at their best when we're outward looking, when we're diverse, and when we're inclusive. And I look forward.
So, Stephen Gethins, returning to politics. He started his career as a special advisor. Well, actually, he started his career working for NGOs in the Balkans. He is a foreign affairs specialist, a huge passion for foreign affairs. Moved into the SNP and became a special advisor. I think, to both Alex Salmond and Nicola Sturgeon. And then, of course, was an MP. The MP for Arbroath and Broughty Ferry between 2015, 2019? Yeah. Something like that. Right. Anyway, whatever. That's all in the past.
No, he was North East Fife, and then he lost to Wendy Alexander, and then he got in.
That's right.
So he was out between 17 and 19.
There we are. Thank you very much indeed for that question. Who cares about any of that? That's all in the past. The future for Stephen Gethins is the MSP for Dundee City East for the next 5 years at least. And there are the numbers. What a majority to be swept home on. 8,177, but the turnout just 47%. Maybe that lends credence to exactly what Phil Sim was talking about earlier on. If you're in a marginal seat, you're likely to turn out and vote. If you're in a safe seat, perhaps less likely. Let's have a look at the vote share, shall we? Stephen Gethins taking almost 50% of the votes cast in Dundee East. 49% to him, 18% to Labour, 16% to Reform. How does that change from last time round, from 2021? Well, there you go. All those votes for Stephen Gethins, but still 10% down on last time. Labour almost exactly the same. Reform up 16% because they didn't stand before. The Tories down 10%. Ailsa, pattern emerging, double-digit drop by the SNP, but still a convincing win.
Yes, I mean, the one pattern that seems to be people.
Yeah, that was a fucking daft thing to say. What the hell? You was an MP, for fuck's sake. You actually done quite well. You might notice that, so there's lots of ones who lost their seats two years ago, obviously, because you have to vote for Labour to get rid of the Tories. Up here. No, you fucking don't. So a lot of the SNP contingent that were down in Westminster, they've all been moved back up, and there's been enough time to get them back into, well, obviously they're representing the areas, and they've just been slotted into the somewhat equivalent of what their Westminster constituency was up into Holyrood. So a lot of them have moved back home, essentially. And lots of them will get voted back in, but this time in Holyrood. He was an MP, Martin, what the fuck? Oh.
Still a lot of grey on it, but at least we're off the mark, starting to fill in a few seats. And we'll spend quite a lot today looking at that map, but we've also got another version of it that we call the hex map, which is quite handy because what it does is it makes every single constituency in Scotland the same size. It distorts the geography a bit, but it's good for getting the overall picture. The outline of each hexagon is who held the seat in 2021. So as you can see, we're starting to fill it in, not quite there yet. We're going to look at a few interesting seats right now. Some have come in, some have not. We're going to start in Edinburgh Central, where we're hearing that the Scottish Greens are feeling increasingly confident about winning their first ever constituency.
Go on, Lorna!
Big deal. That would be the former co-leader of the party, Lorna Slater, unseating Angus Robertson, SNP sitting cabinet minister, and it would in all likelihood mean he'd be leaving Holyrood because he's quite low down on the regional list for the party. Now we're going to go to a seat that has declared probably the most interesting result we've had so far, and I'm going to head to the extreme north. I've got to go so far. I'm going to be in the Holyrood chamber to talk about this. Talk about Shetland, because Shetland has been Lib Dem since devolution in 1999. We often take it as a given it will vote for the Lib Dems, but that trend has been bucked. The SNP have taken it quite convincingly, actually, with their candidate, Hannah Mary Goodlad, and we can have a look at the change in share of the vote. You can see the SNP up quite a bit, the Lib Dems really down.
Oh,
Greens and Reform
fucking hell, that's
fairly
a kick to the teeth for Lib Dems.
Country. Shetland's not your typical seat, but definitely probably the most interesting result we've had so far.
Well done, Hannah Murray.
Reform UK there. What about Reform UK? They're the big unknown, I suppose, in this election, and we are supposing that a lot of their seats, if they ultimately do get them, will come via the regional list. But here in Bamshire and Buchan Coast, probably their best shot at winning a constituency. Karen Adam for the SNP has a majority of fewer than 800 votes. It's the one that Reform think if they could win any constituency, it could be here. Conrad
Manchester
Conservatives
being based
are a factor there to watch out for, but really potentially interesting one, and the best shot that Reform UK probably have of winning a constituency in this election. Look, there's still a lot of grey on this map. There's a lot of seats to still fill in. So Martin, if you want to come back to me at some point later in the programme, hopefully we'll have a bit more colour in this map. Hopefully we'll have a few more interesting seats to talk about, because it does look like we could be in for a few quite interesting results in the constituencies in this Scottish election.
Yeah, if we don't have more results by the next time we come back to you, we're going to be in a bit of trouble. You'll have nothing to talk about and we'll be running out. David Wallace-Lockhart, thank you. Much more from him. But let's hear what Gary Robertson and his guests have to talk about.
Yeah, quite a lot to react to on those declarations that we've had already. Fiona Hislop from the SNP, big smile on your face because you've taken, or at least you've held on to Kilmarnock, Aberdeen Central, Dundee East, and taken Shetland as well, which is quite a big turn-up.
So we've got an SNP gain, we've got the SNP winning and winning well. And if you look at those percentages in any other country, any other European country, votes over 40% would be well considered, and after 19 years of government. So this is a vote of confidence in John Swinney and the SNP government. And a big shout out to Hannah Mary Goodlad. She ran a great campaign. She'll be a really good asset. And when you see the hinterland and the background that people are bringing into this parliament, there'll be strong MSPs taking the country forward. And I think it demonstrates that the SNP is a party that has run a positive campaign, has ideas for the future, has ambition for the future, and the rest of the parties are squabbling about how they stop us. But I think people want hope and they want a future, and I think the SNP tonight is winning and winning well. And I think people need to reflect, and the BBC in your coverage, that when we're winning, and we're winning well with 40% of the vote and plus in some of these seats, that should be recognised.
Absolutely, and that's why we're talking about it. Indeed, Andrew Bowie, do we need to recognise the fact that after 19 years in power, the SNP is doing well in those seats that they've held?
It's this odious wee oi.
We have to recognise success where it's warranted, and congratulate the SNP for so far having a very good day. Keep saying night, but it's today. Today.
Old habits.
We can't extrapolate too much from the results as they are right now. We've got nearly all of Scotland still to declare. They're still counting in most parts of the country, so we don't want to get too drawn into predictions based on a small sample. But as it is right now, the SNP are having a very good day.
But Shona McIntosh from the Greens, you are hopeful of perhaps taking some of those SNP seats. Certainly in Glasgow there's optimism, and as we've been hearing there, Edinburgh Central too, the seat that was held until this election by Angus Robertson.
Yeah, absolutely. We're very excited. I think we're really looking at expecting to get a record haul of MSPs and certainly some of them to come from constituencies, which we've obviously never won before. So I think it's part of the green wave that is rising across the country.
If we look at Edinburgh Central, Fiona Hislop, I mean, if things go the way that we're hearing, then that potentially be a difficult one for the SNP.
Well, we're seeing across the country the SNP winning and winning well, but we also know that the SNP have fought a national campaign.
Not many people remember that one, Jack.
You have to contest all those seats. We've got good experienced people coming through and winning seats. But obviously, we'll be looking very, very closely to see what happens in the cities. It's where Reform will perform, I think, more poorly, but also where the Greens are performing well. But I think if you look at the Holyrood, it's now been going for 27 years. I stood in the first election in 1999, and you're starting to see a proportional representation coming through. So therefore, it's quite, I think, quite marked that the SNP winning and winning well across the country in that period needs to reflect where we are. But when you have multi-party system in a proportional representation.
I would like to point out what your lass is wearing. Like, sort of brown trim, but green cardi. Green linen top underneath. A green denim pinafore dress. I do not have green tights on, they're black tights. But yes, your lass is wearing green. Am I being too blatant? Oh no, fuck you. No, not listening to you. Fuck off. With any fucking luck, she will lose her seat at the next general election. Please, Edinburgh, do us a fucking favour and get rid of Christine for us. Please. Big deal.
Minister, of course, things really aren't so
can't remember
far
what
these
seat she's
results
got.
going your way, are there? There's no bounce for Labour here.
You learn from the best.
We've seen some increase in the share of the vote.
We all
but
learn
we've
from the
also
best,
been
obviously.
So far looking at SNP heartlands.
Oh.
But I'll maybe break the habit of a lifetime and say something nice about an SNP politician. I work very closely with Stephen Gethins in Parliament. He and I shared a lot in common with our worldview on international affairs. And I think he'll be actually very bad.
She was one of my main reasons. Wait! Bloody pop-ups are annoying me. She was one of the main reasons I wanted to do this. I want to be like Helena. By the way, I used to do a blog on and videos, live streams on Google Plus. For those of you who remember, we've lost it. Google Plus has been gone for fucking ages. But I done a makeup and fashion tutorial. So going on what outfit you're wearing, or I sprinkled in a bit of politics to show your solidarity with different sort of sections of society and stuff once a month. But yeah, basically how to do your makeup, colour choices to go with outfits or looks. And I let my community vote on what makeup to do for Halloween and Christmas, the festive period. Everyone kept on getting me to do werewolf ones, and vampires are easy. Someone actually asked me, said, how would I do my makeup to make me look like the Kelpies? What? The mythical creature? Golds and chimneys and stuff. I actually showed her how to do it. Oh, fuck.
The total number of votes cast for each candidate in the said election was as follows. Jack Clark, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1187. Tracy Clark, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 3680. Sean Davis, Independent, 412.
Correct,
Katie
right.
Hagman, Scottish National Party, SNP, 9610. Alison Hewitt, Independent, 413. Caroline Morgan, Scottish Labour Party, 6671. Andrew Scott, Reform UK 6988. And the said Katie Hagley has been duly elected to serve as member of the Scottish Parliament for the Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley constituency.
I'll jump on
I don't jump up anywhere. You saw that happen yesterday. Try not to use your name if you don't want to. Yay! Why?
Oh, you have no idea how heavy this fucking thing is.
Why the fuck is Reform second?
Where?
Carrick, Cumnock and Doon. Ayrshire, what the fuck are you playing at? SNP hold, don't worry.
I explained this to you.
Carry on.
To the SNP, but almost a quarter of the votes in Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley went to Reform, pushing Labour into third place there. How does that look when we assess how the votes have changed over the past 5 years? Vote comparisons to 2021. Well, again, the SNP taking constituency with a double-digit drop in their vote. Where did that Reform vote come from? 24% of the vote, well, look too along to the Conservatives. They've lost 18% of their vote. There's a story to be told fairly clearly in pictures there. So, congratulations to Katie Hagman, the MSP for Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley. Congratulations also to Hannah Mary Goodlad, the new SNP MSP for Shetland. There she is. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much, Martin.
Tell me about the campaign. You are the first ever SNP MSP for Shetland. You've overturned what has been in the past a very, very safe Liberal Democrat seat. How did you do it?
Well, this was a very deliberate, long campaign that we ran. It's been a conversation for 12 months. If you have voted one way your whole life, as Shetland majority has, then it's about having a conversation. It's about being transparent and visible and open. And that's exactly the kind of hopeful, positive campaign that we ran.
Liz Lloyd is sitting beside me in the studio. I'm sure you know her. Significant figure around the SNP and pro-independence movement. She said what you've done is just a lot of cups of tea and a lot of town halls in various different islands around Shetland. Would that be right?
Yeah. We've been to many of the islands. There's been cups of tea, there's been cake as well, but there's also been fish and chips. I've been fed well on this campaign, and that's kind of the welcome that Shetland always gives. So very, very delighted for the welcome and the conversations that we've had. It's been a very accessible campaign as well. I'm a career politician, and I'm in this to do things differently.
Right, well listen, that's how you did it. What happens now? You're off to Holyrood to represent Shetland. What difference are you going to make?
So what happens now is that we have to make sure that we start the hard work. The journey...
Is she gone? Is the Baroness gone? See you later, Ellen.
Shetland's voice is being heard with a seat at the table, right at the heart of Parliament, and that's the mandate, the very, very clear mandate.
Welsh Labour leader gone. Hi, Ellen Ed Morgan. She's going to the other place, so she'll be fine.
MSP for Shetland. Should we go back to Holyrood now to hear what Rebecca Curran and our guests are saying? Rebecca.
What the hell?
Thanks very much, Martin. I have with me Kirsten Campbell, our political correspondent, Alison Johnson, presiding officer, and Mark Giffley, the polling expert. Thank you all so much for being here. Kirsten, I just want to start with you. We've had quite a flurry of results over the past hour or so. What stood out for you?
Well, that Shetland result is particularly significant. There hasn't been anything other than a Liberal in Shetland since 1950. So that is a staggering result.
Hi, Ellen Aid.
Mary Goodlad, who is, as you can see, a very articulate woman. And I've been tracking the women because the last session of the Scottish Parliament had a record number of female MSPs at 58. It did get up to 59 at one point when Ros McCall was there before the sad death of Christina McKelvey. But 22 of them were standing down. So it's really important that we, see more women coming into our parliament. So we've just had 3 elected in the last flurry of results. Hannah Mary Goodlad there, Heather Anderson in Dundee, who was, I think, holds the record for one of the shortest-lived MEPs ever. She served 4 days, I think. Wow. And Katie Hagman, who, of course, is well known as the COSLA finance spokesman, all coming in. And I think interesting there with Hannah Mary saying that.
So COSLA is the Convention of Scottish Local Association?
Council of Scottish
Local Authorities. It's basically the umbrella organisation that oversees the 32 councils up here.
The union for the councils.
It's the union for the councils. Yeah.
From MSPs later, I think that's what we'll see of them to less of that.
They don't call themselves a union.
And one further thing to note with Stephen Gethins coming to Holyrood, the dual mandate rules
essentially a union.
Brought in just before
Some of them don't
the
like
end
that
of the last
classification,
session,
apparently.
mean that he has 49 days to
look out for the
resign his
interests of the
MP
council.
seat. So there is a by-election to come.
Yeah, they're a union.
Enough of elections now. There's one to look
Excellent
forward to.
Excellent news. Alison Johnson, thanks so much for coming to speak with us today. And we're talking about the kind of newbies coming in, of which there will be quite a few, won't there? I mean, what kind of things can they expect? You're the woman in there.
Yeah.
Well,
such a thing is a thing.
So warmly welcome new colleagues on.
Oh, hi Alison. Stars for Lefty saying Ellen Ed's loss is the first time in British electoral history that a head of government has lost their seat in an election. Gordon Brown.
And Baldwin.
Fuck, you're going back a bit. Fuck. Sorry, Stab for Lefties. According to Super Hubby, you've got that one wrong. Sorry. The presiding officer is essentially the Speaker for Holyrood.
Yeah, Stanley Baldwin lost.
He did indeed.
And he was a leader. And he lost an election.
Did he lose his seat? I think that's what they're meaning.
I'm sorry, Stanley Percival. Stanley Percival, they were fucking dead.
Spencer Percival.
Spencer Percival, they were stood for the second one.
Neat trick, he was deed.
It's possible to bring new members together so that they get to know
You
one
think the history
another.
books?
They'll be working closely together. Many will be
Why is it the history
away
books?
from home for most of the week. So it's really
Oh,
important.
let's be a Prime Minister. Why is it the history books?
And actually, in the last session, we were in the midst of COVID, so that those kind of cross-party relationships
Prime Minister right,
didn't
be
build up in the
assassinated.
same way
Yeah,
in those early
because of the
stages, did they?
restraint.
Because people were having to be socially distanced, and
Really,
that
that
induction was having to take place in sort of smaller groups.
Yeah, absolutely, Kirsten. It's a fact that I didn't actually chair the whole chamber together until almost a year in.
This
Oh,
is
look,
just-
it's
sorry,
Ines.
Anna Sarwar is just arriving now at the Glasgow.
Oh, did you notice? I'm standing, I am
You
so
carry on.
confident I'm standing there.
Yeah, it took almost a year to have us all together in the chamber, with the atmosphere that brings. So it is really important that we get to know one another as soon as we can. There'll be a lot of new faces for whoever is in the chair.
So that comes in
Sorry, we're just going to
the argument for change, but ultimately it's an argument we lost. But I want to say thank you to our fantastic candidates, our activists, and all those people right across the country who vote for us and voted for us in this election. Look, throughout this election campaign, I have tried to make this election about Scotland. I'm not going to change that today. Is there a national wave, though, that we tried to overcome but failed to do so? Yes, but right now my focus is on what this election means for Scotland.
Should he take responsibility? Does he need to take responsibility?
I said what I said back in February, and I stand by that, but I'm going to focus on what this means for my party here in Scotland. And my party is hurting today, and it's my job to hold it together.
Will you stay in post, Anna Sarwar?
My party is hurting, we're disappointed, we advocated for change,
You
we win that argument,
were hoping
it's
I
my
would
job
go back
to hold
to
us
all
together.
that
and
shit
that's the
for you,
job
were you?
I
No, I
continue
was
to
going to
do,
make
will continue to fight for the change we believe Scotland so desperately needs.
Does the SNP have a mandate for indie rep?
Oh, no, the results.
I don't believe
no,
the
for the
SNP will win
announcement
a
of
majority in
results.
this election campaign. I don't believe this election was about
Well, we've got the
independence. I think this
first one,
election, to be honest, was about a general dissatisfaction with politics. And sadly, there was a national wave in terms of that disappointment, and that's a national wave we failed to overcome.
Did you get your strategy wrong, Keir?
Look, we were right to focus
What do you want your
on making
polls
this a
filled?
constituency-based election
What?
campaign because I was very clear when I took on the leadership
What?
5 years
Some of
ago
them.
that my ambition and my intention was to change the
Yeah,
government here in
get some.
Scotland and to get to work to improve the outcomes
I've
for
still
the
got some
across this
left.
great country.
Why
And that's
don't-
the ambition we had going into that
Huh?
election. That is clearly an ambition we have not met.
What needs to change in Scottish Labour after these defeats?
Say that again.
What needs to change in Scottish Labour after these defeats?
Look, we advocated and made the argument for change. The tragedy of this election campaign is that despite all the arguments we wanted to make about the National Health Service, the future of our schools, about tackling homelessness,
Yes,
building
lie.
homes, having a government that works here in
Then we'll look
Scotland,
up the state,
sadly it
so
seems that that's
we-
not what the election became about. It became about a
I know,
national mood and a
it's-
national dissatisfaction. And that was a mood that sadly...
Please excuse me while I explain a couple of things to my husband. It's not... You can see whatever the fuck you want when I'm offline and I'm not streaming. It's not that. I don't want to lose my fucking platform and get taken down for TOS and quite possibly get arrested.
TOS?
Terms of service. There are certain things you're not allowed to do or say on Twitch or on YouTube. I want to protect my
I'm a
platform.
nice person.
I want to protect my platform.
I'm
Don't say
nice.
that I'm silencing you. I'm not. It's no
Yes,
me
you are.
I'm not silencing you.
Yes, you are.
Well, so I just let you say whatever the fuck you want.
What's your speeches?
It's not that. Both of us can get arrested for certain shit if you're broadcasting it. Okay? And I don't want
That is very, very, very fucking judgmental.
It's not me saying that shit, it's the law.
No, you just judged me on you think I would say shit that would upset you.
I'm not responding to that one. Yeah. Oh God.
And the tone
Did he?
is all
Oh.
important here, is what you would normally expect when
What?
all the results were in. When a leader would say, we have to take stock about what's happened, we have to listen to what the electorate is saying. And any leader who goes
fit all of
down
them
to
in
a
the-
very
the
significant
oven tray that
defeat,
we've got.
and this will be a significant defeat for Labour because the trajectory is that in
don't
every
even
successive
attempt
election in the devolved
It's me
era,
that was
they
cooking
go
it, not
back
you.
in. He will consider his position, despite the fact he said, my job is to hold this together. You could almost read from that that the implication is that he is going to soldier on. But I think when the results are in, he will take stock of the situation. But it's an extraordinary statement to make this early in the afternoon. But remember, Keir Starmer was doing the rounds at Counts this morning, and the reason why the Prime Minister was doing interviews that early was that he could hold a line before the deluge came, rather than having to answer for it at the end of the day when the full picture
Good
was there.
words,
And in a
Bernard.
sense, what Anas Sarwar was doing there was giving the interview early before more bad news comes.
Well, as Bernard was talking there, Douglas Ross left the set and Alan Roden came and took his place, fortuitously for us, because this is quite a moment. Alan Roden, a significant player in Labour circles for many, many years. You know all these people. You've run their campaigns in the past. And Anas Sarwar effectively conceding after 7 results of 129 are in. What do you make of it?
I really feel for Anas.
I feel for Graham Falcon going to do one. What were they sounding like? Oh, rejoice, comrades. Scribby, resident philosopher. Hello, Scribby. What were they saying? Oh look, Keir's behind Anas. I wonder if he's got the puppet strings. No, it's quite interesting. Apparently Jackie's the power behind the throne now, and it looks like she's going to lose her fucking constituency. Ah! So this might actually send this Scottish Labour into a bit of a death loop. Just a bit. We'll find out, don't worry. That one's too heavy for me. If I fill that one with stuff, the last time that I tried to use that to cook some stuff fucking ages ago, like.
This one doesn't actually fit the oven. This one does.
I thought that.
This one does.
Who is? I'm guessing that Phil would probably be the more better. He'd be saying mad shit. I would assume. Not necessarily true, but
Labour government
the levels of hope must have been off the scale.
Voters and was popular. I think Anas would be heading towards Bute House
300 tons of coal.
Huge levels of disappointment with the UK Labour government. Anas tried to separate out the Scottish Party from that. He called for Keir Starmer to go a few months ago and try and narrow the focus of this
blind self-interest.
Evolved issues, like you mentioned, like the NHS, for example. But the reality simply is, for most voters, they still just see that one Labour Party, and therefore Anas got punished because of that.
Bernard, you're shaking your head.
I mean, there's lots of evidence that it's horses for courses at individual elections. In 2010, even though Labour lost power at Westminster, Labour in Scotland had a very, very good night, even when they were losing power throughout the United Kingdom. Ian Gray at that point must have thought, I just need to sit tight for another year and I'm in Bute House. But 1 year later, not 2 years later, but 1 year later, the SNP bust the system and actually got that majority. So you say, why can everything change in such a short space of time? Because the voters are not stupid. It's horses for courses. And what turbocharged Labour's performance in Scotland
horses for the glue factory.
2024 was a sense that people in Scotland knew that the Conservatives were on their way out and they wanted to give them a shunt out the door of Downing Street, and a lot of them went back to Labour. It would have been any Labour strategist who thought on the basis.
Definitely not Blizzard. Rejoice, definitely not Blizzard. Dundee is safe. You've returned, you've returned Stephen Gethin, and damn it, forgotten her name. SNP stronghold, as it were. Obviously, it's Dundee. Levenshulme. Did they get Levenshulme? That'll make Helena happy. Fucking awesome. Well done, Levenshulme. Oh, you. And there's still space left. You could have got all of them on that one tray. I wasn't doing that. I'm pacing myself. Give me a break. Yeah. Oh, I've seen you about, Blizzard. Praise be. New chatter. Nerd. Rejoice, comrades. It's the morning. Oh, look at the face.
Imminent. Very tight. Apparently, Bernard saying he's out.
Not the face
we
of
also,
the man who's winning.
well, yeah, we saw John Swinney walking towards the stage, also in Perth. His Perthshire North declaration imminent as well, we're told. We'll bring you both of them.
Cool. Home time.
As soon as they're happening.
Coming soon. Fucking bring it.
What do you make of what you're hearing? I mean,
yeah, mother.
Basically, right, what Bernard's saying there is there's evidence that there's a complete blurring of what we're voting for here in the eyes of the electorate. You would, no matter what Anna Sarwar says, but this is a referendum on the SNP, on their years in power. Time to get them out of office. The electorate are going in and saying, I don't like Keir Starmer, so I'm not voting for Labour. Would you go along with that?
It's not quite like that. There's two things going on. When we ask people, are you voting according to what's going on in Scotland or what's going on in the UK as a whole? And we know that in each devolved election, the number of people saying, or the proportion of people saying, we're voting according to things happening in Scotland has gone up and up and up. It's down slightly in this election, but it's hovering around the 60% mark. And it's around 60% for Conservatives, Labour, Lib Dem. It's higher for the SNP. But what's remarkable in this election is that Reform supporters are the least likely to say that they're voting according to what's going on in Scotland. They're voting according to what's going on in the UK as a whole. That's one thing. The second thing, though, we know that if we look at Labour voters in 2024 and we ask them whether they're going to vote Labour in this election, and we then evaluate how they think the UK government has handled things since 2024, then there's a clear relationship between if you think that the UK government has done a bad job, then you are much less likely to vote for Labour. And that's among people who are already Labour supporters. But can I just talk about Cumnock and Doon Valley, because I think that's really interesting for a number of reasons. One is it's interesting because of the sheer scale of the drop for the Conservatives and the increase for Reform. Now, that might not, and SNP obviously has come up ahead. That's perhaps not surprising in a constituency
there's Murdo next to John.
At 50% support for yes and almost at 50% support for leave. But what it does suggest is that the YouGov MRP is the most accurate of all of them.
We're just watching Perthshire North. I think there's the returning officer. Here's the declaration. John Swinney's seat.
I, Thomas Glenn, constituency returning officer for the Perthshire North constituency of the Scottish Parliament, do hereby give notice that the votes cast for each candidate at the said election were as follows. Angela Bailey, Scottish Labour Party, 2,240. Murdo Fraser, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 10,171. Claire McLaren, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,741. Kenneth Morton, Reform UK, 4,620.
What the fuck?
And John Ramsay Swinney, Scottish National Party, 16,414.
John's back. John's back. Swinney.
Oh, I don't know. That was.
Additionally,
complete for that one.
Additionally,
George Robinson we have to worry about.
Papers rejected was 150.
Edinburgh.
Oh yeah.
Two voting for more candidates than entitled to, and 136.
How you can? They just returned fucking Swinney.
For uncertainty. The percentage poll was 58.4%.
They only spent 250 men down to defence on Wales.
Duly elected, and I would like to invite Mr. Swinney to make a statement, followed by other candidates.
You haven't went through Edinburgh Castle enough.
So here's the First Minister. Let's hear him.
Mr. Returning Officer, it's my pleasant and first duty as the elected Member of the Scottish Parliament for Perthshire North to express my thanks to you and to your team here at Dewar Centre and throughout the county yesterday for the efficient way in which this election campaign and election contest has been conducted and for the efficiency of the declaration today. Can I also express my thanks to Police Scotland for, as ever, providing the important security around the democratic process upon which we all enjoy. It has been the privilege of my life to serve the people of Perthshire for the last 29 years, and I look forward to continuing that service in the next Scottish parliamentary term. I have always acted in a way to prioritise the service of the people who chose me to represent them in Parliament, and I will continue to do so. And I express my warmest thanks to
270.
my constituents for supporting me once again so emphatically in this election today. Can I also express my thanks to the SNP team in Perthshire North, led by my agent Pam Neal, who have, to say the least, run the campaign without me largely in attendance because of the requirement of me to be around the country leading the Scottish National Party campaign. But I could not have achieved this result without the steadfast support of Pam and my team around the constituency. So to each and every one of you who've worked so hard for this moment, please savour it and express my warmest and share my warmest thanks for all that you have achieved on behalf of the Scottish National Party in Perthshire North. Thank you very much. We are at the very early stages of the election count across the country, but it is becoming clear that the Scottish National Party is going to emerge as the largest party in this election campaign. That is for me something incredibly precious because, having devoted my adult life to serving the people of Scotland through the activities of the Scottish National Party, to have assumed the leadership of my party 2 years ago and to take it to the position where I expect us to win the election today is a moment of enormous significance for me, and one from which I take enormous assurance and joy of the commitment that we've given to the people of Scotland, that they have rewarded us in the way that it appears they are awarding us tonight and today. So to the people of Scotland, I express my warmest thanks for their support in this election campaign, and I look forward to following the results in the remainder of today and saying more later on today. But I promised during this election campaign that I would devote my life to the service of this country, and I'm profoundly grateful to the people of Scotland for indicating that they wish that to continue in the years to come. I will simply do all that I possibly can do to make Scotland a successful country and to improve the lives of the people of our country, and I look forward to doing that in the next Scottish parliamentary term. Thank you very much.
Well, very much a constituency speech there from John Swinney after the declaration in Perthshire North. He says he'll say more later on about the implications of the SNP winning this election, which he has just predicted they will do. We're at the very early stages of this count, he said, but it is clear the SNP will be
we're not getting
the
to hear what
largest
Murdo
party.
says.
Let's have a quick look at figures here. John Swinney with 16,414 votes and a majority of more than 6,000. The percentages, you can, let's have a quick look. Turnout 58%. Can we see the percentages? Yes, we can. 45% of the votes to John Swinney, 28% to Reform, and 13% to Reform, 28% to the Conservatives, 8 and 6 to the Lib Dems and Labour, respectively. How does that change from 2021? John Swinney down 4%, Reform up, well, Reform 13%. They're up 13% because that was their entire vote. They didn't stand last time. Remember, the Tories down 11%, which perhaps gives a clue as to where that 13% came from. Interestingly, we think that number of votes for John Swinney wouldn't have won him it in 20.
At least until I get to the Dumbarton declaration, which will be between 5 and 6 o'clock.
What's your next year to give kidnapped to?
Huh?
Give one of your next year's kidnapped and the other one
Treasure Island. Shit. That was years ago, by the way. So like the Gaping Maw got Treasure Island because he was pirates and kidnapped to the older brother. So the Gaping Maw, don't use their names. That I will be certain about. Do not use their actual names. Thank you. Yeah, Gaping Maw got Treasure Island and his older brother got kidnapped. Gaping Maw ended up getting both of them. They're sitting in his bedroom.
classics.
Yeah, for classics.
exactly what's happening
As they also will, I'm sure, testify, and we'll come to this in detail later on, but John Swinney's job was to steady the ship. And he did, after the 2021 election, the approval for the Scottish Government was at 40%. It dropped about 20 when he took over, just under 20, and it's now touching 25. So he's stopped the decline, but he's got a long way to go to get it back up to where it was.
And also I think there was something that John Swinney had to do, which I think he has done, and I think the sort of polling shows this, which was assert himself as the leader, the First Minister, instead of, the person from the shadows or the caretaker. He's kind of owning that space quite well, and he's been able to do quite a positive-looking campaign going, in my time in office so far, I've done this bit of delivery, trust me to do some more, while everyone else has been campaigning against him. And the two narratives, the opposition one hasn't hit the SNP one, as parties like Labour would have liked it to.
Trust is an interesting word there, isn't it? He's campaigned quite hard on the kind of safe and steady thing. He wouldn't use the word boring, but he's often accused of being a bit dull, and he's saying in these crazy times, dull's what you want.
I saw an interview, I don't think it was a BBC one, where somebody was about to accuse him of being boring, and John Swinney cut in and said reliable is the word that you're thinking of.
Where's Mort is after?
That's one of the ones I haven't read. It was not in the original. No, I haven't read that one. That's the 1400. That one. That's the one where most of the tropes come from, isn't it?
What is there?
Yeah. Where all your Arthurian legend comes from. I can see why you get.
Here somewhere.
What?
That book's in here somewhere.
Seriously? Yeah. Wait. Super happy likes Arthurian legends.
Well, you don't think I would have Mort to do Arthur?
Yeah, I know. I remember seeing it in Carol Palace. Oh, fucking hell. Another result. Where are we?
Scottish National Party, 11,788. Keir, Leon, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 10,544.
Liam.
Iris Alexandra, Independent, 431. Lee Matthew, Scottish Labour Party, 2,805. Massey Duncan,
Leave the gods alone.
6,113. Sullivan Mell, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,800.
Don't say that!
Giving total valid votes of 34,561. The total number of rejected votes was 108. The reason for rejection was as follows: lack of official mark, unique or unique identifying mark 0, voting for more than one candidate 19. Mark by which the voter could be identified 0, and unmarked or void for uncertainty.
Get right, Duncan, you fucking dickhead.
Total rejected votes of 108. The following candidate is duly elected to serve as a member of the Scottish Parliament for the Aberdeen, Deeside and North Kincardine.
That is damn close, isn't it? Yeah, fucking bring it.
So Stephen Flynn is on the move. He was the leader of the SNP at Westminster. He is now entering Holyrood as an
king
MSP.
that is Stephen.
What he has to say about that.
Thank you very much, Angela, and to Stephen, David and the rest of the counting team here today, and of course to everyone who's partaken in making sure that democracy thrives here once again in Aberdeen. I want to start by paying tribute to two very special people. Firstly, my wonderful wife, Lynn, who puts up with a significant amount. And to the man,
I knew what you meant,
my election agent, Doug Daniel. Thank you. To the people of Aberdeen and indeed Aberdeenshire who've put their faith in me to represent them in Scotland's national parliament, I cannot thank you.
Brilliant, isn't it?
To those people in our city, in our region, who work in the oil and gas sector, know that in Scotland's parliament you will have no greater champion. To those who are struggling under the burden of Westminster's cost of living crisis, know that you will have nobody fighting on your behalf more than I And for
he's back
those
home.
young people
Comrades, he's
who are
back home.
searching
Fucking
for
bring it.
hope and for aspiration in their life, know that I and the SNP are very much on your side.
It's got all leftist again.
Most people like the SNP are going to win a 5th historic term in government.
Has it? Not that I'm aware of. It has been playing up a bit. I don't know what's going on. I haven't touched anything. I don't know what's going on with it. Thank you for giving me those sentences, by the way, Gemma. Rejoice, comrades. Based Australian anarchist in the chat. Everyone, go and follow Story Girl, I demand. Go and do it now. Now. So rejoice, Stephen Flynn is back home and in Holyrood. Those rolled R's are going to be bouncing off the walls of the chamber. It's going to be awesome. Leadership challenge, maybe? For the now, we'll just say, fucking hell yeah, Stephen Flynn in Holyrood. So there we go, there's a by-election happening. Scary. Huh. Oi, oi.
Find himself as leader of that party in the future. Right, Perth South is declaring. Let's go there.
Of the Scottish Parliament do hereby give notice that the votes cast for each candidate at the said election is as follows. Amanda Clark, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 4,329.
I don't know how the fuck I managed that one.
Why is it going to be a by-election? Because Salmon was MP in this.
No, he's going to concentrate. He's already said that.
By-election.
He wouldn't do that. He's not Douglas Ross. He was on earlier on. Still a twat.
Salmon.
He gave his up though, didn't he? Oh dear God.
199. The number of ballot papers rejected was as follows. 146 in total, 126 of which were without an official mark, 16 voting for more candidates than the voter was entitled to, and 4 being unmarked or wholly void for uncertainty. Percentage poll was 59.2%, and I hereby declare that Jim Fairley is duly elected, and I would like to invite Mr Fairley to make a statement followed by other candidates.
So, Jim Fairley, the Minister for Agriculture and Connectivity in the Scottish Parliament, is back.
An amazing thing to watch.
There he is, talking about his victory. It was a tight seat last time around. I think his majority was about 1,400. His notional majority was about 1,400. That's not Jim Fairley, that's John Swinney. Looking at Jim Fairley. They've just been at the same barber and optician. Same barber as me, before anybody, and Glenn, before anybody else says it. We're quadruplets or whatever you call that, the 4 of us. Right, yeah, I tell you what, it was forecast to be tight. It was a 3% notional majority, Perthshire North. By my calculation, we don't have a graphic ready on that. We had a bit of a glitch with that graphic. By my calculation, he's home with about a 5,000 majority. Really, really safely home, yeah?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we have to take it in a round with Perthshire North and Aberdeen D-side as well. Because what we're seeing really is that, well, first of all, in Perthshire North, he would not have taken the constituency on those figures last time, but that is an instance where the SNP vote share has gone up, which is rare.
Here's the Trinent declaration coming right now.
Yeah.
Oh, Trinent, here we go.
Grant Allen, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,057.
Jones Tim, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 1,819. Ross Angela, Reform UK, 4,120. Sangster Catherine, Scottish Labour Party, 9,097. Smith Joe, Alliance to Liberate Scotland, 305. Therefore, I give public notice that Kate Campbell is duly elected as the member of the Scottish Parliament for the Edinburgh Eastern, Musselburgh and Tranent constituency.
There you go, another SNP hold. Kate Campbell, an Edinburgh councillor, chairs the Scrutiny Committee on the City of Edinburgh Council. Well, she's now the SNP MSP for Edinburgh Eastern, Musselburgh and Tranent, with a majority of almost 5,000. Turnout there, 52%. Talking of Edinburgh constituencies, there is Angus Robertson, who was the MSP for Edinburgh Central, was the Cabinet Secretary for the Constitution and External Affairs, is forecast perhaps to come third in his own constituency. He doesn't look too downbeat as he walks around the hall, but you wouldn't, would you, if you knew the cameras were on you? There's John Swinney with the aforementioned Matthew Swinney, fresh out of his Nat 5 maths exam. If the camera had stayed on them for a moment longer, we could assess his demeanour and see how we think he's done. But his father's passed today, that's for sure. He has been returned in Perthshire North. Right, listen, we've got quite a few results in and a few other bits and bobs to catch up on. So let's go to Laura Miller with the news.
Thank you, Martin. In the last hour, the Scottish Labour leader Anna Sarwar has said that his party is hurting today and it's his job to hold the party here together. He stood by his call for the Prime Minister to resign and said that the results represented a national dissatisfaction.
I don't believe this election was about independence. I think this election, to be honest, was about a general dissatisfaction with politics. And sadly, there was a national wave in terms of that disappointment, and that's a national wave we failed to overcome.
Well, we have had the first seat to change hands in the Scottish Parliament election. The SNP's Hannah Mary Goodlad took Shetland from the Liberal Democrats. The others' seats to declare so far are all holds by the sitting party. Now, Goodlad used her acceptance speech to recognise the seismic nature of her win in a seat that's been in Liberal hands for more than 75 years.
It's been a conversation for 12 months. If you have voted one way your whole life, as Shetland majority has, then it's about having a conversation. It's about being transparent and visible and open. And that's exactly the kind of hopeful, positive campaign that we ran.
And within the last few minutes, SNP leader John Swinney has held his seat, Perthshire North. In his speech, he said he expects the SNP to be the largest party in the Scottish Parliament.
We are at the very early stages of the election count across the country, but it is becoming clear that the Scottish National Party is going to emerge as the largest party in this election campaign. That is for me something incredibly precious, because having devoted my adult life to serving the people of Scotland through the activities of the Scottish National Party, to have assumed the leadership of my party 2 years ago, and to take it to the position where I expect us to win.
I heard the alert. I'm sorry, Gemma. Sucking on a barley sugar. Sorry. Thank you for your resub, my dear. Rejoice. Based Australian. Resubbed.
600 councillors, and Labour have lost more than 400. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage says the results so far represents a truly historic shift in British politics, but there is still a way to go. Now, results have not only been bad for Labour in England, the Conservative Party has also been hemorrhaging votes. The party's leader remains optimistic, though. Kemi Badenoch has insisted there are signs of renewal for the Conservatives. Former Cabinet Minister Sir Jacob Rees-Mogg says the results show the need to unite the right.
Reform is doing extraordinarily well in places that vote.
Fuck off, you haunted Victorian pencil. We do not need to listen to Jacob. Get bent. Just go away. I shouldn't say that. Shut up, Jacob. You are irrelevant now. You're a YouTuber. Ah! For the fourth.
Up for grabs here are allocated using a formula which takes into consideration how many constituencies a party has won in the region and how many additional MSPs the party needs to ensure the makeup of all the MSPs elected reflects the vote in the regional ballot. When smaller parties, such as the Greens, get elected, it's usually on that regional vote. The Greens got their first MSP on the Central Scotland list at the last election. We'll see if they can improve on that this time. We should also look out for reform. They got their first elected councillor in the Whitburn and Blackburn ward of West Lothian Council in December. All their other councillors and MSPs are defections from other parties at the moment. This is one of the areas where they have been polling strongly. So lots more to come in the next hour. We are expecting results from Eastwood, Renfrewshire.
I don't get that until I get 1,000 subscribers, my lovely girl. Praise be, comrade. Not really Rachel Atwood in YouTube chat. No, I get all that. I get to redirect, basically read into other YouTube channels after I reach 1,000 subscribers. If you know a few 800 people that could subscribe to me, anyone, send them in my direction. Yeah, I have to have 1,000 subs before I get all that. The best way you can support me is come over here and get subbed, I guess. And you can do bits, messages and stuff.
As follows. Karen Adam, Scottish National Party, 10,374. James Adams, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 6,348. NDR McClellan, Independent, 555. Brooke Ritchie, Scottish Labour Party, 1,049. Conrad Strachan Ritchie, Reform UK, 10,010. Leslie Tarr, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,162. In terms of rejected votes, 7 votes were rejected for voting for more than one candidate, 1 for writing on mark by which voter could be identified, none for a lack of official mark or unique identifier mark, and 68 for unmarked or void for uncertainty. And the following candidate is duly elected to serve as a member of the Scottish Parliament for the Banffshire and Buchan Coast, Karen Adam, Scottish National Party.
Well, there we have it. We were told this would be a tight constituency. We were told this may be where Reform took their first constituency seat, perhaps their only constituency seat. It was their best chance, we were told, and they've just missed it, but they've missed it by the skin of their teeth. 364 votes in it. You're looking at Karen Adam, the SNP MSP now for Banffshire and the Buchan Coast. She has just taken that. If you look at the Conservative and Reform votes together, of course, that would have been a handsome victory if only one of those parties had stood, you would imagine. But there's the vote share. 35% to the SNP, 34% to Reform, 22% to the Tories. Let's look at the change from last time. Interesting, again, a double-digit drop for the SNP.
It was cute, wasn't it?
21%. And a lot of those votes, you would imagine, would have gone to Reform. It took more than a third of the vote in that
I was worried about that
constituency.
Thank God.
Right, listen, let's just have a quick chat around the table, because I feel there's quite a lot to catch up on here. Ailsa, you were suggesting the SNP's performance here, you've been suggesting, basically depends on who they're up against in each constituency.
Yeah, I mean, that's always the case, but it does.
Yeah, very adorable, aren't they?
Hold their own in the contest where they are facing the Conservatives as the second place party, in part because Reform is drawing support from that party. In terms of SNP Labour battlegrounds, I suspect we'll see much more variation on that. And I think that really speaks to the fragmentation of the party system that we're seeing. You know, in the last couple of elections, if you added up party 1, 2, and 3 together, you were getting normally 90% of the votes. But the polls and these results are suggesting that we're going to have that figure in the 70s as well. So we're going to see a considerable fragmentation of the vote, and as a result of that, we're also going to see that the vote share required to win is going to drop down as well.
Too fucking close.
Are you in a position as yet? I mean, look at that, Reform 30.
That one was too fucking tight. Fuck. Oh, SNP hold though. Thank God for that one. Then, by the way, this essentially encompasses what used to be Alex Hammond's seat for Westminster, essentially, and part of the one covered for Holyrood. So that'd be a bit of a turn up for the books, people voting for basically a right wing. Well, don't get me wrong, Alex Hammond was a dickhead, but yeah, too fucking close. So that was the possible heart attack moment or aneurysm moment for me with that seat. Whew. Thank God. Far too fucking close. Fucking too close. So we'll need to watch out for that one in the next general election. They're just like most of that Bucking and North East Coast up there. So from like the Banff and Bucking Coast down to about Aberdeen and stuff. So round that bit, that top corner in Scotland, essentially, we'll need to keep close eye on that one. That's shiver down my spine with that one being that close. Before Reform happened and shit like that, it was a straight up fight between either the SNP or the Tories. Yeah, too damn close. Oh, where are we?
The total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows. Samita Kumar, Scottish National Party, 11,727. Katrina Munro, Scottish Labour Party, 8,438.
That sounds like second.
Cameron Rose,
3,000 majority's not bad.
Reform UK, 3,936. Sue Webber, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 4,636.
Oh no, the Tories are fourth.
Andy Williamson, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 3,672.
I think they've all kept their deposits.
Therefore, I give public notice that Samita Kumar is duly elected as the member of the Scottish Parliament for the Edinburgh South Western constituency.
So the SNP hold Edinburgh South Western and hold it fairly comfortably. Sunita Kumar home with a majority of more than 3,200. Let's have a quick look at the vote share in that constituency, where the turnout was 53%. The SNP 36% of the votes, Labour 26%, the Conservatives on 14%, Reform on 12%. The Lib Dems on 11. Let's have a look at how that's changed over the past 5 years. There you go. The SNP down 7, Labour up 3, and the Tories down 13. Let's go to Perth.
Oh,
The
so
First Minister can join us down the line. John Swinney.
Yay, John.
You are the returning MSP for Perthshire North. I think we can see you. Can we see John Swinney? Let's see if we can get him up on screen. Yes, there he is. John Swinney, congratulations. Returning MSP for Perthshire North. I congratulate you on that. I won't congratulate you on the broader result yet. But you are confident, I think, from your acceptance speech, that you are going to end up the largest party in this Parliament.
I am, Martin, and let me express my thanks to the people of Perthshire North who have once again asked me to represent them in the Scottish Parliament, and I deeply am honoured by their support. And I think across the country a pattern is beginning to emerge, although it's early days in the election, which demonstrates the SNP is, after 19 years in power, going to emerge as by far the largest party in the Scottish Parliament. And I think that's a reflection of the work that we've undertaken to rebuild public confidence and trust in the Scottish National Party, and I'm delighted that we are looking at such an optimistic situation as the election results emerge.
Do you take this as an endorsement of your party, or is it perhaps the electorate saying that you're the best of a bad bunch? There doesn't seem to be much love for politics across the board at the moment. Can you really represent this as a complete endorsement of you and your policies?
I certainly acknowledge that there are concerns and worries and anxieties right across the population within Scotland. And when I became First Minister, I said that I would act to serve all of the people of Scotland, and I reiterate that pledge today as I lead my party into the situation that we face after this election, that we will act always to serve all of the people of Scotland. And of course, in the outcomes that have come forward already, we see that we have won Shetland, a constituency we have never held by the Liberals for over 70 years, and that's a part of Scotland that I look forward to ensuring is right at the heart of the governance of Scotland in the years to come, as will all parts of Scotland be at the heart of governance. We're in difficult days just now, and one of the central parts of our election campaign was the offer from me of trusted and reliable leadership to serve the people of Scotland. And that's what I hope to be able to deliver in the aftermath of this election.
We also remember what you said in this campaign about a mandate for another independence referendum. You set yourself a very high bar. The SNP coming home with more than 65 seats, you said, would constitute a mandate, nothing else. There's a long way to go. There are a lot of votes to be counted, a lot of declarations to happen. But can we ask you now, as the votes have all been cast, whether or not you will stick to that? If you do not receive 65 seats in the next Parliament, will you put independence to one side for 5 years? John Swinney, can you hear me? I think we've lost the line to Mr. Swinney. Let's just we'll endeavour to restore that as you would expect. I wonder if Mr. Swinney can hear me. If you can, just say in the background. I don't think he. No, I don't think he can. We're gonna try and work on the gremlins there, whatever they are, and get back to him. That's disappointing because that was a very significant question. I'm hopeful that we'll get him back. And what do you think he would have said, Glenn Campbell?
I think he might have been cautious about that. He's been deliberately saying he believes the SNP will win. I think there he went a bit further and said that they would be by far the largest party.
Rather than predict, let's hear what he has to say, because I think John Swinney is back. Mr. Swinney, can you hear me?
I can, Martin,
you can,
yes.
Brilliant. Listen, that's great. Let me just ask you that question again in that case. You said in the campaign 65 seats, a majority for the SNP, would be the mandate you needed to go to Westminster and demand an independence referendum. Can I ask you now, if you do not, if you do not achieve that, if you don't, get over that bar, will you park independence as an issue for the next 5 years?
What I've got to do is to wait and study the results that come out from the election campaign. I'm very clear already that the SNP is going to be the leading party out of this election, and by a considerable margin. What we have to consider is what's the final makeup of the Scottish Parliament, and that will obviously have a bearing on a whole host of different policy questions. But I set out my approach to governing Scotland, if I have the privilege to continue that work in the years to come. And we will engage constructively with Parliament and with the public about making sure that we act always to improve the lives of people in Scotland. I obviously believe that is best achieved by Scotland being an independent country, and I will do all that I can to make sure that becomes a reality.
But when you say you look at the makeup of the Scottish Parliament, that sounds to me like you might consider claiming that a pro-independence majority rather than an SNP majority is a mandate for another referendum. You ruled that out previously. Are you ruling it in now?
We're a wee bit early for these kind of detailed conversations, Martin. What I'm certain about is that the people of Scotland will, by the end of today, have given their support to the SNP as the leading party in the elections. And I am so pleased that all the hard work that's gone in, the length and breadth of the country, by my party supporters, has got the response it's got from the people of Scotland. And I look forward, if the opportunity presents itself to me, to continue to serve the people of Scotland as First Minister.
You're right, we are earlier. Are you confident you'll get 65 seats? Are you optimistic?
I'm optimistic. Obviously, we've got to wait and see all of the declarations that take place. At this early stage, I'm optimistic about that, and we have put a huge amount of effort around the country to make sure that we can be successful in this election. And of one thing I'm absolutely certain, is the SNP is going to be the leading party coming out of this election and the only party able to provide the type of stable government that Scotland will need in the aftermath of this election.
If you do form a government, can I just ask you finally one other policy that we all remember from the campaign? Price caps in supermarkets. When can we expect you to cap the price of bread?
We'll be taking the legislative steps to take that forward within the first 100 days, just like I promised that we would do. But it obviously depends on Parliament deciding if we're going to form the government, but that will be one of the central commitments, because what I promised the people of Scotland was that I would act, and I'd act decisively to help them in their time of need in meeting the challenges of the cost of living, and that's exactly what I will do.
All right, listen, John Swinney, returning MSP for Perthshire North. Congratulations on your victory in your constituency. We shall wait and see what happens across the rest of the country. Perhaps we'll speak to Mr Swinney again before our programme ends. We'll certainly hear from him again, I'm sure, before much longer as the results become clear. What do you make of what you just heard, Bernard?
Well, he said he was optimistic of the 65. I think that it's perfectly clear if they land at the 65, then he will demand it because he's said it. The much more interesting question is the question that you put, in which he sidestepped, which is that if he falls short of 65, that there's a pro-independence majority in the Parliament. And my view is there will be a pro-independence majority in the Parliament. What does he do in those circumstances? I've always thought it a curious strategy. Maybe Liz can shed some light on all of this, that the SNP's essential argument is that they believe in the sovereignty of the people to assert their constitutional future. And yet when it comes to demanding an independence referendum, only SNP votes are part to count in terms of this popular sovereignty. So it's a peculiar position for a nationalist First Minister to say that in terms of prosecuting the constitutional case, he dismisses the pro-independence votes of people who vote Green, that only SNP votes count in terms of asserting Scottish sovereignty. Liz is shaking her head.
So is Glenn. I'm shaking my head at the overacting, I think, mostly. I think there's two...
Liz first, then Glenn. But Liz, you're a strategist. You're a professional political strategist. What do you make of that strategy?
There's two parts to this sort of play for a majority. So, A, it's been about motivating the campaign. But where John Swinney is about the precedent of what had to happen for a referendum to be granted in the past. And that was a single-party pro-independence majority. Of course, there were more MSPs in favour of independence in that parliament than just the SNP. But when it was conceded by the UK government, it was conceded on that single-party majority. So he has been arguing for that because it is the precedent and the desire to argue that precedent with the UK government that he has been clinging to and that he is looking to achieve today. What I would say, before we go there, is that I don't think that rules out if there is a pro-independence majority, and I think there is likely to be the largest pro-independence majority in this parliament than there has been in all parliaments, if we get above 72 pro-independence MSPs.
But he can't use that as a mandate, really, can he, unless he goes back on his word?
Well, I don't think that is the word, because I think if you have that,
I think the
he still has the argument that there is a pro-independence parliament. And so he can still argue for it, but he can't use the precedent argument that he was wanting to use with the UK government.
Glenn Campbell, that wasn't the message we got as an electorate, was it, going into this election?
Well, no, he was seeking the overall majority in order to push this case. But as far as I know, he's never given up on the idea that an SNP plus Greens majority is, in his view, enough for there to be an independence referendum. He's just acknowledging that that's happened over a number of years, and the UK government has said, well, you know, tough, you're not getting one. So he thought pushing for the overall majority might be the bit extra that would break down the objections of the UK. But he said there's going to be a vote, a debate and a vote in Parliament as item number 1 on this issue, and I think that will still go ahead if the SNP and Greens together have a majority for independence. Whether it'll make the blindest bit of difference or not is a different matter.
All right.
And the party was briefing to that effect.
Glenn, thanks for that. Much more from this panel very shortly. Let's go down to Phil Sim, though. What's going on, Phil?
Just having a look at the national picture. You know it's serious because I've got the laptop with me now. Looking at across I was very struck by that result in Banffshire and Buchan Coast, the fact the SNP just clear a Reform. But the Reform and Tory votes together, as Bernard was pointing out, easily could have won that seat if they had been one party. And that fracturing, we're now seeing evidence of that across the country. So if you take all of the seats that are declared so far, the SNP are sitting on about 40% of the vote. And then behind them, you've got the Labour on 18, Reform on 16. Reform are briefly in second place, both on votes and share after that result in Banffshire. So yeah, Labour 18, Reform 16, Conservatives 13.5. So they're all bunched together in this current fight for second place. And it really shows the way that the votes of the parties, which have run their campaigns as Stop the SNP, well, between them, they have split the vote around. And that is why I think we're seeing the SNP able to win these seats on quite a big reduction in their share of the vote regardless.
Phil, thank you very much indeed for that. Listen, there's loads going on. Let's find out what Gary and his politicians make of it all. Gary.
Yeah, we've got some new faces here to welcome to our panel. Shona Robertson, of course, former Finance Secretary in the last administration for the SNP. Blair McDougall still with us for Labour. Harriet Cross, MP here for the Conservatives. We've got Susan Murray, MP for the Liberal Democrats. And for the Greens, we have John Molyneux, and for Reform, Jamie Maguire. Afternoon to all of you. I just want to pick up Blair McDougall. We were just chatting and we went away to a declaration. That concession from Anas Sarwar, is he the person to blame for Labour's defeat in this election as he sees it, or does the Prime Minister have to share that blame?
Well, I think the Prime Minister was clear this morning that he understands that there is a dissatisfaction with the speed with which we're delivering on the change that we promised. We are...
And Anas Sarwar's paying the price for that?
I think we're all paying the price for that. We've all got a responsibility for that. I think Anas has done remarkable things to professionalise our campaign, to modernise our party. And we may not get where we wanted to get to today, but I've just been told, for example, we are now going to gain the Western Isles from the SNP, so there shall be at least some accountability for SNP failings over the last few years.
We'll see how that pans out. That concession speech, Harriet Cross, are we going to hear something similar from Russell Finlay in the coming hours?
Oh, no, I don't think so. I mean, it's undoubtable that so far results have been mixed. We saw a great result in Aberdeen D-side for Conservatives, very close in second place behind Stephen Flynn, a fantastic result there. And we're hearing that in some of the other Aberdeenshire seats, Aberdeenshire East, Aberdeenshire West, we're doing well as well. It's too early yet to say what's going to happen by the end of the day.
But you're likely to retain that second place that you had last time round. Douglas Ross was on the programme earlier conceding that that would be the case.
We need to wait until the list plays out. As you know, as we all know here, the list is where the majority of the seats for other than the SNP normally get played out. So we need to wait for those to come through to actually see where everyone stands. It's undoubtable that this has been a tough electoral cycle for us. We came to this with our eyes open. We aren't naive. We weren't naive about that either. But we need to wait until the end of the day to see actually where things stand, how we compare to other parties, where other parties are, because everyone is going to be looking at those lists and see where they pan out at the end of the day.
Things going well for your party, Shona Robertson. After 19 years in power, it looks as though you'll be the largest party, George Swinney's saying there. How much is that down to Reform, splitting the vote, as we've been talking about?
So it is quite something that we look like we're going to win for the fifth consecutive time. It is astonishing. A lot of it is down to John Swinney's leadership and bringing a positive offer to the people. We were the only party offering positive policies. The rest, it was all about stopping us, and I don't think that's played well with the electorate at all. And I think the other parties are going to pay the price for that.
We saw the current SNP leader being re-elected, John Swinney. Did we also see the next SNP leader, Stephen Flynn, being elected
Well,
too?
you know, this is about John Swinney leading the SNP into another victory.
Sorry about that.
And becoming the First Minister of Scotland, hopefully all being well for the rest of the results.
Oh, God.
Because we're getting the result from there now.
Being the returning officer
Hi,
for
Specs.
the Eastwood constituency,
Jim!
declare that the total
Hi, Jim.
number of votes given to each candidate is as follows. Jackson Carlaw, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 11,990. Ewan Robert Davidson, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,748. John Mooney, Reform UK, 3,453. Kirsten Francis Oswald, Scottish National Party, 12,722.
Rex Jackson.
Kayleigh Quinn,
Fucking wank.
Scottish Labour Party, 8,368.
Hi, Jackson.
The number
well, no,
of
you're
ballot
talking-
papers rejected was as follows. For want of official mark, 0. Writing or mark by
This was
which
on.
the voter can be identified, 2. Unmarked for void for uncertainty, 198. Voting for more than one candidate, 14. Total number of rejected
So
votes.
there we have it. Eastwood has declared, and Kirsten Oswald, who served 2 terms as an SNP MP for East Renfrewshire, is going to Holyrood to become the SNP MSP for Eastwood. Jackson Carlaw, former leader of the Scottish Conservative Party, has been defeated by just 732 votes. It's always the biggest turnout, Eastwood. Look at that, 66% of the electorate there turned out. I tell you, one Tory who will be very happy at that result will be Russell Finlay, the leader of the Scottish Conservatives, because there was a thought that if Jackson Carlaw had held his seat, that seat would be disadvantageous to the Tories on the list vote. It might kill off Russell Finlay's best chance of getting back to Holyrood. And actually, if Jackson Carlaw had won, the former leader, it might have decapitated. They thought the Scottish Conservative Party at Holyrood might have knocked their current leader out. It seems now Russell Finlay probably will get back in on the list vote. We're
if you
just
kept
waiting. There's the count centre in Dumfries, the Galloway and Dumfries West Declaration. Here we go. There it is. Let's listen.
For the Scottish Parliament election for the Galloway and
I'll
West
talk
Dumfries
to you in a second, okay?
hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate was as follows. Senga Beresford, Reform UK, 4,674. Finlay Carson, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 11502,
Aye.
11,502. Emma Harper, Scottish National Party, SNP, 9903, 9,903. Jack McConnell, Scottish Labour Party,
2 Clyde and 1 each for the Labour and the Tories.
2,544.
Okay, Finlay Carson won.
Tracy Warman, Scottish Liberal Democrats.
Oh, right. Nice one. Thanks, Jack.
1,380. I hereby declare that Finlay Carson, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, has been duly elected to serve as the member of the Scottish Parliament for the Galloway and West Dumfries constituency.
You kept out of the reform wank.
Have their first constituency win. Finlay Carson, the incumbent in Galloway and West Dumfries, holding on to the seat there with a majority of just over 15.
Still a Tory, but you kept it. They were actually targeting that seat quite heavily, the reform.
SNP, there we go, turnout 52%, but that is the first Conservative constituency victory. There was a thought, I mean...
Rejoice, comrades. Specs Bean Farmer and Jim Speak. Tell Jack no smooching this streamer. Oh God. I wouldn't normally clap a Tory, like I put a round of applause for a Tory, but I was really hoping SNP would get that seat this time round. I don't know. Well done, Finlay, for keeping out of reform Egypt, I guess. Again, he is a Tory, though. Oh my God!
154 votes behind. Malcolm McTaggart at Reform in third place. Can we see the vote share for the Western Isles? Yes, we can. 38 to 36, Labour for the SNP. What's the change look like, though, from 5 years ago? There we go.
Nahil and Ashar, what are you voting for Labour?
Nahil and Anir, and the SNP down 15%. Local issues perhaps at play there. Somebody, the word ferries was used around this table, perhaps by Liz Lloyd.
I think Alistair Allen's been a very good constituency MSP, but I think there has been serious issues with the ferry service over the course of the election campaign.
We've got more catching up to do. Paisley, what happened there? We can have a look. Here is the graphic. SNP hold it. George Adam, very popular
Neil Bibby.
MSP, seeing off Neil Bibby by 3,000 votes, and Alec Leishman in fourth place there with just over 4,500 for Reform. The vote share in Paisley, here we go, there it is, 43% to 33%. The SNP 10% clear of of Labour, and Reform in third place with 15% of the vote. How does that change from 5 years ago? There you go, the SNP holding it despite dropping 8% of their vote. Labour up just 1. Let's go to Fife. Cowdenbeath has declared. What did they do? The SNP held it. David Barrett has a majority there of just over 5,500 from Fiona Sword of Labour. Reform showing up there fairly strongly as well, with almost 5,000
That's terrifying. What the hell, Cowdenbeath? Why are you voting for Reform?
17% of the votes going to Reform, 23% to the SNP, but the clear winners, to Labour rather, but the clear winners with 44%. Again, the SNP. Right, let's have a look at the change from last time. The SNP dropping just 4% there. Labour down 7%. And of course, Reform up 17% because they didn't stand last time. Let's go to Lindsay Bewes. A lot of chat about Edinburgh Central and the fate of Angus Robertson, one of the big beasts of the SNP. Who has been projected may actually finish third in the constituency he holds. Lindsay Bewes is at the count. What's happening?
Hi, Lindsay.
Hi, Martin. Yes, well, we've just been briefed by the Scottish Greens that they are very confident of a victory for
Specs. I see the Baroness. She be gone. Enjoy your time in the other place, Eleanade. No surprise, really. You all were talking about how Ellen is fucked. The people of Wales have spoken. Get wrecked. Much of a muchness, Jim. Some little changes here and there, but roughly I thought between like 50 and 55% turnout. He was doomer. He thinks the turnout for this constituency that I live in, 29% turnout. I fucking hope not. I hope he's wrong. I really fucking do. We'll get back to you on that. It's probably going to be somewhere in the low 40s. I've guessed that the turnout for here is going to be 50. I want it to be over 60. Ideally, I want it above 75% turnout, but nah, I'm not going to get that. I suppose I'll be happy if it's above 50% turnout for this seat. Nah. The turnouts have pretty much held steady. It's just the vote shares and everything that's been kind of wild. But the turnout's been pretty much the same as it was 5 years ago. But yeah, I remember it's 63 to declare. Don't
Counted.
pause,
Let's
you
stay.
fucking
There we go.
numpty.
There's the outside of this building here in Glasgow. And
That is a really fucking good view, River Clyde. Praise be the River Clyde. Salmon River, don't you know? Look! Armadillo. Actual name, Clyde Auditorium, because, look at it. It is an auditorium, and it sits on the Clyde. But it's called the Armadillo. They've been trying to get us to stop calling it that. Shut up. No, it's the Armadillo. Thanks. The other one's called the Donut because it looks like a fucking donut. Andrew Carter, praise be. There is a wild Andrew Carter in the chat. Hello, Andrew. I'm getting all the lovelies, all the people, all the comrades. Who'd have thunk it, because I think I'm the earliest one to go live for today. How's it going, Andrew? Would you look at that mug? Well, the latest I will be going on till is like 10 minutes before. Have I read it in before? I think I have actually read it in. So I might read into the Turn Left Twitch. But yeah, we'll be going until Turn Left goes live. At the bare minimum, it depends how I'm feeling and stuff like that. I'm feeling quite well actually, but I don't want to. He's sitting through in the bedroom on the bed listening to music, drinking his cider. As long as he doesn't get too pissed off, I might be able to go until about 7ish anyway. For Heaton, I've got a friend down in Heaton. I went to school with her. She works down there now.
and a kind of scorecard. We got 20 declarations so far. Look at that, 17 of them going to the SNP, 1 to Labour, 1 to the Conservatives, 1 to the Lib Dems. It is early days yet. Let's go back to the capital. Rebecca Curran is in Holyrood with a panel of pundits. Rebecca, what are they saying?
Oh, for tomorrow, 10 p.m. 10. So we'll give like this, so Kevin Helena can go live on Saturday as they usually do. So it'll be the standard kick-off time of 10 p.m. UK time for any of the American comrades who are in the chat. So yeah, 10 o'clock tomorrow night. But tonight I'll finish up. I'll let him have some living room time. Then you'll probably go back to bed at like 9 o'clock. Then I'll probably go live again at like 10. So we can decompress and have discussions about what could possibly be happening in Holyrood and in the UK generally. Obviously we won't have them all done yet. So there's one's going to be happening tomorrow. 5 p.m. Eastern. Holy fuck. Thanks, Jack. Strictly, right. I wonder if that's close to our Brummy comrade.
Thanks very much, Martin. Welcome back to Holyrood. Yes, with me I have Talat Yacoub, who is an equalities campaigner. Jeff Aberdeen is back from Holyrood Sources podcast, and Mark Diffley, who's a polling expert. Hi. And you know what, Mark? When we're talking about who's winning this election, it's you, isn't it? Because you issued a prediction yesterday, and you're basically bang on, aren't you?
Well, I mean, yeah, we're doing pretty well. I think the polling is holding up pretty well so far. I have to say, the two constituencies that have surprised us sort of so far and surprised me are Shetland and the Western Isles. So, but they kind of cancel each other out in some senses because one, the SNP won unexpectedly.
2 p.m. on the West Coast. Thanks, Rachel.
As well. I think actually what we're seeing is what we thought we would see all along, which is the rise of reform. Helping the SNP. So result after result after result that's coming in, we can see.
So he runs a polling company. I don't know if he's part of the British Polling Council or not, but he's the main one that gets used up here. Obviously, YouGov, Survation, Opinium, and all those ones, Find Out Now, One Common, they all run up here as well. But this is the main one. Don't get me wrong, he does polling for all of the UK and stuff as well, his company. But yeah, he concentrates on the Scottish polling for like councils, Holyrood, and any of the constituencies for Westminster as well. He gets used. He probably started his career in probably one of the bigger ones, maybe YouGov, maybe Survation, Opinion, I don't know.
He also thinks that, he's given something of a victory speech, hasn't he? I mean, what do you make of what you're seeing from the SNP?
Well, you can only beat what's put in front of you, and so the SNP deserve credit for managing to turn this around. From, let's be honest with you, since John Swinney took over, he's managed to steady the ship and it looks like lead his party to victory. But if I may just offer a word of caution to some in the SNP, and I think there's a bit of a reality check that's needed here. In almost every constituency, their vote is down, and quite considerably in some constituencies. And I think I've been overwhelmed in the lead up to this campaign by a number of people around the country saying, yeah, okay, they're the best of a bad bunch. There's a real scunner factor abroad. And I think that's because, frankly, over the last 5 years, before perhaps...
For those who do not know, the Americans in the chat, scunnered means fed up, knackered, pissed off. One of those three, or a mixture of all of them, if you wish. Basically, can it be arsed? I'm fucking fed up. You're scunnered. I love that word so much, because I usually feel scunnered on a daily basis.
110. Durance, Les, Advance UK, 106. Eagle, Tim, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 9,963. McCallum, Morven, May, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,064. Mitchell, Laura, Scottish National Party, 12,636.
Of course, it's a great sounding word. It's Scottish.
Therefore, I give public notice that Laura Mitchell, Scottish National Party, is duly elected as the member of the Scottish Parliament for the Moray constituency. The total number of votes cast across the Moray constituency at the Scottish parliamentary election on the 7th of May 2026 was 32,929. The total number of ballot papers rejected was 115. The turnout for the constituency was 51%. I would like to congratulate...
So there we go. Moray, the number 6 Conservative target, they didn't get anywhere near it, really. They were, I think, our graphic system's got a few gremlins in it, but by my handwritten notes, they were about 2,500 off it. Here we go. I don't think we do have the... Yes, I was right. They were 2,673 votes short. Laura Mitchell has held Moray for the SNP with 12,636 votes. Tim Eagle of the Conservatives in second place. It's always been SNP ever since the start of devolution. Margaret Ewing held it, then Richard Lochhead held it. The Tories have been edging closer, but they weren't.
There we go. 2,600 majority, that's quite decent. Nearly 40% of the votes. I approve. Thank you, Moray. Well done. That was another one I was a bit jittery about. So all the major parties kept their deposit. Fair enough. Are you alright? If you need to go and deal with that, I love having you here, but the personal issues come first. Mad Scottish women ranting on the internet isn't. So if you need to go and deal with anything, you don't need to apologise. Just go and, I don't want people's lives to get disrupted because of me. Oh no.
Constituency.
I was really hoping we'd get
his
fucking
theory, then
Dumfries.
it's borne fruit because he's been returned with a majority of 1,108 votes ahead of the SNP. Reform in Dumfriesshire taking 5,783. Let's have a quick look at
That one doesn't
share
surprise me,
in
Reform
Dumfriesshire.
getting all those votes down there.
35% to
It is the borders.
31% to the SNP.
And it's the rural, it's farming communities and all that stuff.
To Labour. Right,
They
listen,
usually
all of
vote
that
more
interrupted
right-wing.
Rebecca and our guests at Holyrood. Let's go back there, Rebecca.
Thanks very much, Martin. And I'll pick up with you, Jeff Aberdeen, former Chief of Staff to Alex Salmond. You were giving the SNP a note of caution.
Yeah, and the Murray result just now actually makes them a point for me. Their vote is down by double digits. And I just think, they're benefiting massively from the emergence of reform and a very unpopular UK government as well. And so I don't think they should mischaracterise this result. You're getting away with one, guys. You've got 5 years to turn things around and properly deliver for the people of Scotland. And I think that delivery has been sorely lacking. I think up until John, to be fair to him, took over the reins. And so I think that has to be a focus of the SNP going forward.
You were nodding your head along there, Talat.
Well, I think when you've got 12-13% reduction in your vote share, and you've declined to that extent, I think there's some humility that's needed here, and I have to say that it's not a ringing endorsement. It shouldn't be interpreted as being the largest party as a ringing endorsement for the governing of the last 5 or 10 years. Actually, somebody who's an equalities campaigner, we've had U-turns on things like misogyny bill, or conversion therapy, or the human rights bill. Actually, there's quite a few people who are living lives that are in increasing poverty and inequality. They weren't voting because...
Don't pause. You mood. No problem, Reza. If you want to talk about it, we can talk about it after all of this thing. You can jump into a voice call if you want later, like on the weekend or something. Probably Sunday would be the best time. You're right. Okay. Well, you can dive headlong with me into the politics. Hi, Michael. Great to see you. Oh, another result.
195, giving a turnout figure of 55.78%. The total number of votes cast for each candidate in a said election was as follows. John Crawley, Reform UK, 7,008. David Ronald Evans, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 3,999. Janine Langler, Scottish Labour Party, 1,487. Douglas Lumsden, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 10,681. And Gillian Ann Martin, Scottish National Party SNP, 11,654.
Fucking yes!
There were 14 votes rejected for voting for more than one candidate. There were 82 votes rejected for unmarked or void for uncertainty. No votes were rejected for lack of official mark or for writing on mark.
Right, there we have it. We're just trying to update that graphic, but the SNP have held Aberdeenshire East.
No problem, Jam.
It seems that is Gillian Martin's constituency, and she's held it, I think, fairly convincingly over Douglas Lumsden. Here she is, the Energy Secretary in the Cabinet.
I really want to thank...
There she is. She's thanking a whole raft of people, no doubt, who have helped her over the last 6 weeks. She
yes,
is
SNP
going
majority.
back
Let's
to Holyrood.
fucking
Also,
have it.
John Curtis was updating us in our system here, saying it's not an official BBC forecast, but the way things are looking, doesn't look like an SNP majority is on the cards. That Dumfries result kind of backs that up. If they were going to do it, they had to sweep the south of the country, and they're not, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're still too early to tell, because I think a lot of these constituencies that we're looking at, particularly in the MRP, are still too close to call. And so, as we've seen already in the day, things we think we know, we have, very small margins have flipped it. And that's one of the things about having an expanded party system. The vote share you need decreases, and that's coupled with the fact that we have turnout dropping. So it also...
Do we think that the...
There were 164 rejected ballots in total. The reasons for rejection were as follows: 24 voting for more than one candidate, 140 unmarked or void for uncertainty. The total number of votes for each candidate was...
Yeah, it's a bit... Yeah.
Audrey Dempsey, Reform UK.
Oh, it's my seat.
5,309. Josephine MacLeod.
Shut the fuck up.
Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 706. Ivan McKee, Scottish National Party, 11,926.
Yes, Ivan.
Nicholas Christopher Moohan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 788. Kenneth Nasu, Scottish Common Party, 301. Paul John Sweeney, Scottish Labour and Cooperative Party, 6,700.
Oh, beating 90 seconds. Okay.
And I, Suzanne Miller, declare that Ivan McKee is elected to serve in the Scottish Parliament as the member for Glasgow Easterhouse and Springburn constituency.
That is the first Glasgow constituency to declare. Ivan McKee, the Finance Minister, returned as the SA...
Oi! Oi! I will not stand for the erasure of Springburn. We're the older part of the fucking constituency, you bastards. So it's Glasgow Easterhouse and Springburn. How fucking dare they? So Ivan's now my MSP. His seat got boundaried out. It got basically glomped. So he was Glasgow Province, by the way. I will not stand for this erasure of Springburn, bastard BBC. If you can tell, I'm angry. Easterhouse used to be 2 different constituencies, by the way, so this is an agglomeration of 3 different constituencies from the last fucking vote. Bastards! Thanks, Jack. No Springburn erasure in this chat. Thank you very much. How did BBC? You fucking suck! We're the older part of the constituency, fuckers. Fucking... Don't make me go and get my fucking spirits again. So I've got 2 hot flasks up there, one with vodka and one with fucking rum. I'm no one to start on the spirits yet. Fucking hell, it's too bloody early. It's only 3:30. Blatant Springburn erasure. Fuck you, BBC.
I think the SNP are in this position is that they can't be complacent about this. They have played this election.
Motherwell was shot. I thought they might, Jack.
They've fought all these different constituency battles across the country, and they've known what they're doing in order to win the majority of them, or hopefully the majority of them. But there is a piece of work to do afterwards about making sure that they can win more of that vote for the next time.
Liz, we're going to leave it there. Phil Sim, we were talking about the chances of an SNP majority. You've been looking at that in some detail, just through the data.
Yes, and I'm potentially disagreeing with Ilse's point a minute ago, because basically the SNP, they were on 64 seats in the last election, so there was a point there when they have won 2 additional constituencies. They've taken Eastwood off the Tories, they've taken Shetland off the Lib Dems. That puts them over the line for a majority. But actually, if you take away the Western Isles, which they've lost to Labour, they're right on the bubble, and there are only a very limited number of seats left to declare which are not held by the SNP. So they didn't manage to take Dumfriesshire, they didn't manage to take Galloway and West Dumfries. Realistically, I don't think anyone expects them to take either of the remaining Lib Dem seats that are out there. Maybe, you can give them in their sort of dream scenario. Maybe they take Dumfries from Jackie Baillie, maybe Dumbarton rather from Jackie Baillie, maybe they take Aberdeenshire West, but that requires them not losing anything at the back door to the likes of the Greens and the Lib Dems. You could end up with a scenario.
I can't believe the BBC fucking done that,
maybe Edinburgh
bastards.
Central. It could be the pro-independence Greens are the ones to deny the SNP that majority.
Yeah, Phil, thanks very much for that. Ailsa, though, just explain this to me. We were talking earlier on about the swings and roundabouts nature of this. If they don't win those seats in the constituency vote, they may well get rewarded on the list.
No, exactly, because when we calculate the number of seats that are allocated on the region, we take the total number of votes cast in the region and divide.
Yeah, a lot of people, especially in the media, because our media fucking sucks, they're thinking that it needs to be the constituencies, it needs to be the 65, it has to be all constituencies. No, it fucking doesn't. He never said that. He says 65 SNP. That's all he said. But they're all assuming, he has to get 65 constituencies. No, that's the fucking, that's the glory of this fucking system that we've got up here. Don't get me wrong, I've got problems with it. He never said it had to be all constituencies, did he? Oh, God, I hate the BBC so fucking much.
Laura.
Thank you, Martin. Yeah, let's bring you up to date then. 3 seats have changed hands in the Scottish Parliament election so far. Labour have made a surprise gain in the Western Isles, taking the Nahealan and Annan seat from the SNP. The Liberal Democrats have lost the party's traditional stronghold seat of Shetland to the SNP.
Oh, I'm going on its old name, sorry. I call it Nahealan Ashar. Nahealan Ashar is easier, fucking hell. Oh, you can't hang, sweet. Nice one. Cool. Katie's are good. Right, most of us. Most of us are good. Yeah. That's why I call one of them Katie Copkins. Because she is not a Katie in my eyes. Katies are good people. Katies are based. Katies are sometimes kind of irreverent. But mostly Katies are good people. Mostly.
Well, on taking the Nahealan from
Rejoice,
the SNP,
comrades. Close
New
Snake.
Labour MSP
Hello,
Donald
my
McKinnon said
snake
he'd
friend.
fight for his constituency and work to fix the island's ferry problems.
After 2 decades of SNP government, our islands have had enough of broken promises, excuses and being told to settle for less. I will work every single day to be an MSP for all of Nahealan and Keir, whether you voted for
Helen
me
and
or
Keir.
not.
Right.
While speaking earlier, before that Western Isles result, Scottish Labour leader Anna Sarwar said that his party is hurting today and it's his job to hold the party here together.
Bye, bitch.
He stood by his call for the Prime Minister to resign and said that results across the UK represented a national dissatisfaction.
I don't believe this election was about independence. I think this election, to be honest, was about a general dissatisfaction with politics. And sadly, there was a national wave in terms of that disappointment, and that's a national wave we failed to overcome.
Well, it's been a busy wee while. There is lots more to come, though. In the next hour, we're expecting results from East Lothian and Motherwell. Now, the Labour pain continues in the council election results unfolding in England. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, says he's not going to walk away after results of reform, picking up seats in former Labour heartlands. Reform have so far gained more than 600 councillors, and Labour have lost over 400. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage says the results so far represents a truly historic shift in British politics, but there is still a
Welcome
long way
in.
to go.
Great to see you.
Meanwhile, in Wales, the first results have come through there. Let's see them. Yeah, 4 seats each. Members of the Senate for Reform and Plaid Cymru. 2 each for the Conservatives and Labour. Labour have already conceded that they will not be in power after this election and said First Minister Eluned Morgan may lose her seat. Right, back to here then, and there have been dramatic scenes outside one of the entrances to the election count at the Michael Woods Centre in Glenrothes, where a bus was seen engulfed in fire. Certainly dramatic video captured there by the local Labour MP Richard Baker. It shows the bus shortly after it burst into flames, just after 2 p.m. today. Fire crews and police are in attendance, but we understand the incident has not affected the count and there were no injuries. Yeah, hoping everybody is safe and well there. So that is the picture at the news desk for now. Back to you, Martin.
Laura, thanks very much indeed. We were debating, weren't we, Phil Simms' analysis that an SNP majority seems almost out of reach. Well, Professor Sir John Curtis, no less a figure than, has just stuck a message into our system here. In Scotland at present, it seems unlikely the SNP will reach 65 seats. To achieve that number, they'd have to win most of the following, where they're expected to lose. And here are 4 seats, so keep an eye out for them. Aberdeenshire West versus the Tories, Caithness versus the Liberal Democrats, Edinburgh Central versus the Greens. Well, we've heard there that the Greens are basically going home. So they won it already. Edinburgh Southern versus Labour as well. They may well have to win all 4 of those seats to get over the line, says John Curtis. Otherwise, there are only a handful of remote chances where the party can be seats against the probabilities. Well, that comes back to what we were talking about with Ailsa a minute ago. Bernard, I want to talk to you about Jeff Aberdeen's quotes, because they've provoked some fairly lively discussion around here as well. Let me go back to it. The SNP benefiting massively from the arrival of reform and the unpopularity of the UK government. You've got away with one, he's saying to John Swinney. Remember that. What do you make of that?
Well, he's right on the first part. The advent of reform and the unpopularity of the Labour government has helped the SNP. Getting away with one, well, you know, what do you actually mean by that? At the end of the day, if you win an election, you win an election, irrespective of the circumstances. Are we going to say that somehow the entire result is tainted because well over 40% of registered voters haven't actually bothered to vote? No, we don't. You take into account those that go to the polling stations and cast their vote. I mean, Labour got in 2024 a landslide of Blair proportions and just under 35% of the vote.
Sorry, Bernard.
And I heard people...
Sorry, Bernard. Yeah. There's still ones that they're going to win because there's no point in people don't vote for they don't vote Labour. They don't. Your one constant reform's been a bit of a wrecker, obviously, because that's what they fucking are. But yeah, there's ones that are safe. Like we've already got the Dundee ones; they're safe. SNP strongholds, blah blah blah. We've got Ivan back in after blatant Springburn erasure by BBC. Get wrecked, you bastards. But yeah, there's places in Glasgow that will go SNP. So the neighbouring constituency, which used to be part of this one, lopped in half, is going to be interesting. So my colleague, my comrade, I love her, Iris Duane, is going up against my former SNP MSP, Bob Doris. So that's Maryhill, Glasgow, Kelvin Maryhill, which is to the west of me, in that direction. So, yeah. Fucking yes, go on, get in there. Go Greens indeed. Yeah. Oh, gimme.
Was as follows. Christopher Cowdy, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 1,900. Sarnet Dykstra Downey, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 12,972.
Desmond Buchanan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,427. Sharon Dowie, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 8,448. Brian McGinley, Scottish Labour Party, 6,394. Andrew Fleming Russell.
That's the seat that Malcolm was running in. With any fucking luck, he's lost his deposit. 6 p.m. onwards, Michael. 6 p.m. There's 2 of me. No applause for Lib-Dems.
Clyde constituency is 32,181.
Look, there he's there. Get right, Malcolm.
The total number of ballot papers rejected is
Please tell me he's lost his deposit, please, please,
ballot
please.
Papers were rejected for the following reasons. Ballot papers were rejected because they did not bear their official mark, 0. Ballot papers were rejected because votes were given for more than one candidate, 22. Ballot papers were rejected because there was something written or marked on the ballot paper by which the voter could be identified, 6. Ballot papers were rejected because they were unmarked or void for uncertainty, 130.
Is it? All right.
I, Stuart Jimison constituency, returning officer for the Inverclyde constituency, also declare that the total number of votes given to each candidate is as follows. Brennan Francesca, Scottish Labour Party, 8,876. Offord Malcolm, Reform UK, 5,649. Runciman Ted, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 1,351.
Go Paisley.
Macmillan Stewart, Scottish National Party, SNP, 14,193. Green, Jamie Gillan, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,954.
Oh, Jamie.
Therefore, I give public notice that Stuart Macmillan is duly elected as the Member of the Scottish Parliament for the Inverclyde constituency. I'd like to congratulate Stuart on his election, and I will now give Stuart and the unsuccessful candidates the opportunity to say a few words. But first of all...
So Stuart Macmillan, the parliamentary bagpiper, is piping himself back to Holyrood with a majority of 5,317. He is from Inverclyde, but then so are Malcolm Offord and Jamie Green of the Lib Dems. But a
Thank you, Blizzard.
majority there for Stuart
Yes.
Macmillan of the SNP. They hold Inverclyde. Let's have a quick look at the vote share. There we go, 44%.
Ah,
to the
damn it,
SNP,
he kept his
28%
deposit.
Labour, and
Fucking
18%
bollocks.
to Malcolm Offord, the leader of Reform.
Oh, the
UK
Tories lost.
in Scotland.
Oh my
in his own
God.
constituency. A quick look at how that's changed.
Right, I'll just... bollocks. Fuck. So, Jamie Green, this lovely individual right here, he used to be the Scottish Tory. He literally crossed the chamber and joined the Lib Dems a while ago now. And Dumfries, who let us down. Are you in Cumnock, Michael? Interesting. You and I might need to talk at some point. Just saying. Hello. Oh, so you're the Carrick, Cumnock and Doon Valley. Interesting. Jamie should get back in on the list.
How that changes from last time.
Unfortunately, so will
18%
Offord.
Up. The Lib Dem vote, the SNP's vote is 13% down. It's quite a big result, Ailsa, isn't it? Look at the swing there, 16% swing from the SNP to Lib Dems.
That seat is notionally an SNP seat. Ailsa, the expert here, having drawn the lines. That seat didn't exist before. It's a sort of bit of Edinburgh Central, a bit of Edinburgh North and Leith, and a bit of Alex Cole Hamilton's Edinburgh West seat shoved together. So, yeah, the Lib Dems have gained it from this, but it's not like
Oh, it's a Frankenstein constituency.
So
Fucking
that's
amazing.
winning in that game.
For Edinburgh.
These are all notional. These are all notional results. Nevertheless, should we just say it's a good result for the Lib Dems?
It is. It is, and it borders. I mean, it borders an existing.
Glasgow, Elsa, you'd only just started, but Glasgow
all right.
Annie's Land's
It's
declaring.
all right.
Sorry about that.
No.
440.
Annie's Land.
The total number of votes cast was 31,147. The turnout was 51.53%. There were 233 rejected ballots.
Oh, Elena, was that? Oh, yeah. Yeah, she'll be missed.
Voting for more than one candidate.
Oh, well done, Katie.
215
well done, Katie.
Unmarked or void for uncertainty. The total number of votes for each candidate was as follows. Sandesh Gulhane, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 1,000.
Oh, fucking awesome! Little London and Woodhouse, go! Fucking bring it.
Labour Party, 9,162. Colin Merrick, Scottish National Party, 13,821. Sean O'Hagan, Reform UK, 4,839. James Douglas Spears, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,688. I, Suzanne Miller, declare that Colin Merrick is elected to serve in the Scottish
is he
Parliament
Eden Hills?
as the member
Oh, cool.
of the Glasgow Annie's Land constituency.
So,
Well done,
the
Colin.
SNP holds Glasgow Annie's Land. Another Glasgow declaration, another victory for the SNP.
Annie's Land, praise be Annie's Land. My gran and granddad, and my biological father, he grew up in Annie's Land. My gran and granddad are from different places, but yeah, well, no, my gran's from Annie's Land. My granddad, my dad's dad, was the chair of the SNP constituency association for Annie's Land. Praise be Grandad Roy. He is no longer among us, so that's why I name him. Praise be Grandad. So he he despised Alex. He didn't like him in any way, shape or form. Sandesh Gulhane was one of the Tory list MSPs for me. Him and Annie Wells. Being that low down, he might not actually get back on the list. See you later, Sandesh. He's a doctor, by the way, he's a GP. Well done, Colin Merrick. Greens also won Kirkstall and Leeds. Thank you, Jack. Keep them coming as they come in. The BBC presented today's unhappy, didn't they? They should be ashamed of themselves with blatant Springburn erasure. As you can tell, I'm a little bit salty about it. Do not wipe out, do not disclude one of the strongholds, the fucking SNP. Just fuck off.
In Eastwood and potentially in Ayr. So I think what this talks to is what we warned off and what I was warning.
They do, don't they, Tom? Fucking love it.
Basically hands seats that should be in pro-UK hands to John Swinney. And as you said earlier, John Swinney should have been really up for a pasting tonight. And it's Malcolm Offord and Reform that may finally let him off the hook.
37 seats declared so far, so half of the constituencies declared so far. And the SNP have won 32 of them, 2 to the Conservatives, 2 to the Lib Dems and 1 to Labour. 32 of the 37 seats so far to the SNP. What story does that tell you, Craig Hoy?
Well, I think that tells the story that that Reform recklessly are splitting the pro-UK vote in Scotland and are letting John Swinney back in, despite his lamentable record on schools, hospitals, roads, railways, ferries, the economy and tax. And I think this is something that we have to be alert to. It's something that I warned off in this constituency repeatedly on the over 10,000 doors that I knocked on, which is that a vote for Reform effectively gets John Swinney back into Butte House, and that's what we may see tonight, although I understand he is short of a majority, and that then brings the prospect of the extremist and highly destructive Greens potentially coming back into government in Scotland.
Oh, fuck off, for you dickhead.
Recklessly doing anything just by standing. Surely it's up to you to do better, be better. That'll see them off.
Well, we have been quite clear that we are the only...
Tories do better? Oh. Fuck. They're coming thick and fast now.
Scottish National Party, 12,000. Daniel Johnson,
yes.
Scottish Labour Party, 16,900. Marie-Claire Monroe, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party,
Plaid 13, Wanks 11, Labour 3.
Charles Turner, Reform UK,
Poor Jane.
3,317.
Deirdre should get back in on the list.
Edinburgh and East Lothian People, 524. Therefore, I give public notice that Daniel Johnson
So that's
is
Edinburgh
duly
Southern. We're going to
elected.
come back to that. Here's North East Fife.
William Docherty, Scottish Labour Party, 2,524.
It's okay, Specs, don't worry.
Can I apologise? That was, on the sheet here, there's a mistake which we'll correct. That William Docherty was Reform at 2,524. Elizabeth Carr Ellis, Scottish Labour Party, 818. William Cowan Rennie, Scottish
Yes!
Liberal Democrats, 21,350.
Go, Anthony!
Edward James Nicholas Sheasby, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 936, with 120 ballot papers rejected. Therefore, I give public notice that Willie Rennie is duly elected to serve as the member of the Scottish Parliament
Willie Rennie's back
for the
in,
Fife
no
North East
surprise.
constituency.
Right, so Willie Rennie, former Lib Dem leader in Scotland, safely home in
Grandad,
North East
fucking
Fife.
amazing.
Edinburgh Southern, we should say, Daniel Johnson holds on to that seat. It's a massively changed seat. Daniel Johnson goes back to Holyrood as the MSP for Edinburgh Southern, seeing off the challenge of Deirdre Brock from the SNP, who I must say, because it's an interesting statistic, once appeared in an episode of Home or Away. Here's Gary Robertson with his panel of politicians.
A very good factoid, Martin, thank you. Let's just pick up on what we just saw there.
I'm going to change out of my dress. I need to
We
get
also had the
comfy.
Lib Dems
I'll be back
gaining
in a minute.
Edinburgh Northern. We have Susan Murray, Lib Dem MP here. Things seem to be going to plan in terms of what your party expected from this election.
Absolutely. We are delighted at the gains that we're making, and the growth in the vote overall is excellent. But where we knew we were going to win, slowly but surely we are confirming that. So it's really, it's been a good day for us.
Well, let's pick up on what we were also hearing there from Craig Hoy, Jamie Maguire from Reform. An accusation that, in essence, you said you were here to stop the SNP, but actually you're enabling the SNP, as Craig Hoy would have it, because actually you're splitting the unionist vote.
No, that's absolutely nonsense. If people wanted to vote Conservatives and they thought that they had a positive vision for the country, then they would vote for them. More people are turning to Reform because we're actually offering a genuine alternative. We're seeing that across the country. We're sitting on 17% of the vote share right now. In 2021, we had 0.21%, under 6,000 votes. It's been an absolute astounding election, and I think that as more results come in, you'll start to see Reform challenge at SNP in more constituencies, as we have seen in the north of the country.
Well, you did come very close in Banff and Buchan Coast. Also, we saw Malcolm Offord there, not coming that close, obviously, in Greenock, but that wasn't one of the seats that you were targeting. Do you think you're still on track to do pretty well here in terms of the list vote?
Yes, definitely. I think that we will become the opposition, and I think if you actually look at across the board, if you look at the SNP, you look at Labour and the Conservatives, their vote share is down significantly whereas ours is up 17%. So I think the message that the voters are sending is that they're backing reform and they want real change.
John Molyneux of the Greens, described as extremist there by Craig Hoy. How do you respond to that?
Absolutely not. But we've ran a really positive and energetic campaign, and it looks like that's going to be rewarded with a record result for the Greens right across the country. But we are also obviously very hopeful for our first ever constituency breakthrough. So that will be a huge achievement. But, you know, it's something that we've been working hard at, and it's no surprise. I'll say this as a councillor, where we're having that, where we're seeing that success is where we've got hard-working councillors making a difference in people's communities.
Well, gains really for everybody to applaud. Harriet Cross from the Conservatives, we saw there a couple of results from the south of the country, Finlay Carson and Craig Hoy both winning, but Jackson Carlow losing out in Eastwood.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing sort of across the board in the constituencies which Conservatives previously held, but our results are standing up and we're doing well. Jackson obviously not getting over the line this time, but ran a very good campaign. Craig Hoy, Finlay Carson in the south, we're hearing good things about Aberdeenshire as well. Just missing out on Aberdeenshire East, really close result there. Douglas Lumsden ran a fabulous campaign. So across the board, our constituency vote is holding up. And that's
I'm going to have to interrupt you. We will come back, but we're going to get the result from Glasgow Bayliston.
155. The turnout was 46.52%. There were 135 rejected ballots in total. The reasons for rejection were as follows: 11 voting for more than one candidate, 1 writing or mark by which the voter could be identified, and 123 unmarked or void for uncertainty. The total number of votes for each candidate was as follows: Amy Carman, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,082. Thomas Jordan Keir, Reform UK, 6,972. David Linden, Scottish National Party, 12,075. Pauline McNeill, Scottish Labour and Cooperative Party, 5,885. John Murray, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 1,006. And I, Suzanne Miller, declare that David Linden is elected to serve in the Scottish Parliament as member for the Glasgow, Bayliston and Shettleston constituency.
So another SNP victory there in Glasgow. David Linden holding on to Glasgow, Bayliston. Thomas Kerr coming second for Reform UK. Of course, he's been a high-profile supporter, high-profile member of Reform. Pauline McNeill for Labour in third place. Let's get a little bit of reaction to that. You'll be pleased to see that, I guess, Shona Robson, from an SNP perspective.
Absolutely, and particularly pleased to see Eastwood. It's a tremendous result for Kirsten Oswald, and I feel a bit sorry for Jackson Carlow. He's one of the more sensible voices from the Tories in the Parliament, but there we are. I'm sure Russell Finlay will be delighted because it makes his chance of being returned
on the list.
Yeah, more likely. But I think we're clearly winning in different parts of Scotland, which is great. There will inevitably be disappointments, as there are in every election. And just to come back on one of the points made earlier by Jeff Aberdeen.
Well, he said that your delivery had been lacking, and you were part of that government.
Well, we have run a positive campaign, and we are seeing the results because we're winning this election, but we're not complacent. And I can absolutely say John Swinney will be the least complacent leader and First Minister. He knows that, there is a bit of a scunnered factor out there. I think all the parties have probably recognised that on the doorstep. So we've got work to do, and he will be the first to acknowledge that. But it is so far a very good day.
Although a good day, time for humility as well on part of the SNP.
You know John Swinney as well as I do, and he is, not someone for hubris. He will absolutely accept that we've got work to do, particularly around cost of living. People are struggling. They want their government to be on their side. We've done a lot in that space, but there's obviously more to do. But this is a very good set of results for the SNP 5 elections in a row. It's pretty unheard of.
Absolutely. This is record-breaking, I think you could probably say.
Record-breaking, absolutely.
Michael Shanks is here as well for Labour Government Minister, of course. A glimmer of good news there with Daniel Johnson winning in Edinburgh, but there's not a great deal of good news around for Labour today.
Look, undoubtedly it has been a very disappointing evening, but I would say Daniel Johnson, first of all, an incredibly hard-working constituency MSP, and great to see him back. And also Donald McKinnon in the Western Isles. I was in Stornoway a few weeks ago, and I can testify he has genuinely spoken to every single voter, I think, on his way around those islands. So he has done a fantastic job, and it's great to see him in Parliament. But obviously, otherwise, a difficult evening for us. We haven't seen the full set of results yet. I think the list will start to show us what the full Scottish Parliament will look like, and whether the SNP do end up with a majority or not. But whether they do or don't, there's a huge challenge on them now to deliver on much of what they said they would do during the election campaign, but also to build a better Scotland after the 19 years we have. So I think that's a huge challenge on them, and we'll hold them to account as they do that.
Well, you've led us very nicely into what we're going to discuss next. Let's look at the prospects of an SNP majority. David Wallace-Lockhart has been crunching the numbers.
Well, Gary, we'll start by looking at our hex map, which of course shows every constituency in Scotland as the same size. The outline of a seat shows who held it previously. So as you can see, the SNP have both won and lost seats that they already held. So what's this kind of mean for their idea of a majority that John Swinney says he's still optimistic he can deliver? We're going to start by looking at a few of these results that have changed hand, and we're going to start in Shetland, which was very good news for the SNP, a seat that had been Lib Dem since 1999, but it changed hands. The SNP have won it with Hannah Mary Goodlad. So if you're talking about the SNP getting a majority, exactly the sort of area where they could be boosted with their fortunes there. But we go to the other side of our map, to the Western Isles. A different story in this island community in Nahealan and Yar, because Scottish Labour have taken it from the SNP. So a rare bit of good news there so far for Scottish Labour today, taking the Western Isles. Now, we're going to head to the Central Belt and go to Eastwood. This seat has been Conservative in recent years, indeed held by Jackson Carlaw, former leader of the Scottish Conservatives, but the SNP have narrowly managed to take it. Interesting story here, because if we look at share of the vote, you'll see that both Labour and the Conservatives put in a pretty respectable showing. So that pro-union vote, perhaps in Eastwood, getting split, the SNP able to come through the middle there and win the seat, even on a slightly lower share of the vote compared to last time. So that's exactly the sort of seat you'd think they'd have to win in order to get a majority. But, you know, that's one side of things. If we head to Edinburgh, the other side of things, because in Edinburgh Northern, they've lost that seat to the Lib Dems. Lib Dems quite comfortably actually managing to take Edinburgh Northern. So you'd imagine if the SNP aren't winning seats like this, the idea of a majority, very, very narrow path to getting it. We should point out, however, of course, there are the regional list seats to come, and we won't get a full picture until we get that. The constituencies are only half the story in a Scottish election, so plenty still to look out for. And to reflect on some of that, we can go now to Rebecca Curran, who's at the Scottish Parliament.
Thank you very much, David. And I am joined again by my panel. We've got Mark Diffley, polling expert, Jeff Aberdeen from Hollywood Sources, and Talat Yaqub, the Equalities campaigner. Thanks all for being here. Mark, I wanted to briefly chat with you first, because we're well over half the constituency seats declared now. Give us a kind of temperature test. How's it?
Yes, and I think we're probably pretty much where we were when we last spoke half an hour or so ago. I think the election is pretty much panning out as we expected from a polling point of view, give or take some of the surprises, a few of the surprises that we're seeing, but they seem to be kind of balancing each other out. The two big surprising results for me so far have been the two.
Are they, Reza? Good.
I think we're about to see a slew of declarations in Edinburgh as well. We've already seen Edinburgh North.
We'll see what happens.
Also Lib Dems, and I think I agree with David.
But yes, thank God.
The SNP not winning that, probably not that
You
alone.
could really force the issue unions and disaffiliate.
Overall majority looks quite unlikely, so I think we're still heading for somewhere between the sort of middle to the late 50s in terms of seats. I think the two Edinburgh seats coming up, Edinburgh Central, which looks likely to go to the Greens, Edinburgh North East and Leith, I think looks, from what I'm hearing anyway, looks very, very close. Ben McPherson's seat may hold on, but I think regardless of that, I think Edinburgh is now kind of a key sort of battleground in establishing whether that majority looks at all feasible. And I think what we'll see is that it probably isn't.
Talat Yakub, Equalities campaigner, can you just kind of take us inside your thoughts? You know, we're about halfway in the constituency seats. What have you been thinking?
Well, in terms of polling, I think what was expected is what's happening, and what polling experts have suggested to us has been happening. So well done to Mark for that. I do.
Reza. Fuck. North East England, what the fuck are you doing? It's fun. This is like political candy for me, or political sweets. Just yeah. This is the nerd time to shine. The last time I got to shine like this was during the fucking pandemic, which is not good. If I'm actually being able to respond and educate people, that means there's something seriously bad is happening. Don't get me wrong, good things can happen in politics, I guess. Maybe, sometimes. I don't know. But if things happen with my actual expertise, not expertise, fuck it, I'm not an expert, trust me. But if anything is happening in my other sphere, viruses and parasites and stuff, politicians, yeah, they're not good. Viruses are bad, oddly enough. Zero sees the nuka, what the fuck? That level of dissatisfaction with the Labour government? Obviously not surprising, just look at the fucking shit show that the country's in.
Performer in the Parliament, and I think he'll continue to be so. A stonking result. I thought Shona Robeson got it absolutely right on Jackson Carlaw as well. Great win for the SNP, fantastic win for the SNP, but he'll be a loss to Parliament as well. I think, given what Mark says, though, the most interesting question is what Bernard Ponsonby and Martin touched on earlier. Is it looks like there is going to be a pro-independence majority, but short of an SNP outright majority. How does John Swinney navigate that situation? It's going to be very interesting.
Okay, thank you very much. And now it's time
Your
to
House
go
Agreement
back to
2.0
Glasgow and Martin.
Rebecca, thank you very much indeed. We're hearing the declaration in Edinburgh Central that Angus Robertson's seat is imminent. Oh, in fact, there it is. That man dressed as a gannet, as a campaigner for against the tradition of Guga hunting in the Western Isles. That's why he's there. Various other candidates, a big
Ladies
list there.
and gentlemen,
Here's the declaration.
if I have your attention, please, and
Please,
please,
please, please,
could I have
please,
some
please,
silence
please,
in the
please,
hall
please.
until the declaration and the speeches are complete. Thank you.
Thanks,
I,
Reza.
Paul Lawrence, returning officer for the Edinburgh Central
That is a lot of people on your constituency ballot.
That the total number of votes given to each candidate was as follows: Bonnie Prince Bob, Independent, 176. Chris Crichton, Independent, 32.
The candidate wins.
James Dalgleish, Scottish Labour Party, 8,098. Charles Dundas, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 2,168. Tam Laird, Scottish Libertarian Party, 56. Joe Mowat, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 2,262. Craig Murray, Alliance to Liberate Scotland, 150. Gary Neal, Reform UK, 1,876. Robert Powell,
Sorry, Andrew.
Independent, 41. Angus Robertson, Scottish National Party, 7,702. Lorna Slater, Scottish Green Party, 12,006.
Fucking yes! Holy fuck, Angus is in hard!
Therefore, I give public notice that Lorna Slater is duly elected as the member of the Scottish Parliament for the Edinburgh Central constituency.
You're political nerd.
So there we are. The story of the day, the narrative of the day may be a thumping.
Oh no one, fucking bring it.
It's not so much Labour won the last general election.
Wide but shallow, yeah.
Right, no. Go on vote share.
Yeah. Oh, go on vote share as well.
Right. It wasn't Labour won the election, it was the Tories lost it. Yes? The only reason they've done that is because people were so fucking pissed off with the fucking Tories and they all thought, well, no, they can get the fucking out of by voting Labour. And now people are going,
this is a shit show.
yes. And then they're fucking voting again. The fucking status quo. This time.
Again.
Right.
Politics.
It's not.
Yeah.
The Labour won the last general election, as the Tories lost the last general election.
Yeah, that's what I've been saying.
And the Tories and fucking Labour are fucking. We won, look at our fucking majority. No, you didn't win. You don't get they didn't win.
Tell that to the Westminster Labour Party. Yes! Lorna's got a seat! Fucking bring it. Hang on. Did I turn them off? Oh no, fucking muted it. Oops.
The steady growth of our support and decades of hard work by our MSPs, councillors, staff and volunteers.
Yay!
We are hopeful of returning the largest ever number of Greens to Holyrood today as voters choose to vote Green all over Scotland. And I can't wait to get back to work.
So Lorna Slater there, returning to Holyrood as the Green MSP for Edinburgh Central. The story, though, in that constituency, I think the defeat of Angus Robertson, a significant figure for so many years in the SNP, a Cabinet Secretary for External Affairs and the Constitution, has gone. Right, look, we're going to take a breath now for a big moment, I think, in this election. The BBC is forecasting how the constituency seats will break down, with 49
I'll be back in 2 minutes,
of the
everyone,
73
sorry.
constituencies
Yes, Lorna!
declared. The BBC is forecasting that the SNP will finish. This is a spread of seats. The SNP will finish with between 60 and 63 seats. The Liberal Democrats will finish with either 4 or 5 seats. Labour, this is in the constituencies, remember, with the list votes still to come, with the list seats still to be divvied up. Labour will finish with either 3 or 4 constituency seats. The Conservatives with 2 or 3. The Greens with 1, that one you've just seen. And Reform are forecasting won't pick up any seats in the constituencies, although they inevitably will on the list. Let's go to Professor Sir John Curtis, who is in London for us just now in the BBC's Results Centre in New Broadcasting House. Can we see him? I think we can. I'm sure he's there. I'm told he's there. John, good afternoon to you. Thanks very much for being with us. So it's a moment when the BBC are forecasting these things. They're largely the work of your number crunching. That's the constituency.
And that's my colleagues.
That you and your colleagues, of course. That's the constituency seats. But listen, the big deal is, do you think, based on that, the SNP are going to get more than 65 seats in this parliament?
Oh, no. The reason why, let's explain. The reason why we're putting this up is that we are saying that given that they're virtually wholly dependent on the constituency seats, yes, we can see a possibility of one list seat, but that is it. We are saying that we are now forecasting that the SNP will not have an overall majority in the new Holyrood Parliament. They may end up just with the 64 they got last time, though, as you can see, basically we're thinking they are going to be a few seats down. And in truth, although in the end, in terms of the share of the constituency vote at around 39%, the SNP have performed towards the higher end of expectations so far as the polls are concerned. So far as the outcome in seats is concerned, it now looks as though we're going to be close to the 60, 61, 62 that many people were anticipating. Basically, once the SNP lost Edinburgh Southern to Labour, and then particularly then when the Edinburgh Central results just came in, that, as it were, there just aren't enough places left where the SNP might have an interest, somewhere like Aberdeenshire West, that even if they were to pull it off, that's going to push that number up to the 65 mark.
So the SNP not going to touch that 65 majority, you're saying, does your data tell you who might come second and what the rest of the Parliament might look like?
That of course does depend ultimately on, I mean, in terms of the share of the vote on the constituencies, that looks to be Labour, but some of the polling has suggested that those positions might be reversed on the list vote. I think so far all we've seen is the list vote for Orkney and Shetland. Oh, by the way, the Liberal Democrats won the list vote on Shetland. It is very, very clear that the successful SNP candidate in the Shetland won a very, very substantial personal vote, but then that's the part of the world where personal votes matter. So until we start getting some list votes from constituencies in on the mainland, then we really can't say too much about who's going to come second.
All right, John, well, we'll be back to you when you can, I'm sure, or when the votes have been counted. John Curtis, thank you very much indeed for that. Liz Lloyd, 63 seats max.
I mean, it's pretty
for
good,
the
isn't
SNP.
it?
Well, it opens up a lot of other questions, doesn't it? For
does.
example, John Swinney can pick and choose who he wants to do deals with, right?
I mean, so firstly, a bit flippantly saying it's pretty good, but, you know, where we started this campaign, if you think of the back of the general election, saying to you earlier, Martin, I remember sitting here at the end of the general election results saying, the SNP will be pleased they've got 30% of the vote. That's something to build back from. They will not be cocky about this result. John Swinney has said during this campaign, even if he got the majority, he would govern like he was in a minority. He knows it's not a, you know, I can do whatever I like in the country. I think he also knows from experience, and the SNP does know this from experience, that you tend to govern better when you work well across the board with other parties. The Greens will undoubtedly do well today. Lorna Slater, you know, their first constituency MSP, so there will be numbers of Green MSPs that the SNP can work with. There are also going to be numbers of Liberal Democrat MPs that the SNP have worked with in the past to pass budgets. I think it's probably a little bit too early to say how Labour will respond to what's happened to them today and whether, you know, they will feel like they can engage
Just
in
slightly more
tolerant
tolerant than the previous.
But I think the 63 seats, John Swinney can sort of confidently say, I'll be walking into Butte House. Now, that result isn't finalised, there's still a couple to go. But that, for John Swinney, is, you know, that is a mandate for his government. That is a mandate for an SNP government. And he will be very pleased with that. And I think all the talk of anybody else trying to get into Butte House is probably over at this point.
But nobody else is going to challenge him if he's got 63 seats. I mean, we can safely say that. Talking of mandates, Ailsa, we don't know whether he will consider this to be a mandate for an independence referendum. We asked him. He's not got the 65, which he said would absolutely be an undoubted, unquestionable mandate because of the precedent. Listen, hang on a second. Here's Anna Sarwar's declaration, Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollock. I'll come back to you, Ailsa. Let's hear what's happening there.
Correct, close neck, yeah.
The total number of votes cast was 32,388. The turnout was 48.87%. There were 210 rejected ballots in total, with the reasons for rejection as follows: 14 voting for more than one candidate, 196
Here we go.
unmarked or void for uncertainty. The total number of votes for each candidate was as follows: Zengani, Scottish National Party, 14,270. Peter Michael McLaughlin, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,407.
Doesn't matter, he's in on the list anyway.
Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 1,325. Adnan Safir Rafiq, Scottish Common Party, 163. Yvonne Ann Ridley, Workers' Party of Britain, 586. Anas Sarwar, Scottish Labour Party, 9,107.
I don't think if you're standing as a consistency MSP,
Schmulian,
you should not be
Reform
on
UK,
the list.
5,320. I, Suzanne Miller, declare that Zengani is elected to serve in the Scottish Parliament as a member for the Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollock constituency.
Well, you asked me to enter the back door.
So, Zengani is the new MSP for Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollock. He had a notional majority, defending a notional majority there of 22%. He was the youngest councillor in Glasgow at just 24. Grew up in Keir, worked for Nicola Sturgeon as a staffer, Zengani, and he has very comprehensively seen off Anas Sarwar, the Scottish Labour leader in Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollock, with a majority of just over 5,000. Let's Reform behind him on 5,320, behind Anas Sarwar, that is, and Lib Dems, Tories, and the Workers' Party, taking up the rest of the votes. Let's have just a very quick look at the vote share there, shall we? Yeah, 44% to the SNP, 28% to Labour, 17% to Reform, and a quick look, Glasgow, Cathcart and Pollock, at the Change. SNP.
No. He's the top of the Labour list for Glasgow region. He'll get back in. He'll just be a list MSP, not. Well, he wasn't listed. He was listed to begin with anyway. He's never won a constituency ever.
Chunk of seats. With an independence majority as a mandate for demanding a referendum. What do the public think constitutes a mandate for an independence referendum? You crunch these numbers.
Yeah, there's a lot in them, and the short answer is that you have to look first at people's constitutional preferences, because there are stark differences between yes supporters and no supporters. But if you ask the electorate as a whole, is there already a mandate? Would a mandate depend on an election result, or no election could ever deliver a mandate? Then 1 in 5 say an election is capable of delivering a mandate. 40% by contrast say no election result could ever deliver a mandate. But then if you look at the outcomes of elections, you can see clear differences again. 65% of people say that an SNP majority would deliver a mandate to hold a referendum. There are differences between yes and no supporters, but even the no supporters who believe any election could deliver a mandate say yes, an outright SNP majority would deliver that mandate to hold a referendum. But if it drops to a pro-independence majority, it's about 50%, and then there's a bigger gap between the interpretations of yes and no supporters. No supporters are not convinced that
That's the way it was set up,
alone would deliver a mandate to hold a referendum. And if it's the last one of SNP wins more votes than anyone else, so no reference to a pro-Indy or an SNP majority, then it's 1 in 5. And there's no difference between yes and no supporters. So not even yes supporters believe that SNP largest party is enough to be a mandate for calling a referendum.
And you said, well, pro-independence majority, 50% of the country.
Pro-independence majority, 50%.
50%. So the country's completely split on what the election result that we anticipate we're going to end up with means.
It's 50% of 20%.
50%.
So it's 10% of the electorate, yeah.
Okay, right, listen. Alan Gordon is back on the panel. Significant Labour figure, somebody with his ear to the ground in Labour circles.
But you can represent Glasgow.
Up until a couple of days ago, I tell you what, we're massively underpriced. The polling's wrong. We're going to do much better than you think. Boy, did they get that wrong. What's that?
They were absolutely convinced the pollsters were wrong. We're basing this on the by-election in Hamilton last year, where Scottish Labour did win that. Against what polls were predicting. Something has gone wrong in this campaign, because only yesterday people in the party were talking about
I'm just saying it. You have to go just a few stands for a constituent.
East Lothian was seen as almost a safe win, and
you're not allowed to be on the list.
Yeah, absolutely.
How can that go? So, I mean, look, in the last couple of by-elections we've had, where the polls where Labour said the polls are wrong, we'll win these. Rutherglen, Hamilton, they did. They defied the pollsters, they defied the pundits, they won them. That same logic, that same methodology has gone into this. And
too much vested interest.
Yeah. So I think what's happened is in a by-election where you can crunch that data really carefully. They've spread this across the national election.
Then you should not be allowed to be on the list.
The data accurate.
You're on one, or you're on the other. You should be on both.
Are really significant as well. Glasgow is like another one that actually was being talked up.
You're in anyway.
Donald Dew's old seat, you know, and another.
That doesn't seem fair to me.
I'm just conscious that when Bernard Ponsonby clears his throat imperiously like that, he's got something to say.
No, I'm just going to make the point
that
Hamilton Larkhall and Stonehouse, you know, you had the by-election programme, and people were downplaying Labour's chances, although Labour were not privately downplaying their own chances. They actually win that. Well, we now have the result in Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse, and it's the SNP who have won it. They've won it with 37% of the vote. David Russell, who won the by-election down to 29%. Reform at 23%. Remember, Reform in the by-election from a standing start got 25% of the vote. They've got 23% of the vote here. So not only is that worrying for Labour, but if you look at a whole series of what you would call traditional central belt constituencies, which historically are fought between Labour and the SNP, the Labour Party, having comprehensively won Westminster constituencies in the Central Belt 2 years ago, are not laying a glove on the SNP.
Sorry, I missed that one.
Not laying a glove on the SNP when, in share terms, across the country, the SNP share of the vote is
It's
down.
not that I missed
so
it.
Labour really do have to go back to the drawing board. I'll simply reiterate the point that I made some time ago. It's horses for courses. It really is. So people can distinguish between what their intention is at a Westminster election, looking at the circumstances of that, and it's quite different from how they look at a Scottish Parliament election.
So that result, Alan Roden, in Hamilton, Larkhall and Stonehouse, kind of backs up what you were saying, because Davy Russell won that in the by-election with a really, really hard local campaign. Out on every doorstep. There were Labour activists up from the southwest of England campaigning for him in that, and it's borne fruit. But they couldn't replicate that. It was too big an ask to spread it right across the country. That result there is exactly what you're saying.
Exactly. Right? They were trying to win 38 constituencies, which is a huge spread, because that was the way they saw forming a government. But the challenge now, or the concern for Labour, will be having focused all those resources on these constituencies which they haven't won. When we get to the regional votes in an hour or two, Labour did not run any campaign focused on that peach ballot paper. So it could be, this could be a really bad result in the next few hours for Scottish Labour.
Well, I tell you what, there are plenty of questions to be asked and answered in Scottish Labour headquarters. Phil Sim pops up when he's got something to say, and I'm told he's popping up again. There he is. Hello.
Yes, I mean, constituencies are so old. We've had loads of constituencies. The
main biggies would take a bet, an each-way bet on a two-horse race.
Wrong way to describe it.
That's what basically fucking standing in the constitution and being on top of the list is. Taking an each-way bet on a two-horse race. Basically, that's what they're doing.
Yeah, I know.
We shouldn't be
I haven't
allowed.
heard it described like that. That's actually quite clever. Well said, Darwin.
Which is basically what they're doing.
Ahmed Valley held happy days. Thank fuck for that. Weight off your mind there, Fuzzmas. Thank God. Yeah. Oh, no, it's not the first time that's happened, Andrew. The unionists are getting more and more desperate by every election. Every further election, they're getting kind of. They used to be just kind of a little bit jittery. Now they're outright panicking, as far as I can tell. Desperate. They're digging their claws into Scotland. They're that fucking desperate to stay on. The tides are turning.
The involved administration tell them they fucking stay bastard to fuck off. Just fuck off.
Hopefully that will not get picked up. But I know what you're saying. Oops.
About that BBC forecast, and your party has questions. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think you're currently forecasting 4 to 5 seats now. We already have had announcements in Fife North East with my constituency colleague Willie Rennie, the taking of Edinburgh Northern from the SNP, as well as Liam MacArthur.
It'll be in my
notifications.
I'll get it later.
Well,
thanks for saying to me, Close Snake. Thank you.
Bearsden, Caithness, Sutherland and Ross. So I think you're at the lower end of our expectations.
Bombarding my channel with notifications and shit.
Yeah, I think obviously we've had
I'll get them
a
later.
difficult announcement in Shetland. You know, my heart goes out
I'm
to
a bit
Emma
busy at the
McDonald.
minute.
Congratulations
I'll get back to you.
Hannah Goodlad, but she's made a lot of promises that she now needs to deliver on. But no, I think, we have been very clear about our targeting strategy. And when you look at those 10 constituency seats that we were targeting, I think a number of them are going to come in our direction.
Joanna Sherry, what do you make of the forecast?
Well, I think, Labour having a pretty shocking result. Reform are not
don't seem to be doing as well as predicted. The SNP are hanging on to seats, but with a considerably reduced share of the vote. Yes, there's a few people bucking the trend. My friend and former colleague Patricia Gibson has just got a fantastic result with a much higher percentage than the SNP average in Cunningham South. And of course, Hannah Goodlad has won in Shetland, which is an outstanding result.
Jack. The Jack Miller. Are they running anywhere? I can't remember if they're not running up here. They never, they didn't, yeah, Joanna Cherry. SNP, don't get me wrong, but yeah. Not one of our shining lights, not one of our stars, really. Yeah.
Oh, shite, I just had a thought.
Yes, my dear.
Vote reform, get Balliol.
Nice historical reference there, holy fuck. Oh, here we go, more results.
Party, 13,630. Kate Nevins, Scottish Green Party, 10,559.
Okay, second.
Liz Owen, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,895. Oliver Thomas, Scottish Labour Party, 7,894. And Harris Young, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 1,297.
Oh, they finished last!
I give public notice that Ben McPherson is duly
Are they? I
elected
know, right.
as the member of the Scottish Parliament for the Edinburgh North Eastern and Leith constituency.
So, Edinburgh North East and Leith constituency, the SNP hold that. Ben McPherson on 13,630 votes. But look at that performance from the Greens. Kate Nevins on 10,559 in third. Labour's Oliver Thomas on 7,894. Reform's David Lees in fourth place on 2,746. And the Lib Dems' Liz Owen on 1,895. And finally, the Conservatives' Harris Young on 1,297. So that's an SNP hold in Edinburgh, North East and Leith. Joanna Sherry, I'll pick up there with you because you were discussing the SNP there. I mean, what do you make of that result?
Well, I'm pleased to see Ben hang on to his seat because he's an old friend of mine, and I didn't think much of the Green candidate's position on a number of issues which seemed to be really a bit crazy. But I think the real shocking result in Edinburgh is Angus Robertson coming in third in...
Shut up, Joanna. Kate's fucking awesome. I don't like the attacks on my Green comrades. Leave them alone. Rejoice, Lorna. Upsetting. I would have liked. They thought it was slightly more than an outside chance for Kate to get in on the constituency. I was always thinking that Ben would hold on anyway. So yeah.
Wouldn't campaign for Angus because they were disgusted by his closeness to the current Israeli government in the light of what they've done in Gaza and the West Bank. So I think there's been a number of issues coming there and pushing Angus into third place, but it's a pretty shocking result for the SNP in Edinburgh Central, which should have been a safe seat for them.
Okay, Laura, what do you make of what you've seen so far? I mean, we saw that win for Lorna Slater in Edinburgh. We saw a really good performance there from the Greens coming in second.
Yeah, and I mean, I think this election has been dominated by the cost of living. That's what people have been hearing on the doorstep. That's what people's main concern is about. And a lot of that is linked to issues that the Greens are very vocal about. It's how much petrol is costing at the pump. It's your energy bills. It's even things like food and groceries that is impacted globally by what we've been seeing in the last few weeks with this conflict. So I think the Greens are going to be delivering more MSPs than they've ever had before. And part of that will be down to some of their traditional green messaging around energy, climate, sustainability, but linking that to the cost of living. And of course, Lorna Slater returning as an MSP, but this time as a constituency MSP will be very encouraging for them. But I do think, you know, it speaks to a big topic that has been across all of the parties, which has been this idea of energy and cost of living and the various messaging across the parties. Some of it has been strong and has led people to select who to vote for. Others times it's been confusing and has left people going, I don't know who to vote for. And that's why we're maybe seeing some of the lower turnouts in some areas as well, where we would expect more.
I mean, I totally agree with you, Laura. I think the cost of living and energy issues are so important to most voters. But the problem with the Scottish Greens is that when they actually get into the Parliament, they tend to put their energies into identity politics rather than actually furthering the issues and the reasons why people.
Joanna's talking bollocks, by the way. Our main concerns are the cost of living, cost of childcare, the cost of energy, free public transport, things of that nature. So I don't know what Joanna's talking. She's talking bollocks. Joanna, you're talking bollocks. In some ways, I'm glad she got voted out. Have they finally admitted it? They knew they were going to get defeated anyway, so I don't know why they fucking bothered. Oh yeah, no, she's a vile transphobe, yeah.
Difficult for people in their day-to-day lives.
Okay, thank you all very much for the moment, and we'll go back now to Martin in Glasgow.
Rebecca, thank you very much indeed. So just, I mean, that result in Edinburgh Central, you know, Angus Robertson losing out to Lorna Slater of the Greens. The Greens doing also very well in Edinburgh Southern, wasn't it?
We'll wait until there's another result. Carry on, Martin, I'm just not listening to you. Greens seem to think the Parliament needs to have a pro-India majority in India. They did indeed, Fuzzmas. They did indeed. Mm. We're just going to have to force the issue. Mind you, in saying that, the shitter Westminster gets, the more people up here are going to get put. We're already kind of fucking, you're all unionist bastards. You're treating us like shit. Just fund the country properly, you bunch of bastards. Still not listening to us. We are a colony after all. I don't want to be. I want my country, thanks. Yeah. So I don't know what the fuck Joanna was saying there. I said, no, we've got right. You're taking what we've said in the past, usually on social media, and using it as a cudgel. No, fuck you, Joanna. Get wrecked. Oh no, don't get me wrong, there's some of the younger people in the party think if we're loud enough. No, we've been louder in the past and they've just said no, fuck yous. I'm a bit cynical though. We need to force the issue in other means, by other ways. Get back to me on that. I am thinking. Short of going to B&Q and getting a shovel. That'd be interesting to see a mad Scottish woman digging a trench at the border. Hey! Oh, look at all my friends. Look at all my friends.
That referendum 10 years ago.
Hi, Lorna.
10 years ago. They did so on the basis of having won just over 50% of the constituencies in the 2015 general election,
so many young faces.
On a share of the vote of 37%. Now, not only did they regard that as a mandate, but the other Westminster parties also regarded it as a mandate and voted for that legislation as it went through Parliament. It looks on the BBC forecast as though the SNP are on track to win about 80%, not 50%, about 80% of the constituencies in Scotland on a higher share of the vote than the Conservatives had in 2015.
How many times do they need to go to Westminster with a pro-independence majority and say, here's our mandate, and be rejected before they realise that that's just not going to work?
But there's a democratic point here. We can't have double standards democracy. If that share of the vote...
So do I, Michael. I'm getting desperate here.
...of constituency victories
It's
was
penciled
an
in for,
uncontested
in
mandate.
fact,
And I see
five-ish.
Dermot nodding, which is a good
Five-ish.
sign. If that always
So
a good
hopefully
sign.
in the next
If that was an
hour,
uncontested mandate by the other
fingers
parties at
crossed.
Westminster for the EU referendum, then here we have the SNP with a stronger result than that, doing better than that. Now, I'll be around for a while. Can anybody tell me why that doesn't constitute a mandate?
You're doing my job for me brilliantly. You anticipated a question that I hadn't asked, then answered it, and now you're bringing Bernard in, which is exactly what I was about to do.
As your former boss, I'm entitled to do
No, I knew you were going to say that. You didn't give me a job. You interviewed me and didn't give me a job. I had to wait. It was like failing at Westminster and then getting in at the next Holyrood election. Your successor employed me. You saw through me. That's the truth. Bernard, what do you make of that? Was in 1993.
To a certain extent, this whole issue of what constitutes a mandate,
Yeah.
we can get into all sorts of arguments about this. What we know is what the constitutional position is, and that is that you can go to the Westminster Parliament and the First Minister can request a consented process as you have in 2014. There is no legal mechanism that the First Minister can fall back on in order to deliver that, because the constitutional settlement, whether you like it or not, and the Supreme Court has made this point, the Scottish Parliament does not have the responsibility to organise a referendum on an issue which is reserved to the UK Parliament. Now, the question in that sense is the current arrangements upheld by the Supreme Court fit for purpose in a modern democracy? Because there is a world of difference between saying that you should have the right to hold a referendum. That is a completely separate issue about whether or not that constitutional option is good for the country or not. They're two separate issues. And, you know, you have a trigger mechanism.
Articles of Union.
In Northern Ireland.
I read it now.
I think that the issue here is that they
you
have
could
to go
literally
back and look at the
brain
provisions
someone
of
with
the
it.
Scotland Act. Because
Again,
when
no
the Scotland
violence,
Act was going
please.
through
This
the
thing
House
is
of
way
Commons, and the reason why Alex Salmond campaigned with Donald Dewar for a yes vote in September 1997 is that Donald Dewar put it on the record, it's in Hansard, that if the people of Scotland wish to move to independence, that of course was their democratic right. Now, what was enshrined in the Scotland Act was this consented Section 30 process, but the practical political effect of that legal stipulation is that Westminster effectively has a veto forever and a day, and therefore the question is whether or not you think that that legal veto is something.
Malcolm Offord doesn't need a deck. He's got 6 of them, apparently.
I think we can safely say it's not going to weigh this question. There's plenty to discuss. And
the only issue is
Malcolm Offord can fuck
we have
off.
a constitutional crisis by the end of this election?
Yes, we do. Scotland isn't independent. That's a constitutional crisis in my estimation.
About an hour and a half ago, which he didn't want to be drawn in, because he's going to have to ask the question, what are you going to do with this? How are you going to pursue this question? And will there be a constitutional standoff between you and the Prime Minister?
Right, we have, Blair, just hold that thought a second, because we have another new guest on the panel. To my left, Murray Macklin is here, Ayrshire businesswoman. I don't know how else to introduce you other than that, but I have interviewed you in the past for your support for Donald Trump, for example. Who are you backing? Are you a reform backer officially in this election?
Malcolm Offord's a good friend of mine, so I have supported Malcolm in this instance, yeah.
So what do you think of the performance so far? I mean, the one constituency we thought...
We do not need to hear from Marie. We don't. Look, her lips are moving, but you can hear nothing but bollocks.
I'm sorry. You hear her, you see her lips moving, and you look at his balls slapping off her arse.
No. Careful. Please, that's
what you said!
I don't know what ones are going to get me clapped or not. Copyright.
Fuck off.
It's not that. Every strike that I get put on my account, it puts me further away from getting monetized on YouTube. Twitch doesn't care. Twitch cuts it out itself. YouTube doesn't. It's all on me. I have to cut it all out myself.
other people can live in the fucking house and not just you. I think we fucking very early last night because you were online. Fucking Channel News last night.
I don't, I'm sorry, okay?
Well, I'm serious. I don't think you fucking realise there's two people living here.
I do.
Is driving forward that economy. So what I think that Malcolm offered with his experience from the finance world and business would bring a presence of driving forward and pressure onto the government to drive forward proactive business policy.
OK, Blair Jenkins, we think we're going to get a declaration in Glasgow in a minute, but we're waiting to see what John Swinney does with his Stuart. What Swinney is, and there are early indications he's going to move.
I am not denying you here.
Yes, you are. You're not denying me the right to my fucking music. You're denying me the right to my television.
Right, the television one, yes.
Right, and I'm not allowed to play music.
That's not me. That's the...
Oh, I'm sorry. Turn the fucking computer off and I can play my music. You have made a decision. So you're putting that on broadcasting, and therefore I'm not allowed to fucking express my freedom of expression through my music. Because you decided to fucking do live streaming.
Do you want me to stop?
But then again, that would me employing my views against you and deny you freedom of expression and freedom of speech, which is what I'm complaining you're doing. But then again, I'm a better person than you and I won't do that. I am on the moral high ground.
The minute we get to Barton, or to see if Jackie gets booted. Okay?
Kerry Howson, Alliance to Liberal Scotland, 165. Kay Marie Hughes, Scottish Labour Party, 1,577. Jamie Alexander Langan, Reform UK, 3,569. John Redpath, Scottish National Party, 8,206.
Reform UK, Thomas Kerr,
Yeah.
Therefore, I give public notice that Rachel Hamilton is duly elected as the member of the Scottish Parliament.
There we go. Conservatives holding Ettrick and Roxburgh. Rachel Hamilton going back for another term as the MSP for that part of the country. It was said at the start of this, wasn't it, that the Tories had 3 seats sweeping across the south of Scotland that the SNP really needed to eat into if they're to have any chance of that 65-seat majority.
Yeah, Borders aren't a surprise.
Of those seats. That is the story from that part of the country. Let's get the story across the country as a whole, though. A news update now with Laura Miller.
Thank you, Martin. The BBC has predicted that the SNP will win between 59 and 63 seats in the Scottish Parliament. That would make them the biggest party by far and almost certainly take them back into power. But they won't get an overall majority as they did in 2011. So that's the headline. Let's take a look at the state of play so far. This is how things are shaping up. Let's pick out some big results behind these numbers so far, though. The Greens have won their first ever Scottish constituency and claimed a significant SNP scalp in doing so. Former co-leader Lorna Slater has taken Edinburgh Central from Cabinet Minister Angus Robertson. The Liberal Democrats have lost the party's traditional stronghold seat of Shetland to the SNP, and Labour have made a surprise gain in the Western Isles, taking the Heelan and Anyer seat from the SNP. Let's hear from the Greens, though.
I want to thank the campaign volunteers and Scottish Green members and staff who ran the best campaign we've ever had. The sheer number of volunteers, new people coming every week, the level of planning, design,
No, they're getting on the
organisation
list.
over months has
The
been
two
phenomenal.
biggest hopes, they came in the
Thank you
second
to
and third.
everyone who voted Scottish
there's
Green
no
yesterday.
regional seats
I'm
listed yet.
grateful for your trust in me and your trust in our
They should,
vision
Andrew, they
for
should,
a
with
fairer
any luck.
and greener Scotland.
Well, we've been concentrating on the seats won and lost so far, but let's take a moment to look at the...
Praise be my left eye in the chat. Hi, Lefty.
Reform's got 15.7% increase in its vote share in the last time. Oh shit, they didn't last. They didn't stand the last time.
15% so far, you're saying? Or just under?
15.7.
Just under 16%.
Conservatives are down 9.5. Labour are down 2%.
So they're basically...
Lib Dem are plus 3.2.
Yeah, they went...
Green are up 2.2%, and others are up 1. SNP is down 9.3%. Look, we won! We were fucking higher than we were the last time. We had Reform. I'm sorry, did you stand the last time? No. So, basically, it's your first time voter. Fucking order bastards.
Oh, yeah, I should be fine with that.
The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, says he's not going to walk away after results
Oh,
to
that was
Reform picking up
Reform
seats
one
in
they wanted.
former
That was
Labour
interesting.
heartlands.
That was
Reform have made massive gains and are the biggest party by far. Labour have lost over 600 councillors. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage says the results so far represents a truly historic shift in British politics. But there is still a way to go. Meanwhile, in Wales, the results are coming through thick and fast. At the moment, Plaid Cymru and Reform are the big winners, as you'll see, with Plaid pulling ahead there. Labour have already conceded that they will not be in power after this election and said First Minister Eluned Morgan may lose her seat.
Hey!
The leader of Reform in Wales, Dan Thomas, told the BBC he was confident his party would be in a good position to form the next government in Cardiff.
What?
We'd
They
have to
didn't
look at
bring
the
that
numbers
one
and
up.
the support that we get. You know, a lot of the other parties have said that they wouldn't work with us. I don't think that's a mature way to do business in this kind of situation. But we'll do our best to form a government.
You always see this!
The BBC have not... Hang on.
I'm not fucking on BBC!
21 voting for more than one candidate.
No, BBC didn't fucking show it.
Writing or mark by which the voter could be identified.
What one do you want?
Unmarked or void for uncertainty.
Holy.
The total number of votes for each candidate was as follows. Arthur Bakir Abdullah,
Increase your phone hole.
147.
Edward Several Green Gain.
Holly Bruce, Scottish
Edward
Green
North
Party,
West Them Home.
14,000.
Edward North Gain.
Rashid Hussain, Scottish Labour Party,
One, Glasgow Island, SNP Hope. Glasgow Bales themselves, SNP Hope. Glasgow Cathcart Hall, SNP. Glasgow Central, SNP. Glasgow East
My
House
favourite
and
lesbian.
Glasgow
Really?
Easter House is Springburn, SNP. Glasgow Kelvin and Mary Hill, SNP. Hamilton Lork Hall. And the Clegg Mark and Irvine Valley.
Pocock Stewart, Scottish National Party,
On Island, Lib Dem. Oh, Labour's taking the West of
I think I'm the only one not there.
Bob Dorff is held by the new constituency.
These say you should never underestimate a weak wine Faith Raw. Standing here today, I am proof of that. I want to start by thanking my parents, all 4 of you. Your support has been the foundation that allowed me to stand for something bigger than myself. To my dad, we had some difficult conversations when I decided to trade a career in law for the unpredictability of politics. If today isn't the day to finally convince you that it was the right decision, I'm not sure what will be. I think many people know that I live and I breathe the South Side. The victory isn't just mine. It belongs to all of you. To the hundreds of Green volunteers that have came out to tap 20,000 doors, thank you. Community to me isn't just a buzzword. It looks like meetings held round my kitchen table and rolling posters in the living room. It's the last-minute runs to Amy's to print speeches, the late-night texts after canvassing saying, I think we can do this, and the strangers shouting, "Mon the Greens." I want to pay homage to the women from the many election cycles ago who should be standing where I am today. Kim Long, Nadia Kinyange, Zara Kitson and Martha Wardrop. We have been working so hard to get a woman elected.
Right, you are watching Holly Bruce, the new MSP for Glasgow Southside, Nicola Sturgeon's old constituency. She has just defeated Cocab Stewart, the Equalities Minister in the Scottish Parliament, by a majority of more than 3,100. The Green story is developing into quite a thing, isn't it? They had their eyes on Glasgow Southside during the campaign. Massive campaign. You heard
Rejoice, comrades. My favourite lesbian is in the chat. Hi, LHS. How's it going, my dear? Yes, I'm in the north of Glasgow. I'm in Springburn. Not to get too specific. So, yes. Oh, Lorna. Hello, Lorna.
Easter House in Springburn.
Yeah, they just brought up his Glasgow Easter House. Blatant Springburn erasure by BBC. Screw you, BBC. You suck. So yeah, the neighbouring sea never got put up.
Ivan.
Yes, Ivan McKay. Finance Minister.
Not the engine.
He showed me that. Might be an SNP Green Coalition. Might be. Question mark. I'll keep you posted.
I thought you liked that.
Worry.
I thought you liked that in engine.
We are close enough, Michael. DM me. You know how to find me. I am here in the greatest city in all of the world. Come at me, New York. Yes, Holly elected. Fucking bring it.
I'm not describing it as that anymore. It's a progressive agenda. We've heard from Zach Polanski, south of the border, that it's as much about trans rights, it's as much about Palestine as it is about the environment these days, is it not?
The Green Movement has always been about 4 things. We have 4 shared values, and that is peace, so non-violence, equality, sustainability, that's the environmental part, and radical local democracy. And those are the core values of the Greens, which we seek to advance everywhere. And how that plays out is things like making sure we've got good representation in councils, making sure that when we do things for the environment, like getting free bus travel for young people, it's also putting money back into people's pockets. So much of the good stuff that we need to do with climate is actually good for people as well.
Hi, Eleni.
To make sure that everyone has a warm home that's affordable to heat and is good for the environment.
Hi, Lorna.
Tell me what your position is, Lorna Slater, on this conversation we've been having around this desk here in terms of mandates for independence. John Swinney was quite clear. He said during this campaign, this is not the time for mucking about. Both votes SNP. Basically saying a vote for your party was mucking about with politics. A man
I actually showed you that. It's fucking carved out of the Glasgow Cross.
Yeah. The top is if anyone wants me to take highlights, photos of this great city of mine, just tell me and I'll go and do it when the weather's nice. So probably never. Weather's always nice. If you didn't like it, wait 15 minutes.
The weather's always nice.
So if anyone wants me to
if you don't like the weather, you know hard enough to live here.
He's got a point. Sorry, Lorna, for muting you a second there. Paul Rockin, careful. Kerry fine on Taff has won the second. It's a second green for the Senate. Fucking yes, Lewisham, I love yes. Bring it.
When there's only 2 independence parties. So the maths isn't mathing.
Rise of the Greens.
They're going to lose MSPs in this election like they have in every election. So there needs to be a rethink of how we look at democracy in Scotland and how we respect that democratic mandate to ask the question. I don't mind if Labour want to campaign for the Union, that's fine. But to deny asking the question, they can't hold themselves up as Democrats if they're going to keep doing that.
The last time many people have seen you, Lorna Slater, was pictures of you and Patrick Harvey stomping out of Butte House, bruised and enraged at the meeting you just had with Humza Yousaf when he booted you out of government. I mean, it's taken a long time for the Greens to recover from that, and I think there's still probably quite a lot of enmity between the two parties over how all that was handled. There's a new First Minister, of course, now. There's new leadership in the SNP. Would you consider going back into government if that was on offer?
Well, I don't recognise at all what you've just described there.
We saw the pictures.
Yeah, the Butte House agreement came. The Butte House agreement came to the end, but the SNP and the Greens still have many things in common. Although, of course, we didn't help the SNP pass their budget last year. They worked with the Liberal Democrats on that, which gives me the inkling that probably the SNP are going to try and run a minority government. But it is, of course, up to the larger party to approach a smaller party whether they want to do a cooperation agreement. I feel like there's been
every now and again, just keep posting the updates, would you?
Thank you. Climate, they've rolled back on their own targets, for example, on reducing car kilometres. They still haven't published that energy strategy with the presumption against no oil and gas in it. So I think we're substantially misaligned with the SNP. We'd have to see them come back strongly on their climate commitments, I think, if we were to work closely with them again. But as I say, my gut feel is that they will be inclined to run as a minority government because they know that they can get Lib Dem support sometimes, Green support sometimes, and I'm sure they're happy enough to carry along like that.
Yeah, it's interesting. We saw Stephen Flynn in his acceptance speech in Aberdeen saying to the oil and gas industry, you will have no firmer friend than us. So it seems there will be a long distance between you. Listen, you leave now with our congratulations, Lorna Slater, MSP for Edinburgh Central. We will speak again very soon, I'm sure. We have a new guest on our top table here, Yunus Olamide, model, I don't know, what do I call you? Model, political pundit, commentator, or what? Well, there you are, you've said it. It's better coming from you than from me, that adjective. We're gonna talk about all of that in a minute. The other thing, hey, listen, I'm leaving that to him. Welsh First Minister has lost her seat in the Senate.
I'm sorry.
So it looks like there's going to be a Plaid government in Wales. It looks like there's going to be an SNP government in Scotland. Sinn Féin are in charge
win for Scotland.
The Celtic nations have parties running them now who are not fond of the Union. I wonder what that will mean. We're going to come to that very shortly. Loads more to digest and discuss, and it's not even 5 o'clock yet.
Yes, it is. It's 4 minutes past 5, Martin. Martin, if you hadn't noticed, for someone who was born and brought up here, no, the level of dissatisfaction with the union's been like this for at least 150 years.
I'm sorry. No, it's not.
Longer?
1707 when they rioted in Glasgow.
Yeah, Glasgow's unique. One of the most left-wing cities in fucking the UK, in Europe, actually, come to think of it. Martin is a bit slow, isn't he, Jack? Yeah.
There's a memorial in Side Hill Cemetery from the 18...
I keep on meaning, take me to it at some point. I'd be able to put that up in the Discord, wouldn't I, if I take a photo?
Yeah, well, I've been in Side Hill Cemetery.
Shut up. Don't listen to him, he's talking bollocks. Yeah, well, They usually do. Gary's been a little bit nicer to the Greens. Martin's never been.
So that's 73
So
of the
Martin
seats.
can
The
go
other
and
56
Right,
seats
just-
come from the
Right,
electoral region you live in. There are 8 wider regions in Scotland. They all return 7
There'll be no
MSPs.
baby
The
in.
regional vote often
There'll be
gets
no
called a list vote,
allowed.
and that's, as you said, the peach ballot paper. For that one contains a list of parties, names of candidates they would like to become MSPs. You get 1 vote again here. Put your cross next to a party
Paul
or an
Rock.
independent candidate.
Love
These votes for the regional list
Cool
are all
name.
counted after we know the outcome of the constituency votes, and a formula is applied that takes into account how well any party did in the constituency ballot. This is the D'Hondt system, named after that Belgian mathematician. So the more a party wins in the Lilac constituency vote, the more their regional list vote, the peach one,
Yes,
gets
he's a
divided.
Victorian.
So we're going to look at an example from the 2021 Scottish Parliament elections. This is the result for the constituency seats in the northeast of Scotland region. The SNP won 9 seats and the Conservatives 1. Now we're going to fill in the 7 blank list seats using the D'Hondt formula. Now this all sounds complicated, but this hopefully makes it quite clear. Before we start, it's important to stress this is historic data. It's not going to tell us anything about today's vote. So look above here and you'll see the raw regional vote tallies from 2021. And as you can see, the SNP comfortably got most votes, almost the same as Conservatives and Labour combined. But the SNP won 9 of the 10 constituency seats in the region. Remember, that's the first vote, and the Conservatives won 1. Now, the way the D'Hondt system works is that the total regional vote for each party gets divided by the number of seats they already have plus 1. So for the first regional seat, the SNP already have 9 seats. Their vote gets divided by 9 plus 1, which is 10. The Conservative vote is divided by 2, their 1 constituency seat plus 1, everyone else stays the same. So the party with the most votes in this round is the Conservatives. They have just over 55,000 votes. They take the first of those 7 list seats. Now, because they have that seat now, their vote is now divided by 3. The list seat they've just gained plus the constituency seat they already had plus 1. That means the party now with the most votes are Labour, so they win the next list seat. Now Labour's vote is divided by 2 due to that seat they just won. This means the Conservatives are largest again, so they take the 3rd seat. Their original total is now divided by 4. They're 3 seats plus 1. Now, despite winning the 3rd seat, they're still the party with the largest total, so they take the 4th seat. Again, their original vote total is divided by 5. The next largest party takes the 5th seat. That's the Scottish Greens. Their vote is now divided by 2, and hopefully we're getting the hang of this now. The Conservatives, once again, have most votes. They take the 6th seat. Their original vote gets divided by 6. The 7th and final seat now goes to Labour again, which means the SNP, who won 41% of the regional vote, failed to pick up a single seat on the list because they'd already won those 9 constituency seats. And the Greens only won 6.3% of the vote, came away with 1 regional seat. So in total, across both the list and the constituencies, the SNP came away with 9 seats, the Conservatives 5, Labour 2, and the Greens got 1. So bear in mind, we've been telling you about the constituency results so far, but because of the D'Hondt formula, the regional or list results can turn out looking very, very different. Martin.
There we are. David, thank you very much indeed. So, you got that? If not, don't worry too much, because they'll do the calculations in the regions, they'll come back and they'll tell us how many seats everybody's got, and we'll explain it to you. If you're wondering why they work it out like that, that was your explanation. Right, listen, Gary Robertson is back with his panel of politicians. Gary.
Indeed, Martin. They were watching very closely.
Thanks,
Questions now
closely.
on the D'Hondt system. No, you're OK. Don't worry about it. I wanted to talk about Wales, actually, and Michael Shanks particularly.
Are you OK,
from Labour.
Fuzzmas?
We've
Sorry
heard
to
that Karen
traumatise you.
Morgan, the First Minister of Wales, the current First Minister of Wales, has lost her seat in this election, and the BBC is projecting that Plaid, the
I
National
have
Party
maths
of Wales,
flashbacks
is
as
likely
well.
to be the largest party. Given that Labour has ruled Wales for 100 years, this is devastating for your party, isn't it?
Well, it's a very difficult result, and I'm particularly sorry to see Ellen go, who's worked very hard for a long time.
She's going to the other place. Behave yourself.
I think what we need to look at is how we build back from that and look at genuinely how we deliver the change even more quickly that people have voted for. We've talked a lot
Why
today.
has it been so slow? What has been the issue here?
I think we're trying to tackle a lot of things as fast as we possibly can, and some of that isn't being felt in people's pockets, particularly in the cost of living, as quickly as they'd like. So we've got a huge amount more we have to do. We hear that from people. But I think what we also have to collectively, and I think this goes across most of the political spectrum actually, is answer the challenge from people about how politics can change their lives. Because we've got reform here coming in in councils and in seats across the country with a populist message that won't actually change their lives at all. It doesn't answer the big problems facing people.
I'm feeling a bit chilly.
We've all got a responsibility to show that politics can change people's lives. I take that challenge seriously as part of the Labour government.
If that Welsh result, then, is as a result of perhaps the government that you're part of not moving fast enough, is the same true of the Scottish result? Is it also down to how Westminster's behaving? Ultimately, is this all Keir Starmer's fault?
Well, look, I think the lesson we genuinely take from all of these results is we hear what people are saying. The voters are always right, and they're telling us that they're not happy right now. And I think the cost of living is one of the major factors in that. People want to feel better off. They want to not be worried about the next thing coming through the letterbox being a bill they can't afford. We've got to do even more work and work even faster to meet that challenge. But none of these questions have easy answers, and I think what we have to be really careful of is looking to people who'll tell you there's an easy answer to this, just blame this group of people for all the country's problems. That doesn't solve any of the problems. It's a hard work ahead of us to get these things right and to really improve people's lives. We're determined to do that, and the message we take quite rightly from the voters today is we need to do a better job.
Well, another question, Shona Robson from the SNP, maybe without easy answers, is the one of independence. We've been discussing what John Swinney actually will do next. The BBC forecasting that he may not reach that 65 figure, that majority. But Plaid Cymru, perhaps the largest party in Wales, Sinn Féin ruling in Northern Ireland, John Swinney in power in Scotland. Does that strengthen your hand somewhat, do you think?
Well, first of all, I hope that Plaid Cymru do win and that they beat Reform, because I think it would be good for Wales and good for change in Wales. I think the electoral landscape is looking very interesting. I think that will heap further pressure on what is already a very weak UK Labour government with a very weak Prime Minister. And I think the point actually made by Bernard Ponsonby earlier on about, democracy requires you to listen to what the public are saying. And there is a real flaw here of a lack of mechanism. There's obviously a mechanism in Northern Ireland, but there's no mechanism for the Scottish people to have their voice heard in terms of the Constitution. That is a real flaw, and I thought that was an important point that you made earlier.
Well, let me put that to Harriet Cross from the Conservatives and Blair Jenkins, who led the Yes campaign on the programme a little earlier, talking about the vote share and how much of a vote share there was ahead of the Brexit referendum and a higher vote share potentially for the SNP in this election. So is there a democratic deficit in Westminster continuing to say no to a referendum?
Throughout this election campaign, John Swinney has said if the SNP get a majority, that's a mandate for independence. The SNP, by all accounts, does not look like they're going to get a majority. So what does John Swinney do?
But if there's a pro-independence majority, does that
What does John Swinney do? He moves the goalposts, because that's what John Swinney and the SNP always do. Any excuse to have a fight with Westminster, any excuse to sound like they're being badly done by, any excuse to keep the conversation on independence because it covers all the other failings.
Does a pro-independence majority
government
constitute a mandate for this?
The pro-independence majority, which John Swinney said throughout this campaign, was based on the SNP.
But let's say he's in that position with the Greens. They form a pro-independence majority within the Parliament. Does that constitute...
Did the Greens run solely on an independence mandate agenda? No. Did the SNP run solely on an independence manifesto? No. Are they saying that every single person in Scotland who yesterday voted for the Greens or voted for the SNP did so solely on independence? No. The number of doors that I've knocked in this campaign and the number of times independence has been brought up for me as the primary concern, I can count on one hand.
Well, that's why
and
there should be a vote to decide that question.
I'm sure that's the same with other constituencies as well. It's manufacturing an argument, manufacturing the fact that the SNP need to keep their reason of being, which is why they need independence on the agenda.
Lord Jeremy Purvis, who's joined us, Liberal Democrat peer. Where do you stand on this? Is there a democratic deficit if we have a majority of MSPs in the Parliament who are pro-independence?
Well, it was the SNP and the Greens in the last Parliament in Holyrood that didn't believe that they had the mandate. That's why they went to the Supreme Court. And Nicola Sturgeon took the legal route. The Supreme Court said that there is a constitutional mechanism for it. Nicola Sturgeon and the SNP, John Swinney's Deputy First Minister, accepted that. So if they are going to have a U-turn on their previous position, they'll have to be honest about it.
But it could be granted by the Prime Minister, couldn't it?
No, the Supreme Court ruled on it because the SNP took it to the Supreme Court. That was
and said it was reserved to Westminster.
That was
so
their
Westminster can decide.
But that's the mechanism. That's the mechanism. So if the SNP want a different mechanism now, going forward, they have to be honest with people after the election.
So are you saying that there is no mandate here for a referendum
well, they themselves,
if there is a majority of pro-independence MSPs?
It's not me saying so. It's not anybody else saying so. It's they themselves said that they wouldn't have it. And I think the reason why our vote has grown, and we are optimistic of further gains in Scotland, is that there are people across Scotland that want the next 5 years of the Scottish Government to be focused on care services, cost of living, rural transport, GP services. The last thing that
Bank
we
account,
want
not
is yet
credit
another
card.
5 years of constitutional wrangling, which will set us back in Scotland.
John Molyneux's next to you from the Greens. We heard Lorna Slater a little earlier, former co-leader of your party, talking about the fact that she believes that there is a mandate here if there is a pro-independence majority. How important is it in terms of the Greens' priorities for this next Parliament?
I mean, I think the new Parliament has a really big job to do in terms of meeting people's immediate needs, cost of living, all those sorts of things. So that absolutely has to be the focus for the new Parliament.
So at what stage should independence come to the fore?
I would absolutely disagree with Jeremy. We live in a representative democracy. On any other matter, being able to command a majority in the Scottish Parliament.
Incorrect. We live in a constitutional monarchy.
To make decisions in the Parliament. So I think there's a very clear sense that a pro-independence majority, which we are going to get at the end of this election,
set aside all of the Supreme Court
is going. We live in a representative democracy, and I think that has to be the cornerstone here. A pro-independence majority. If that vote comes before the Scottish Parliament and a majority of MSPs support it, I think that should be a mandate for a referendum.
Well, Jimmy McGuire from Reform, is there an argument here that says if you're confident enough about your position in terms of the union, then what do you have to fear from allowing people to have another vote?
Well, voters vote on a range of issues.
Oh, it's this wee oik.
They vote for a party on one specific thing. What voters want and what we've heard on doorstep is a cost of living crisis. Our solution to that is reduced taxation. Obviously, we pay the highest tax in the UK, and we want to reduce the tax bands and then reduce it to free bands like we do in England.
But if the cost of living crisis eases within the 5-year term of this next Parliament, is there a point where actually you can look at whether or not there's a democratic deficit in holding another independence
It's
referendum?
a distraction from the day-to-day issues. We've got a crisis in NHS, we're falling down the world rankings in education, and we've got a drug crisis. We need to focus on building more social homes, we need to focus on aspiration, building a wealth economy.
It's the election digest.
The SNP have used independence as a distraction.
Election or Rama drama with me and Andy, and you're inviting lots of people on.
On a daily basis, and that's what we need to focus on.
Well, for the moment, thank you all very much indeed. Let's head back to Mark.
Gary, thank you very much indeed. I was saying we have a new guest at this desk on the fourth floor, Eunice Olamide, model, political commentator, and fabulous her adjective. None of us are disagreeing. What are you making? You've been taking notes copiously, looking at your phone the whole time all these guys were talking. What are you thinking about what you're seeing this afternoon?
I think that overall, in general, I'm actually quite, I know, kind of like looking at the figures.
Why White can't win Wimbledon prizes?
I try not to impugn people by the way they look, but he does look kind of greasy, kind of Richard Spencer-esque, doesn't he? He sounds Scottish, but he's essentially backed as he's backing a fucking English imperialist party, as far as I can tell. Is it a right nail biter? I thought it would be anyway. This one is going to be run up the mill, essentially, with maybe some upsets.
Pairs of tickets to either Wimbledon Centre Court or Court number 1 between 29 and
Except we're just about to get the same party back in control of the Parliament for
of course.
24 years by the time the next election comes along.
Yeah, of course that's true, but at the same time, I think if you look at what's happening with the Green Party and so on, I don't think people could have predicted what's happened both in Scotland and, in fact, in England regarding that. And I think that that actually is a testimony to a number of different things that are happening within wider society.
OK, let me turn to my right now. Bernard and Blair are still here. Our colleagues downstairs were talking a lot about independence mandates. Bernard, you were talking earlier on about just some kind of formula, some form of words like they have in Northern Ireland in the Good Friday Agreement that would absolutely, beyond question, lay out the terms for another referendum. Where would you put that?
I think the way to explain this is what would the process be for this? The process is that the First Minister has won this election. The SNP have won the election. They're unlikely to get the 65 seats. We had the representative of the Green Party saying, but SNP plus the Greens in Parliament, then the people exercising their democratic choice have returned a majority of MSPs who believe in Scottish independence. Now, the First Minister may well change his position or refine his position and say, based upon that, I am going to seek to have a consented process as we had in 2014. Now, I think we know the answer to that. Whoever the Prime Minister will be at that point, because my view is that Keir Starmer will be, by early next week, setting a timetable for his departure from Downing Street. Whoever the Prime Minister happens to be, when that Prime Minister says no, then those parties who advocate independence are going to then have to address the issue about how to break the logjam. And the point at the moment is that although this was a consented process in 2014, the practical political effect of the current constitutional arrangements is that Westminster could say no forever and a day, whatever the result of any election.
Nicola Sturgeon took this to the Supreme Court because, I guess, through frustration, because she'd run every time she went to and knocked on the door at Westminster, it got slammed in her face. So she went to the Supreme Court and said, "Can we have the right to call it?" And they said, "No, it remains within the competence of Westminster." Tactically, in retrospect, Blair Jenkins,
that's quite fun. Snake, isn't it?
A definite answer now.
Well, to be honest, I'm not sure it was a mistake. I think it did provide a degree of legal clarity. I think I agree very much with what Bernard said earlier. Essentially, this is not really a legal issue, it is a political issue. As a democracy, we must have a way of resolving contentious issues. We must have a way of resolving these constitutional questions that come up in a way that everybody agrees to and it works for everyone. Independence in Scotland is not going away as an issue.
The current strap from Westminster, from the Unionist parties. Can't hear you.
I'm sorry, you're disloyal to that. You're anti-imperialist, disloyalist, therefore.
Good.
Special branch.
I'm not an imperialist. I'm a Republican.
Therefore, will they have special branch kicked down the door?
Come and have a go if you think you're hard enough. I'm advocating for my country. If you want to try and slap me down, fucking bring it on. Seriously. I dare you.
Well, we'll take that door down with one kick for that. We're trying to get the 17th kick that it takes that door down. I may.
No violence. Don't say anything.
I may be on my knees with my hand flat behind my head.
No, you won't.
It's been in stasis for basically 15 years.
You won't be.
Bandwidth has been taken up by the constitutional
I live with the man.
We're discussing how Anas has to kind of recalibrate Scottish Labour. Would it be the daftest idea for him to just come out and say, no, listen, we just need to answer this question. I will campaign for no.
Not some idle
I'm in favour
threat.
of the union. I will campaign for the status quo. But we do need to have this democratic exercise to get this question answered once and for all. Do you think that might even get a few soft yesers back on site?
I don't know. I think the problem that the Labour Party have in Scotland is specifically that if you are a unionist party fighting an election in Scotland...
Sorry, Bernard, hold that. Argyll and Butte's declaring. We need to go there now.
So I, Pippa Milne, returning officer for the Scottish Parliament election in Argyll and Bute constituency, hereby give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate at this election was as follows. George Callum, Scottish Labour Party, 1,740. Hampsey Amanda, Reform UK, 3,678. Macpherson Tommy, Independent, 769. Minto Jenny, Scottish National Party, 11,019. Reid Allen, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 8,468. Rice Mick, Independent, 179. Wallace Peter, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 1,703.
Yay, Jenny Minto!
27,556.
Alison Steelis is one, right. Thanks, Fuzmas.
I shall quietly go into that. Good night.
Voting for more than one candidate, and 100 unmarked.
Oh, fucking hell, Reza.
And I declare that Jenny Minto is elected to serve in the
I shall
Scottish
quietly go
Parliament
into that. Good night.
for the Argyll and Bute
I won't.
constituency.
I haven't done it yet.
So, Jenny Minto, the excuse me, the Minister for Public Health and Women's Health in the Scottish Government, goes back to Holyrood with the majority of more than 2,500, comfortably fending off the challenge of Alan Reid and the Liberal Democrats. Reform in third place in Argyll and Bute with 3,600 odd votes. Let's just have a very quick look at the vote share and how that shakes down in Argyll and Bute. Here we go. There you are. 40% of the votes cast there went to the SNP, 31% to the Lib Dems, Reform taking 13% of the vote. And a quick look, because this often tells a clearer story of how that's changed in the last 5 years. There you are, the SNP vote dropping 9, but doing nothing to their chances of winning that seat. The Lib Dems up 10, but not enough. And Reform, of course, up 13 because they got 13% of the vote. And they didn't stand there last time. Listen, loads to come back to our panel with. We will do that in just a couple of minutes. But let's go back down and hear what Phil is thinking about. Phil.
So once again, down here we are looking at that Peach regional ballot, trying to figure out what's the next thing that's going to happen in these results. And we've already had a very good day for the Scottish Greens, obviously won those 2 constituencies, but things are shaping up pretty nicely for them on those regional ballots that we've seen so far as well. Edinburgh North Eastern and Leith
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
way out
Go on,
in front
sorry.
on the Peach ballots there. And indeed, they seem to be second place in the Peach ballot in Aberdeen Central, the home of the oil industry.
No,
Green Party
it
in
won't.
second place. Well, I think we can start to explain some of the reasons for that, hopefully, because with me is Dr. Fraser McMillan from the University of Edinburgh. And Fraser, you've been sort of looking at the underneath the numbers to try to figure out where these Green votes are coming from.
Aye, so through the Scottish election study data that we've got in this week, we see that basically 2/3 of Green list voters are going for the SNP in the constituency. Now, if you flip that round and look at SNP constituency voters, the share of them going for the Greens on the list is 30% compared to about 15% in 2021. So the two parties combined, the two kind of pro-independence parties, have a very efficient kind of voting coalition for this system. So even if only 1 in 3 of SNP constituency voters are going for the Greens on the list, that kind of provides a very
result in
effective...
Strathclyde and Bearsden, if we just jump over there.
122. Fatin Hamid, Reform UK, 4,154. Adam Harley, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 15,697. Dennis Johnson, Scottish National Party, SNP, 13,125. Colette McDermott, Scottish Labour Party, 4,687. Sorry, 78. Apologies. We had a total of 177 rejected ballots, which brings us to a total of 39,953, which we declared earlier in terms of our turnout number. And with that, I declare that Adam Harley is elected to serve in the Scottish Parliament as a member for Strathkelvin and Bearsden constituency. In terms of the ballots rejected, I can confirm.
There we go, a Lib Dem gain in Strathkelvin and Bearsden. Adam Harley, the new MSP for that constituency. We've been talking about how good a day this has been for the Lib Dems, or certainly they've been talking about how good a day it's been for them so far. They came out of the last election, the last Holyrood election in 2021, with just 4 MSPs in total. They've beaten that already. They're on 5. We haven't even finished all the constituency declarations. They will expect more, perhaps, in the list count. We'll see what they do, but certainly for Adam Harley, a big victory. 2,500 majority in Strathkelvin and Bearsden. Let's quickly go through the rest of the data, shall we? There's the vote share. Lib Dems and Adam Harley taking 39% of the vote. There he is, making his victory speech. The SNP on 33%, Labour on 12%, and Reform on 10%, with the Tories last there on 5%. And the change from 5 years ago, there we go. Look at that. The Lib Dems putting 25% onto their vote from 2021. The SNP falling 13%, Labour down 7%, Reform taking 10% of the vote, and the Tories losing 15 percentage points of their vote. Right, we will leave him talking to his supporters and everybody else there. And let's go back to Phil, who we rudely interrupted to take that declaration. Phil.
We're talking about what a good day the Greens are having, and they're the Lib Dems having themselves a time despite having lost Shetland earlier in the day. I think they'll be quite happy with where they're going. Indeed, I think they're looking pretty good on some of the lists as well. But Fraser McMillan, Edinburgh University, we were talking about the Greens and the SNP and the possibility of this pro-independence kind of coalition coming together at the ballot box, maybe if not in Parliament.
Aye, so as I was saying, the tactical voting this time, the pro-Indy voters are using that very cannily, and 1 in 3 SNP constituency voters going for the Greens, and that means they'll scoop up a pile of list seats, and there will probably be a pretty convincing pro-independence majority, even if the bulk of the votes are for parties on the other side of that equation. And of course, the increasingly fragmented kind of landscape on the pro-union side, with Reform UK coming in, taking about 15-16% of the vote across constituency and list, means that that coalition, being more fragmented, is just less effective. And that also reflects sort of the general fragmentation of the British political landscape. We're seeing all 3 of the mainstream parties, struggling at this election. So the SNP, Conservatives and Labour, all down at least a bit. And those are the 3 parties that have been in government at each level over the last few years.
Yes, oddly enough, the Lib Dems perhaps ones with less baggage on them. It's a while now since they were in that controversial coalition down south. So yeah, I mean, obviously a very long way to go still until we get those list results. Hopefully not too long, but we are already starting to crunch numbers behind them and figure out what's going on.
All right, Phil, we'll come back to you when you've done that. Thank you very much indeed to Phil and Fraser down there. Ailsa, Eunice was telling us earlier on about her sense of kind of hoping that the kind of unique nature of the Scottish electorate, that they embrace a bit of hope and they see things a bit differently. Does that bear out in the data?
Yeah, I mean, in some measures, no, but on some measures, yes. And I can understand why one might think that...
Oh, sorry, let's answer that in a second. Clydesdale's
the total votes cast was 35,984, and that's a percentage poll of 56.8%. So as constituency returning officer for the Scottish parliamentary election in the Clydesdale constituency, I give notice that the total number of votes polled for each candidate was as follows. Richard John Brodie, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,957. Dan Clark, Reform UK, 7,898. Lindsay Hamilton, Scottish Labour Party, 8,618. Mary McCallan, Scottish National Party, 13,000. Yes! Just to repeat that figure, 13,006. Julie Perrone, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 4,344, and I declare that Mary McCallan is elected to serve in the Scottish Parliament as the member for the Clydesdale constituency. So can I now invite Mary to say a few words?
Did she keep her seat?
Mary McCallum, the Housing Secretary.
Well
going
done,
back
Jane
to
Dodds, I
Holyrood
guess.
With a very, very comfortable majority. It was 4,500 for her last time round. It looks to me, although my maths is not always up to that much, about the same this time round.
Yeah,
She
it
is a
seems like
rising
with
star,
Scotland,
of course,
essentially,
in
yeah.
the SNP. She was 28 when she was elected last
But
time.
we'll see Scotland.
Fast track through to the cabinet in
That's
one term,
fun.
during which time
I like
she
that.
also had a baby. So it's been a busy 5 years.
They are
for
weird,
her.
aren't
5
they,
years for Mary
Fraser?
McCallum. Let's see what the next 5 years hold for her. Let's have a quick. Yeah, I was right. The majority, just about 4,500 this time. It was an 11% majority, or at least she was 11% up on her nearest rival last time. Let's have a look at the vote share and see what's happened there. Yeah, 12% up. 12% ahead of Labour this time. 36% to the SNP, 24% to Labour, 22% of the voting Clydesdale going to Reform.
Oh God,
Change
is that salad
from
okay?
last time. Let's have a look at that. The SNP down 7, Labour up 2, the Tories down 20, and look at that, Reform up 22, because they didn't stand last time, once again. So that's their 22% vote share showing up there. Ailsa, we were asking about the vibes, man. People in Scotland and the way they look at politics.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about the rights and wrongs of holding a referendum or of independence, but just how people react to the issue. And we pick up in the data frustration about the way in which the constitutional issue has pushed other issues off the agenda. We absolutely see that in the data. But one thing we also see is that the Scottish electorate is much less nostalgic than the English electorate. The same is true in Northern Ireland as well. And the thinking is that by having these important debates about our constitutional future, yes, they may well crowd out debates about how to improve education or how to improve health, but they also do shift our temporal focus from thinking about the glory days that we used to have to thinking about how can we build a different future. And regardless of what side of the constitutional debate you're on, that shift in temporal framing does change the mindset. And as a result, the
90 quid in our shopping.
Angry than the English.
What the fuck?
Eunice, there you are. Your point backed up by data from no less a figure than Ailsa Henderson. I mean, do you detect, and you know, when you're cutting around the circles you hang out in, do you detect political engagement? I mean, we hear about the scunner factor, right? That's been so dominant in the narrative of the last 6 weeks. People fed up with everything. This reform vote is from people who are just a plague on all your houses, can't be bothered with politics or politicians anymore. Do you think that's right? Are you getting the vibe right?
I think to a certain extent that is definitely the situation, but I think here in Scotland that there is something quite special, and it's this kind of idea of imagining something greater, socially, economically, culturally. I think that there's a real appetite among the population to ensure that our nation goes forward in a way that is truly better, equitable and fair to society, and I think that's quite special. I do genuinely feel there is a significant feeling of almost disillusionment, possibly voter fatigue. I think that across the UK, particularly in England, there's a lot of feelings that, you know, people are not necessarily doing better. Wages are not necessarily rising. And I think that these really serious issues are probably some of the reason that we see some of the smaller parties, such as Reform, actually advancing, right? Because you're going to have dissension from the major parties.
Yes, the Scottish Greens are based leckers.
So I think that in general, when I look at the United Kingdom, when I look at what's happening in Scotland and in Wales, it is exciting. And I do think that politicians have a major responsibility to make sure that they thoroughly understand the needs of people in society.
Yeah, the people are speaking today in England and Wales and Scotland. The politicians, I'm sure, will all be listening. The votes are being counted around the country. I tell you, they're not being counted very quickly in Inverness, though. They started counting 8.5 hours ago. And we're yet to have a single declaration, Chris McLennan. What's going on?
Well, that's right, Martin. We might not have had an overnight count, but I can tell you there's plenty of yawning from the election agents in the declaration room here. Now, we had anticipated Caithness, Sutherland and Ross would be around about 4 o'clock. However, counting and confirmation of the voter turnout didn't come in until around 3:30. That one's looking close. It might be announced soon.
Welcome,
I have just seen David Green, who's the candidate for the Lib Dems here, posing for a photo with Jamie Stone, the MP at West.
Rejoice, comrades. Lickersman Kellen in the chat. Hi, Lickers. How you doing?
Is he 1 point?
Though interesting seats, Inverness and Nairn, where there's the Fergus Ewing factor we spoke about earlier, that doesn't seem to be coming through. It looks like it could be a two-horse race between the SNP and the Lib Dems there. And also we have Skye, Lochaber and Badenoch, though the person who'll be elected to replace Kate Forbes there, again looking like the SNP and Lib Dems. That's all before we even get to the regional declaration here. So people in Murray, the Western Isles, Orkney and Shetland and Argyll and Bute have already declared their constituency MSPs. They're still waiting to find out who will represent them on the list. It could be some time now. We were anticipating being some of the last to declare. That's looking like it's going to be a while yet before we have a full round of results from here in Inverness.
Chris, thank you very much indeed for that. In overnight counts, when there's a rush to get the ballot boxes to the counting places, at least there's an argument for geography over holding things up there. Caithness, Sutherland and Ross, 13,000 square
I know how you get them to work, I just keep on forgetting about them.
We're ready to be opened at 9 o'clock this morning.
How the hell did you water
Right, let's go back to Holyrood and Rebecca Curran. Rebecca.
Thanks very much, Martin, and my panel is still here with me. Wendy, I want to come to you first. MP. What a stunning result that was for you.
Did you get the bags to work?
I know how you get them. I haven't done it yet.
I was with Adam last night about 8 o'clock, so really, really delighted. He has put in a power of work. Holly Bruce mentioned 20,000 doors. They have chapped 40,000 doors in Shuttlehaven and Bearsden since the start of the year. Really hard work that has delivered a really stunning result.
Yep,
okay.
Right.
Joanna, we've been sitting kind of listening to all the chat about independence, a potential another independence referendum. If John Swinney does not achieve his majority, what do you think? What would you do? What's the route? What's the most reliable route to getting one?
It looks like we're going to have a pro-independence majority in the Parliament, but it's going to be made up of not just the SNP, it's going to include the Greens. And there's two problems with that. First of all, for reasons I do not understand, John Swinney and the SNP have said, and have adopted as their policy, that only an outright SNP majority would be a mandate for a second independence referendum. So, I mean, that was a crazy thing to do. But clearly, in terms of democracy, if there's a pro-independence majority, then that is a mandate. And it's not up to John Swinney to say what is and isn't a mandate. It's a democratic question. But the thing where I think the SNP have gone wrong, and this is where, you know, I fell out with Nicola Sturgeon about this very early on, was perilling everything on the idea that a union between Scotland and England, which is more than 300 years old, can only be brought to an end using a mechanism that arises from the devolution statute, which is only 28 years old. It's a crazy thing to have done, and that's why I feel that Nicola Sturgeon and subsequent SNP leaders have reversed the SNP's independence strategy up a blind alley. We need some out-of-the-box thinking now.
What's that look like? What's out of the box?
Well, I mean, one of the things they need to do is they need to...
You're getting out of the box thinking with the Greens, Joanna. What the fuck?
Talking about the why and the how of independence, so they get support up to a level that makes the push for a second vote irresistible. But they also need to stop talking about a Section 30 mandated referendum as the gold standard. There are other ways, and as Bernard says, it's fundamentally a political question.
What one, Tom? What one?
Any British government is going to, at the moment,
Norwich! Fucking yes!
It's just for the birds.
Can you candle it?
If I was setting out an independent strategy, as the Irishman once said, I wouldn't like to be starting from here. The position that we've got ourselves into, or rather the SNP have got us into, is not the best position to be starting from. But on the other hand, an outright independent...
The SNP strat hasn't been working for the last 30 years, Joanna. What the fuck? How long have you been in this fucking party for?
Going back to the drawing board and having some creative thinking about how to...
No.
And I would also like to see them governing well. The party hasn't governed well for years. To give Scottish voters the confidence to believe in themselves and to choose independence, the SNP needs to govern well, and it needs to govern well on the sort of bread and butter issues that Laura was talking about earlier.
Do you agree with that they haven't governed
energy.
well?
I really like what you said about going back to the drawing board, because actually I want to take a step even further back, because the decisions that are made in this building behind us are
She's sounding more like Labour or Lib Dem now.
1 in 2 people.
Joanna, fuck off.
Are you having homemade burger?
Yes.
Process.
I'll
They've
have them
not
this
cast
time,
a vote.
actually.
They've been disillusioned. They've been uninterested in independence
right.
or anything else, because they don't feel like what
Am
they
I
can
right?
offer has been to help them with the cost of living, or to help them with healthcare or schools or whatever it might be that they're passionate about.
How sick are they?
So I think we can obviously discuss independence, not independence, what would it take to get another referendum or not, but actually, how do we get 1 out of every 2 people that decided to completely opt out of this democratic process to get involved? And, you know, just look at the leaflets that came through your own letterbox. The messaging was all over the place. It was confusing. You know, everybody is saying this is who you should vote for to pip them against it, or if you don't want them, this is who you vote for, or we can take this much off your bills. But actually, you know, people just did. They saw through it, and people didn't turn up yesterday to vote. And I think that's something that, you know, we can get so wrapped up in the numbers, and it is really important to congratulate all the MSPs that are going to come into power and the hard work they've put in. But we also need to look at the massive elephant that's not in the room, that didn't turn up in the ballot box, and actually say that that is something all parties need to go back
Don't
to
do this to me, Highland Game.
People not interested in voting anymore.
Yes.
How do we get policies in place that people can get?
And we seem to have accepted that
Yeah.
turnout for the Scottish Parliament is generally lower than it is for the UK general elections, and we haven't really properly questioned why that is the case or accepted it. I mean, where I agree with Joanna is in relation to we're back into an argument of the
Damn, I knew I should have done it this week. Bad Katie.
So I've got a question about... Oh, no.
No, I won't bother doing that. It's not fair.
What I certainly agree with is that we need to see better governance here at Westminster. Here at Holyrood. Sorry, I'm thinking in my MP hat on. But, you know, as you say, actually, the reason why we need that is because then that's actually how you re-engage the electorate with politics overall.
Okay, Wendy Chamberlain, Laura Anderson and Joanna Cherry, thank you so much for your time. It's back to the studio with Martin.
Rebecca, thanks very much indeed. We are chatting a lot amongst this panel a lot while you're talking about everything else. We've got loads to come back to. In fact, should we stay and carry on this conversation? Bernard, you're talking about one of the stories that we perhaps haven't dwelt on for long enough in all of this is the performance of the Lib Dems.
Yeah, we were talking about the difficulties that a unionist party has in fighting a Scottish election campaign, because you can't hermetically seal the offer that a unionist party makes in Scotland and say, this is the Scottish offer, because as we know from the Labour performance, people are saying, well, you're promising change and he promised change 2 years ago. We don't like this change, therefore we don't believe you're going to deliver change. This always happens. I mean, the Liberal Democrats have been in the doldrums for a long time. They've paid the price of going into coalition with the Conservatives in 2010. But this will mark the election where they really are back in business. So we had those gains in Strathkelvin and Bearsden, Edinburgh and Northern. The reporter in the Highlands is saying a possible gain in Caithness, Sutherland and Ross. That certainly was the #1 target seat. And they're in the mix in Skye, Lochaber and Badenoch. That, of course, the constituency which was once held for very many years by Charlie Kennedy when he defeated Hamish Gray in the old Ross and Cromarty seat way back in 1983. So they are back in business. The other thing is that their share of...
Yes, Bernard, we know, you're fucking old. Yeah, my comrade Holly Bruce, fucking bring it. Sorry, Cow Cab. I do apologise. She was actually quite good as the police minister. Oh, no, I know what you meant. The Scottish people, I'll understand, don't worry. I think most Scottish Greens, especially here in Glasgow, will understand what you mean. Yeah, it's the Scottish Greens. He's so briefcase, I doubt he'd care.
2 hours ago, Anna Sava concedes his private compromisers was beaten.
Yes, Annas, you were.
Yes.
Conservatives. He went into this election as the second biggest party in the Parliament.
Yep.
What's happened?
I mean, it's been a difficult campaign.
What's
It's
really
been difficult
helped
for the party nationally since the 2024 general election.
Douglas. Hello. We're fed up of yous. We don't vote right wing, especially here in Glasgow, oddly enough.
Only 7 seats had been declared when he went. Fuck it.
Yeah, well, you should have fucking realised. He probably did in his heart of hearts if he's got one of those.
Surely the party has failed to counter the national dissatisfaction with Keir Starmer. No.
Still self-interested, Annas, you fucking wanker. Christ's sake. Some self-reflection, please, maybe? Mr. Sarwar.
We made an argument for change, and ultimately it's an argument we lost.
You lost it 6 months into Keir Starmer becoming Prime Minister. Get wrecked. Got no ounce of self-reflection from that fucking motherfucker. Annas, just fuck off.
Decided not to stand in any constituency. If they told their supporters, we believe in the union, so we are going to step aside in the 73 constituencies, give us all your support on the list, I think Reform missed a trick there, because they did come close in Bamshire Coast, but in the other seats they've done well, but nowhere near enough.
The Greens adopted that policy, only stood in half a dozen constituencies,
They did.
and they've picked up a handful.
And I think
of
they're going to pick up, as we see, 2 constituencies, but even more on the list. So,
All right.
yeah, something to watch out in the next few hours.
All right, listen, just while we've been talking here, our colleagues out in the field have been hoovering up interviews and information. And just a little while ago, a couple of my colleagues caught up with some big political figures. In a minute, we're going to hear from Angus Robertson. What must he be thinking coming third in Edinburgh Central? He's been talking
Do
to
we care what Angus
Lindsay
thinks?
Hughes.
Sorry,
But
Angus.
First, we can hear from Malcolm Offord, the Scottish leader of Reform UK, who's been with Katie Hunter in Greenwich.
Fuck it, let's listen to the wank.
With the SNP, we're the clear winners here in Inverclyde. Labour coming second, Reform UK in third. Scottish Reform's leader Malcolm Offord is with me now. First of all, Malcolm Offord third in the seat here. Disappointing result for you personally?
Yes, I never like coming third in anything, so yes, I am disappointed to come third. Obviously, we knew that the SNP have got a stranglehold here, but we did want to try and at least come second.
We
so
only
yeah,
need-
we disappointed
we only
to
need
third.
10
And what about some of
Stranglehold, fuck off. The people of Inverclyde told you to fuck off. If you
At
don't
this
actually
point, we only need 10 fucking 10 list seats.
they keep on. I don't know if he's. I might have been incorrect. I said he never actually said. He just said 68. That's what it's 65. He never said whether it had to be just the constituencies.
No.
Did he? He never said that.
It has to be 129 seats.
Yes. It has to be over 65 to get a majority, or 65 and above.
Right, so half of fucking 129.
65.
There's only 72 fucking constituency seats.
Yeah.
No one's going to win all fucking. No one's going to win 65 fucking. Or 72 constituency seats. Oh, if the SNP wins 72 constituency seats, and then.
They still won't give us one. They won't.
If
You
they
know
win
that-
72 constituency seats, then you won't get any list seats at all.
Yeah.
You won't get a list seat.
Yeah.
Maximum you can get is 72.
Yeah.
Because you win 72 fucking constituency seats, you get no list seats.
Yeah.
That's how it's designed.
Yeah.
Because the signs you don't get Senate through constituencies anyway. Turnout 53.1 minus 10. 55 SNP, down 4.
Hang on. Angus is speaking.
But a democracy involves winning and losing. And Edinburgh Central as a constituency has much changed from when I won it in 2021. The boundaries have significantly changed. I think that was a contributory factor in the Green Party being able to mobilise more support than the SNP. But I have taken the opportunity, and the first thing to say is firstly to congratulate...
Because we're passionate and dedicated, Angus.
I think it's really important that we are
losers. Nice one, Specs.
And I think we have to recognise that the victory of the Scottish Green Party in Edinburgh Central is historic. It's the first time that they've ever won a constituency, and I'm sure she will go on to represent Edinburgh Central well.
So, two big political figures, both came third in their constituencies, both disappointed. Angus Robertson certainly fairly sanguine about the whole thing, and Malcolm Offord hoping to get in on the list. Much more to come from my guests up here very shortly. Let's hear from Gary Robertson.
Orange.
Thanks for that, Martin.
Red.
Well, we've been joined by Angela Constance, of course, a minister in the last government and re-elected today in Amman Valley. Congratulations.
Orange.
Thank you very much. How are you feeling about Angus Robertson losing third place in Edinburgh Central? He, of course, sat round the table.
I'm desperately sorry for Angus. Angus joined the SNP when he was 15 years old, and SNP members of my generation, there is one thing
Two constituencies so far.
Oh,
Anna, I feel for you.
Demonstrate how you lose and be magnanimous.
That is a lot of yellow. That is a lot of yellow.
Mellow.
And they were all yellow.
Grieve the loss of Angus from the Scottish Parliament.
They call me mellow yellow.
Will continue to make a contribution to the cause of independence.
Just on the cause of independence, we heard from Joanna Cherry, your former MP colleague, there saying that she felt it was a mistake for John Swinney to say you needed a majority of SNP MSPs to push for independence. Was it a mistake in hindsight?
Well, I mean, we're still in the midst of results. Not all the
BBC forecasting you're probably not going to get.
Well, not all the constituency results are out yet, and then we will see what happens with the list. I do think it's still a little bit premature, but it is important that if you are a party who wants to lead your country to independence, that you shouldn't equivocate. We, set our ambitions high, and what we have been doing the length and breadth of Scotland is actually making that case.
The turquoise wave hasn't struck Scotland because they don't have a fucking
and the why for independence connects very closely to the cost of living crisis and what
all the ones that they were actually targeting quite heavily, they've already been called and they've all went to the SNP. Well, one of the ones went to the Tories.
Well, let me bring in John Molyneux here from the Greens. You, of course, your party.
They'll get lots of them. I'm assuming they'll get like between 15 and 20 lists.
Party, and then you went on to take a second constituency in Glasgow Southside, the former constituency of Nicola Sturgeon. Are there specific issues in those constituencies that have meant that they've done well, do you think?
I mean, I think the ground campaign in both those constituencies was immense. I've been sitting here with a big grin on my face, obviously. We have made history in those two seats, and I am delighted for everyone who's put in a shift to deliver those results. I said earlier on the show,
it lasted.
Where we have
you nearly fucking killed her.
Councillors elected, right next to me at the moment in Glasgow Southside. And there's a point Michael made earlier about people wanting to see how politics makes a difference to their lives. And I think that's what people are seeing with their Green councillors and now their Green constituency MSPs. So I think it's a fantastic day. But I'm just so proud of everyone.
Does that have the word vote in it?
To deliver those results.
It doesn't.
From the
Who's that one that's on the door?
Where does your party go now in terms of how it deals with
I don't do fucking colours.
It does seem as though your party was the hardest hit.
Don't get why I don't wear uniforms, colours.
Step back and look at the constituencies. We came into this with 5 constituencies. We're coming out with 4. So on any scale, on a day when we knew we were going to have a tough election, that's a good result. There are other constituencies, Aberdeenshire East,
black eyes. You had from wearing colours.
Split by the Reform vote. So you're absolutely right to say that we need to look at where our votes were being lost to. But we're also absolutely
You
right
had
that the
you can
Conservatives did have a good
shut
showing
up
on the
for fucking
constituency
wearing
vote.
colours.
You need to do better in terms of actually
For
beating
identifiable marks.
areas. So
Until that happens, you will not realise why you don't fucking do it.
Well, I'm not sure Reform are on the right. I don't think Reform know where they are. They try to appeal to everyone all the time. They have policies which are what you would say on the right of politics, but they also have policies which you would say are on the left of politics. Their manifesto, which was described as a mirage by people who looked at it, had nothing to do with cutting welfare, because they wanted to appeal to people who were on that side of politics, while also saying they were going to cut taxes by the other side. Two things can't be happening at the same time.
We'll hear from the others a little later. Thanks for your patience. But let's head back now to Martin.
Gary, thanks very much indeed. It is 5 to 6, but we still have a way to go here. Still 5 constituencies yet to declare, and we have to get all of the regional list results as well. So don't worry, we're not going anywhere. We're sticking with it. If you're looking for the 6 o'clock news, you won't miss that either. If you desperately want to see that, it's going to be over on BBC 2. We're staying here on BBC 1 until 6:30, at which point we will hand to an extended Reporting Scotland. But we will keep going. Never fear, we'll move over onto the BBC Scotland channel. You can stick with us here and you'll get everything right up to the minute, right as it happens with us. Just stay with us now. Stay with us now. Stay with us till 6:30, and then if you want to stay with us in this set, move to the BBC Scotland channel. Dumbarton declaration is imminent. Jackie Bailey's held that seat since 1999. Will she be partying tonight? Well, it must be quite tight.
No, hopefully with no
Let's
fucking
see,
luck, she'll be
we'll go there
miserable
as soon
and
as we get
crying.
something from it. But Mary Spouge, let me come back to you.
Fuck
Mary
off,
Spouge
Jackie.
of the Fraser of Allender Institute. The Tories really
No, they still haven't called it.
SNP's significant performance. So the Lib Dems and the Greens really coming through, or the Greens expected to come through. When the list results come out, both good results. John Swinney.
Get your arses in gear, fucking Dumbarton count. I beg of you, please, just fucking rip my misery.
Perhaps partners. It's a big decision, isn't it?
It is a big decision, and you can see from the manifestos of the Lib Dems and the Greens that they have quite different visions for the sorts of things they might be asking for in order to get support. And John Swinney has worked with both the Lib Dems and the Greens over the last couple of years to get budgets through, so it's certainly been done by, you know, the personalities involved before. But the trouble is that the first budget that this new government has to set is going to be
Snake props, slow snake.
Revolution. It's going to be so tight. There is no money.
Catch you later.
So the question is, how does John Swinney sort of, I guess, buy the support of one of these parties who have lots of very expensive policies that they may wish to try and bid for, particularly the Greens. You know, we mentioned earlier free bus travel for all, for example, but that's just one of
rejoice, comrades,
and there's not going to be much money around.
Yeah, Ailsa, do we know what the public think about you know, which way John Swinney should look? Is there any? I asked Lorna Slater earlier on, but I reminded her of her and Patrick Harvey walking out of Butte House in a state of high dudgeon after they'd been
reduced majority
by Hamza Yusuf. She denied it. So she couldn't remember. She didn't recognise my version of events at all, but I remember.
She won.
What do the public think about which way you should turn? Do we know?
Unsurprisingly, it depends which party you support.
Sure.
So SNP supporters want an SNP majority. Green supporters want a pro-Indy coalition.
We've got Holly Bruce in, we've got Lorna back in. Fucking bring it.
And Conservative
she had the
Dem supportors want a
fiscal authority
pro-Union
to actually
coalition, but
stand
without
at
reform in it. So there's some breaking down of support there.
Right, listen, if you want to see the news, the 6 o'clock news, you can see it on BBC 2. If you want to see whether Jackie Bailey is held on to Dumbarton, keep your eyes peeled right here. Here we go.
Constituency, the result is as
Going on that
follows.
logic, Boris shouldn't be
Total
funny either.
electorate, 56,335. Total votes cast, 32,114.
And fucking
He's
mental.
57.01%.
That's what I said, I like these.
I now tell you the total number of votes cast for each candidate in this constituency is as follows. Jackie Bailey, Scottish Labour Party, 12,747.
They will, Michael, they will. We will.
Elaine Ford, Scottish Liberal Democrats, 1,196. Linda Hannah McEwen, Scottish Trade Unionist and Socialist Coalition, 356. Andrew Joseph Muir, Independent, 355. Gary Mulvaney, Scottish Conservative and Unionist Party, 1,368. David Smith, Reform UK, 5,040. Sophie Traynor, Scottish National Party, SNP, 10,961. The number of rejected papers was 91, so I hereby declare that Jackie Baillie is elected to serve as the member of the Scottish Parliament for Dumbarton constituency. Congratulations, Jackie, and I'd like to invite Jackie Baillie to make a short speech.
It's a job she's done for 27 years and she's got another 5. Let's hear what she's got to say. Jackie Baillie, MSP for Dumbarton, again.
Can I start by thanking the returning officer?
I will give Super Hubby his living room back.
Yeah, I'm going to bed. I'm going to bed. It's fucking 6:05.
You sure? Okay.
Okay. Fucking earlier and earlier. I don't even know why I get out of bed anymore.